useful inside hospitals. They're portable video game stations that
Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. Thankfully, gamers are here to make a difference.
I'm Sarah Coe, and my kids are, I have 3 kids who are all Seattle Children's patients. My son Luca is medically complex. You know, just to see him kind of brighten up a little bit when that cart rolled in.
Spanning from our first push into hospitals with our go-kart, our quest now encompasses our newest program, SavePoint, which will help impact even more lives. SavePoint offers toys and prizes to kids via high-tech vending machines in hospitals, rewarding patients as they reach treatment milestones and fostering a sense of accomplishment.
Most of us gaming specialists are lifelong gamers. My first impression of seeing these go-karts is just the huge potential this has to bring gaming to families in the hospital that didn't think that gaming was gonna be possible.
With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually for kids receiving care. Not only in the US and Canada, but go-karts have been deployed worldwide.
Bigger than Seattle Children's, almost every therapeutic gaming program in the country's backbone is the Gamers Outreach cart. Many patients say it helps them feel like they're at home. Like I said, it's a cool piece of tech that you can customize in a situation where a lot of what is happening to them is not up to them.
We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners, and we're just getting started. One day, we want to look back and ask ourselves, remember when hospitals didn't have video games? We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up.
Let's say good morning. Let's say good morning. How is everyone this fine day? And oh dear God, all right. That's a good start. That's how I say hello. I've just, as we do this, I just caught a glance of my own face in the viewfinder there, and my word, this is a weird experience, eh? Good morning, everyone. Lovely to see you. Thank you very much for dropping in this morning. We are now in day 2 of the Hexagon Speedrun Challenge, and after a mammoth session last night that ran up to about 13.5 hours, I think, when I closed down the stream, we've made some progress. Not necessarily good progress, but time has definitely moved forwards. We're back at it again today. We're going to be hitting the Americas in our attempt to try and win, I was going to say, as many continental competitions as we possibly can. Right now, it looks like we're in a challenge just to win a continental competition. So, before we catch everyone up, see where we are, we're going to aim to have a little vote on which club we take over next, ideally in time that we should be able to start the challenge proper come about 11 AM British summer time, so that's in about half an hour. So let's say hello to everyone first, because we've got Blue Lions in. Lovely to see you this morning, Blue Lions. Been volunteering this morning at the parkrun, so a nice active start to the day. That sounds like an absolutely fantastic way to start the day, but also the perfect excuse to then be lazy for the rest of the day. A little bit, like DM Basis has done and had a productive morning so far as well. Been out for a walk, played a little bit of Pokemon Go, and now hopefully there's a reasonable stretch of Saturday that can be nice and relaxing. Berry is in. Welcome in, Berry. Lovely to see you, my dude. Currently managed to create a great tactic for his Wolves side. Managed to beat Arsenal 2-1, which is fantastic. Absolutely brilliant stuff. We have Dennis over on YouTube. Welcome in, Dennis. Lovely to see you, my dude. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you're doing well. We also have Knight of Knee, the glorious Knight of Knee. Knight of Knee, who dropped by last night, popped a little suggestion into the Discord for part of the challenge that we're doing right now. We're going to be working on that in a few moments, which is going to be fun. Lovely to see you, my dude. I hope you're doing well. We've got an FMG&G. We've got a Mr. Teeny as well. Welcome in, gents. Lovely to see you. So Mr. Teeny has also been doing a little bit of Pokemon Going with D-Boy Plays. They're currently out in Denmark. Lovely little mini FM meetup, which is absolutely cool and awesome. I would say that, like, what on earth are you doing here? Like, enjoy your little what's that word for excursion? That was the word I was looking for. Enjoy your excursion. Don't be tuning into this nonsense. We've also got Channel Not in Use in. Welcome in, Channel Not in Use. You're awake before midday. It's already sunny. Beautiful. How can you ask for anything more? It's lovely to see you, my dude. Medical Cars here. Welcome in. Great to see you. How are you doing this morning? It is lovely. RJ's here as well. Who's that young man on the screen? Definitely not a young man. Oh my word. So many chins. It's glorious. It's lovely to see you all. So let's kind of head on over to the game. We'll give you a little bit of an update of where we are, and then we'll talk a little bit about what this is all about as well. So we are here. This is our previous manager, a gentleman named Dr. Kamalo. Dr. Kamalo just spent a season at Mamelodi Sundowns. During that season at Mamelodi Sundowns, he was sensational. He won the league unbeaten, may I add. An astonishing 26 wins out of 30 games, and that means the DSTV Premiership was secured. He also won the Nedbank Cup.
European champion, so I'm not one of the bottle. I think I'm a special one.
He is a special one, or he was a special one. 4-1 win over Cape Town City in the final of the Nedbank Cup. He also won, we go all the way back to the top as well, he also won the African Super Cup. And we'll have to again go to the previous season, a 2-0 win over Club Africain. But that's not what he was here for. He was there to win the Champions League, and we lost in the semi-finals. We got absolutely spanked by Al Ahly, 5-1 on aggregate in the semi-finals, which means our goal to win the Champions League in every continent has fallen short. I mean, it actually fell short a little while before that, in fact, because we were in charge of Sanfrecce Hiroshima in season 1, and we didn't do particularly well. It's specifically, what's happening there? There we go. Specifically, where is it? Because it's earlier on in the season. I'm getting lost. Here we go. So we got through only to the second round of the Asia Champions League Elite, where we got knocked out by Jeonbuk Hyundai Motors. We had just beaten Jeonbuk prior to meeting them in the second round, and unfortunately they beat us 3-1 at home, and we weren't able to recover. So far, 0 for 2, which, you know, is a little bit disappointing, but that's part of the challenge. We're not guaranteed anything. So then, basis, you've got to say, like, did Al Ahly go on to win it? That would make up for it, right? That would make up for it. If Al Ahly went on to win the Champions League, at least we lost to the best team. But they didn't. They got absolutely spanked by Zamalek in the finals, 6-1 on aggregate. So we can't even try and spin it that we were the second best team and just unfortunate to meet the eventual winners over the whole thing. Welcome in 2991, Matt. Where's Musterman indeed? It's weird, isn't it? It is so weird. Welcome in Brazilian Fury as well. How are you doing, sir? Lovely to see you this fine morning. What god awful time is it for you right now? It must be what? Like, I don't know if I want to know what time it is. This is obscene time to be awake. So that is essentially what the challenge is. Let's talk about. We are doing the Hexagon speedrun. That means that we're trying to win the major continental club competition in every single continent. But we're doing it over a 3-day period. 3 days, 12-hour streams each day, which means that we can't linger. If we fail on one tournament, we've still got to move on to the next continent regardless. So we failed in Asia. We failed in Africa. Today, we're going to be doing South America and North America. And hopefully we can get at least one major championship on board. We have won domestic competitions, but the continental competition has so far proven to be beyond our realm. And this is all for raising money for Gamers Outreach. Now, Gamers Outreach, for those that were there during the intro, you will have seen a couple of videos there. But Gamers Outreach are a wonderful, wonderful charity based in America, and their job, they basically they provide equipment and support for hospitalized children to be able to access video games. Because like when you're an adult, finding yourself hospitalized is pretty damn scary. When you're a child, it's even scarier. And being able to have that outlet for fun and adventure and creativity and a sense of normalcy as well is such a huge part of the care package that's provided. Now, they do have outreach beyond just the Americas. They do have influence in UK, various parts of Europe, even out in Australia as well. Absolutely fantastic charity, brilliant stuff. And this streamathon is part of a big event. So they've got this massive LAN event over in America, which is currently ongoing, thousands of people there. And then there's a number of streamers that are currently going to be streaming throughout this weekend, whether it's yesterday, today, tomorrow, all those days, a mixture thereof. So it's going to be an absolutely fantastic cause. So if people are in a position where they can donate, it would be absolutely amazing if you would. Brazilian Fury has very, very kindly popped the link over there as well, like the absolute gentleman that he is. It will be pinned as well up at the top of your lovely little chat window things over on the right hand side. So that would be absolutely amazing. Yesterday, you guys were incredible. I mean, like sensational. $670 raised, an initial target of $700. Absolutely amazing. And subsequently, that's why I no longer have any facial hair. Part of the rewards for it was at various intervals that more of the beard will be shaved off, and every single part of it has gone. I've gone from 13 years of full hirsuteness to looking like I probably shouldn't be allowed near people, to be honest. And we also did a little bit of a hot sauce challenge as well. So we've been doing at various intervals is that we've worked through these hot sauces getting spicier and spicier, and we came right up to the penultimate sauce yesterday, the ghost pepper sauce, 950,000 Scoville units, and that was a struggle. Now I've done something now, so DM basis, hold fire on that. I've done something that might be a little controversial. So let me pop on over here, and I am more than happy to reverse this decision. Just to be clear, I am more than happy to reverse this decision. However, we've done a sensational job. We've raised $670. The original target was $700. But let's push ourselves. Let's see if we can get a little bit further. And so my recommendation is, it doesn't really make sense to start a stream with the hottest sauce. Let's build up again. Let's reset every single day, but at smaller intervals. So we will go. We will start right back down at the bottom once we hit next $30. Hit it up at $700. We're going to go back all the way to the cherry bomb, and then we move up every $50 until we get to the final most spicy one all over again. We can do that. We got $670 yesterday. Just $250 today will get us all the way up to the spiciest sauce. And my word, I cannot handle it. Well, I don't know. I've not tried it yet. I couldn't handle that one. So I don't think it's going to be a particularly great experience. But no pain, no gain. And then once we hit that 1,000, we've got another goal up there, which is going to be, if we get to $1,250, we will sort out a communities game night, most likely to happen on the 25th of April. If we hit that mark, I'll then be putting out votes over on Discord, which is going to be looking at what games we're going to play, how long, when we're going to do it. But I think it should be something quite fun to do. So those are the plans ahead for today.
Honestly, I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Gotta love a little bit of Keegan. So yeah, that's the plan now. As I said, that is moving the goalposts. I am acutely aware of that. If people are unhappy about that, please do let me know. As I said, I am happy to reverse that decision if the sentiment is such. But I think we're trying to raise money for a good cause here, so it'd be amazing to try and push that a little bit further. That's the plan. That's the idea. Right, let's head on over to the game. So in about 18 minutes.
Follow the trawler. It's because they think sardines will be thrown into the sea. Thank you.
So marvelous stuff there. So why would people be angry to raise the goal for charity? That was my thinking. But also I understand that if people thought that, hey, they're coming into the stream with just $30 away from the hottest sauce, and you feel like that's been moved, I can completely understand that opinion. Right, so let's talk about where we're going to be managing next. In South America, we've loaded 2 leagues, or 2 countries, Argentina and Brazil. We want to take over a team that is already...
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
It's such a good quote, So night and neat, like RJ says, we have concerns about your stomach. Carolina Reaper. Well, we are, the later on during the day we do it, the less likely I'm going to have to miss half the stream because I'm in the bathroom. So, kind of makes sense as well that way, right? I'm still alive today. That's the thing that matters most. And I've definitely learned that I might need to be a little bit smaller with the doses I dab on as well. Just a little bit smaller, not massively.
We are in Champions League, man.
That was my next question.
Dong, come on.
We've loaded 2 leagues, Argentina, Brazil. We need to take over a team that's going to be taking part in the Copa Libertadores next season. That means we get the top 4 teams from the Argentine League. So we've got Teleras, Boca Juniors, Belgrano, or Gimnasia. So let's take a quick look here. We're not going to be able to see their attributes because we don't have them revealed. You might see some of them. So their key player is a 24-year-old left winger that we know nothing about called David Salazar. He's going to be out injured, not for too long, that's fine. But he's a man who's been getting a lot of assists. So their key player is a creative left winger. And they also have Nahul Bustos up front. He's been scoring pretty solidly over the last 3 seasons as well, really, really consistent. Something quite interesting there. They won the Argentine League last season. We have Boca Juniors. Now, Boca Juniors don't need any introduction, surely, but their key player is Ezequiel Fernandez. He's a defensive midfielder, kind of meant to be quite creative, and there he is. He's getting a decent amount, I'm guessing, from open play there, being kind of like an all-right player. Vice captain is the 39-year-old Sergio Romero. Oh, he's in the reserves. Okay, he's probably not going to be part of the team. That's a shame. That's a shame. So we've got Boca Juniors, a team with great history, an iconic team. There is Belgrano as well. Their key player is a guy called Santiago Longo. He's another defensive midfielder. Seems to be quite good at tackling and first touch. We know very little else about him. Again, looks to be more of a defensive player than there is an attacking player, so not necessarily the most exciting. Their vice captain is Facundo Lencioni. He's a left winger. Who's kind of average. So welcome in, Laka. Lovely to see you, my dude. I am using my own skin, but it's a different skin. It's in fact a skin that is available as well for anyone who wants it. Only optimized at 1920 by 1080. There's probably going to be a couple of little oddities in there because it's had to be done quite quickly. But the challenge is we're doing the Hexagon challenge, but we only get 6 hours per continent. If we fail in a continent, we've got to move on, even if we haven't won anything. Last team in Argentina potentially is Gimnasia. Gimnasia have Benjamin Dominguez. Now, Dominguez is a player that comes up quite a bit on Moneyball Clinics, quite good there. Seems to be getting double digits for goals and assists. Another left winger, someone perhaps quite exciting, quite dribbly as well. Obviously, any of these players we look at might find themselves sold as well. We never know. And Thomas Duro as the goalkeeper, as their captain, and he's been pretty good at preventing stuff. So we've got quite a few options there over in Argentina. Then over in Brazil, we've got Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo, again, a team that doesn't need introduction. Their key player is another goalkeeper. It's Nicola Cavallina. An interesting player that's moved over. Is he on loan or is he? No, they've signed him permanently. And apparently he conceded only 4 goals in 10 games. That's incredible. Why he's only played 10 games, got to be a bit of a concern. And they've got Diego Costa, 27-year-old centre-back, really, really good. Looks to be good in the air. Not great in terms of jumping reach. Jonathan Cagliari, a striker who I think the thing that I would know most about him is his missing many opportunities in the Copa Libertadores final back when Martin Anselmi's team won. I can't remember what they're called. You know who they are. So can I optimize it for 5120 by 1414, please, good sir? And does the skin come with Tequila Rosé? Amazingly, Dadson, it does come with Tequila Rosé. Unfortunately, you have to buy the Tequila Rosé yourself and pour it in a glass that's not on the screen. But yeah, 100%. How you doing, my dude? Lovely to see you this morning. Has there been an Ezequiel at every club we've managed so far? I don't think there was one in Japan, sadly, but that would be quite a cool little touch. It's a speed run. Need a way to identify quickly. Indeed, that's exactly it. We don't have the luxury of time to go down a Moneyball route. So Gerson is at Flamengo. Gerson, a quality player, didn't quite work for him out in Italy, but nice and creative, great on the ball. That would be quite an exciting player to be in charge of. Gabby Barbosa isn't suspended in this world, so you've also got a very, very good striker as well, potentially. So Flamengo are quite an exciting team. Atletico Paranense would be a possible option as well. They have an Esquivel. Is Esquivel going to be related to our other one? Maybe. We had an Esquivel in... Was it Esquivel? Was it Ezequiel? I can't remember anyone's name. Out in South America. But Esquivel is a left back. Seems to be kind of okay getting forwards. A decent number of assists there. Could be fun to have some good dynamic attacking fullbacks. And Pedro Enrique, a good... Oh, we've already looked at Enrique. Sorry. And then finally Santos. Santos here, another classic team. We've got Jefferson Soteldo. Soteldo is a really, really good winger. Again, a very, very dribbly boy. And you know I love a dribbly boy. His assists haven't been great, but he has been scoring a decent rate, so he could be quite fun. They've got Thomas Rincon as well, now only 38 years old. What a legend he is, with his beautiful bleach blonde hair. So there's quite a few cool teams out there. So we're going to put this out to vote. Now I can't select all 8 teams in a poll. So let's see how we can go with this. So DM Basis says it might be boring, but I feel that Sao Paulo are the one. That's fair enough. Where's Big Morales? Literally Big Morales. Sadly, it looks like he is long gone from there. Double poll, first Argentina, then Brazilian choice. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to filter out a couple of them myself. I think that, for example, Teleras aren't a particularly exciting team, but so I'm going to suggest Boca, Belgrano, Sao Paulo, Flamengo, Santos, I think. Teleras, Gimnasia, Atletico Paranaense, they're not quite so exciting. Shall we manage next? So let's go. Boca Juniors, Belgrano, Sao Paulo. Unfortunately, I don't have a keyboard. I don't know the alt code for the lovely little accent over the A on Sao Paulo. So that's not going to be an option there. We'll get that running. It's a nice little 10-minute poll. We'll get that up there. Over on YouTube, it's going to be coming up as well. Just give me a couple of moments. I will pop there. Who shall we manage next? And let's get these. Belgrano, Sao Paulo, Flamengo, and it won't let me do a fifth over on YouTube. Over on YouTube, I'm going to pop a thing. If you want to vote Santos, just write Santos in chat. I will just add that on manually. So we're going to let that run for about 10 minutes. We've got a manager lined up as well already, so we don't know which country we're going to be in. So we've got a Colombian manager who's going to take charge of whichever team it is that wins out. We've got a couple of votes coming in early for Belgrano. We've got a couple of votes coming in early for Flamengo and Santos as well. It's currently Belgrano and Flamengo winning out over on YouTube as well. It's absolutely fabulous. So go for Brazil or Argentina first, then choose club. So I say I want to. We'll have this. This will come through until 11, and then we're going to move on. I think we can. I think, like, if a team's going to win, I know stretching it out is. It can be more engaging, but also unnecessary. The teams that are going to. No one's going to vote for Atletico Paranaense, right? I hope. Well, they can't now. So medical cars going for Belgrano as well. Fabulous. RJ likes Matias Suarez, who came from there to Anderlecht. Let's see how he's getting on. In fact, might as well right now. Let's see. Matias Suarez is he a long since gone player? We've got Matias Suarez here. There we go. He is now ahead of youth development. He went back to Belgrano. So the last season there, he was went back to River, finished at Belgrano, where we started his career. Pretty solid time out in Anderlecht there. Pretty solid time out there. So DM Basis feels like Belgrano are the most difficult of the available options, and I want us to win something. Like, yeah, I'll be honest. I know who I would love. I would love it to be either Boca Juniors or Flamengo, because I think that we don't have. It's a single season. We don't have lots of time to be able to drill down into the teams and really rebuild them, make sure that they're the best team in purely one season. So teams that are kind of established definitely helps along the way. So yeah, Boca or Flamengo would be my vote. In fact, I can vote, can't I? Let me get my vote in over here for a little bit of Boca Juniors. Or should it have been Flamengo? Oh, I've made that vote now anyway. So welcome in, Tom. Lovely to see you, my dude. Rip moustache. I barely knew you. I know. It's weird. It's so weird. Was Athletic Power and NSA ever an option? I'm afraid not, Night and Knee. I say, I've out of those 8, I've filtered out a few that I definitely don't think I'd want to manage, given the constraints that are in. Welcome in, Root, as well. Lovely to see you, my dude. And Morton Cram and Jack. Lovely. Welcome on in. How was the remainder of your Friday evenings? Anyone get up to anything exciting? Has anyone got anything planned for the weekend? So RJ, you had Suarez, Frutos. Oh, Lucas Billio was amazing. What a player Lucas Billio was. There was a period where Anderlecht seemed to find like a series of really good ball dominant passing defensive midfielders, just one after the other. Absolutely incredible. Jack is a fan of going for Belgrano as well. We have Roots got your first sub yesterday. Fantastic. Congratulations, my dude. So Jack, you're going to your local derby today, so won't be on from 2:30 to 5 p.m. Oh, what's the local derby? Exciting. Yep, so it's great times. It's gone a little bit downhill since then, hasn't it, unfortunately, RJ? Kodak, welcome in, my dude. Where's the real Musterman? Who knows? It's probably going to take a few weeks to discover where the real Musterman's been hiding. It's a weird thing, isn't it? So Root, you're off to Stag Do tomorrow. That should be fun. I say that should be fun. That should be messy. Messy is probably what I'm going for. So Jack, it's just your local team. We have promotion, but could win the title. Oh, that should be cool. Can you win the title today then? So can you win the title as a result of winning the derby? Because that would be really sweet. That would be really sweet. Sunni says, you've just voted in Argentina as you found Brazil to be a very long season. Still haven't started my second season with Sport Receive since I'll have to review my team after climbing to the main league. I mean, so both of them have quite long seasons, absolutely. I was thinking that with like the state championships, I might want to avoid Brazil. But over in Argentina, they also have the League Cup, which is quite a big competition as well. So the Argentine League Cup has a group stage where they play 14 games and then it goes through to knockout rounds. So that would be part of our overall thing that we've got to deal with. There's the Argentine Super Cup. There's another cup as well. But we will be using instant result for domestic games. It's going to be a long season, whether in Argentina or in Brazil. But the main focus is going to be on that Copa Libertadores. So Root, no, it's just airsoft in a mill. Okay, that seems I was going to say very civilized, but airsoft is essentially just shooting people. So I'm not sure how civilized, but it should be fun. Should be really fun. So when you were looking at players there, Argentina still had 50 plus games played. Exactly. So you've got really long seasons for both of them, but we're going to be using a lot of holiday, and hopefully we can move on. South America do be liking long seasons. My God, yes. They know how to make a season very long, and I get it. They love their football, and that's got to count for something, right? That's probably the most important thing. Is you want to put on something that people are going to enjoy and have fun, and it's going to be exciting. So I get it. Playing seasons in it must be absolute hell. I was exhausted after doing the Moneyball clinic with Fluminense, and that wasn't, that's just playing a game. Imagine having to be a real footballer. It's a South American thing, long season. They all do it. They have like whether it's with the aperturas and clausuras and various different competitions as a result of the league and like 2 or 3 cups. I think Brazil might be a little bit over the top with the state championships as well. But yeah, it is very much a South American thing. Kodak says, true. I always get overwhelmed playing the Brazilian league. It's just too many games. It's such, if you want to get through things at a real pace, it is definitely tricky. But we're going to find that with either of them. And we've also got, later on, the second session today is going to be Liga MX or MLS. I am going to probably steer us towards Liga MX because I'm scared of all the MLS contract rules. RJ, we complain about 30 plus 10 games. Exactly. You don't know how good you've got it with your crazy playoff system. Johnny says both Argentina and Brazil appear twice on your leagues in focus there. They do indeed. I moved them up here so that they were nice and things. I didn't bother dealing with any of this stuff. I mean, basically, I'm just using. I'm not looking far down. Let's see what's going on in. Keep an eye on South Africa there, and why not the second division of Spain? Who knows? Why not? Right, so Night of Knee, so you did the flu already. Could do Fla one day then. Indeed. We could go through. I love those shortenings of names. Flu, Fla, San. It's the ones where they don't seem to make sense immediately. That's always quite fun. So Brazil having 11 spots for the Lib and Sudamericana is amazing. The money flows. That's fair enough. So we could have had more teams from these leagues, but I'm not 100% certain who's qualified because depending on various cup competitions and things, it changes it. And it didn't say immediately when I went to the page. So I know for certain that the top 4 will be in there, but they do get a lot of teams. Some that go into qualifying rounds, some that go straight into the group rounds. It's all quite crazy. Welcome in, Sass. Lovely to see you, my dude. How are you doing? How are you doing, sir? So he said, come on, Racing Santander. They're up. They are indeed. Well spotted, DM bassist. Neat. It was crazy indeed. It's almost like you need 3 teams, 1 main, 1 reserves, another for the injuries, right? The good flu-fla. Gotta love a little bit of the flu-fla. Right, so we have the results in. The results are in over on here. Let's see. We've got 4 for Boca plus 4 for Boca. We've got 8 for Boca. We've got 2. We've got 5 for Belgrano. We've got 3 for Flamengo. 1 for Santos. 1 for Sao Paulo. We are going to be taking over at Boca Juniors. Fantastic, guys. Thank you very much. We will now add a very bad likeness of Shakira Rapol at Boca Juniors. We're already there. Perfect. Boca. And we're just going to keep it right down in the middle. She is a global superstar, so she's definitely got playing. And if she's going to be managing at the top, she's got to have her coaching badges. So she is going to be the greatest manager that has ever existed. A Shakira. Let's not do an intra-squad friendly. Now the most important part is making sure we've got a lovely little photo sorted out. Because those faces aren't good.
Champion, so I'm not one of the bottle. I think I'm a special one.
So yeah, we've got to now have a look at the squad, work out what we're going to do tactically, which should be
in Champions League,
challenge.
Man.
That was my next question.
Come on.
Welcome in, by the way, Max. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, as DM Basis said, we'll pass on the message for Holly Fab. We don't know when he's going to be around every now and then. He was very, very, very generous yesterday. So Jack says Sec from Cruzeiro is my favourite. Love me some Cruzeiro. Fair enough. Johnny Trotter, top 6 in Brazil, plus potentially Brazilian Cup winners and Copa Sudamericana winners, which could be from Brazil too. It's crazy. So let's have a look at the squad. Oh, no. Let's remember to do the things that I will otherwise forget to do if I don't do it now. Staffing is all fine there. Meeting frequency down to never. Scouting's been done. Beautiful. Transfers. Media. Training, tactics, match, set pieces. It's just about making sure that they are all correct there, which is great. That is absolutely fabulous. Shakira, indeed. So can we try and sign PK somehow for the lulz? That was my thinking. Sadly, I don't think he's going to be. Is he in there as staff? Could Joao PK be around as a staff member, potentially? Oh, he's not. Right, so Lucas Chavez looks to be a decent enough goalkeeper. Not so great in terms of positioning, but rushing out, determination is elite. Leandro Bray is worse. So Chavez as a starting goalkeeper, that seems to be nice and straightforward there. we've got Nicholas Feigl here. Feigl is 32 years old and he's a bit crap. He's slow. He's not great in the air. Kind of okay at some of like defensive stuff. Doesn't go forwards. So a centre backup level potentially. We have Nicholas Valenti. Valenti looks good. He's great acceleration, good enough in the air, good heading, good tackling, marking, positioning. Not the greatest in terms of composure, but that's not the most important. Valenti looks to be really, really good. And Nahul Henez is out on loan. Good tackling, good marking. Not a centre back. Not a centre back with that jumping. He can cross. Not the quickest, not the greatest off the ball, but could be a backup left back potentially. Giovanni Farina. Farina can jump, can head, can tackle, can mark. Can't do anything mentally. Probably don't want him in the first team. Marcelo Weigand. Weigand's got good pace and stamina, so he's a player that can get forwards. Okay defensively, can cross. Good off the ball, or okay enough off the ball and positioning. Right, Weigand looks like a decent enough attacking right back. Gorosito. Good agility and balance isn't the most important thing that we need from a fullback. Can tackle, can dribble and cross. Okay, I don't mind Gorosito either. Gorosito looks like a player that we could perhaps use as a right back. That's cool. Facundo Mata is a central midfielder that can play on the right. Kind of solid, can do some dribbly stuff, good work rate, lacks determination. Kind of an okay all-round player. I think that's workable. Aaron Anselmino is now 21 years old. Good acceleration and pace, good tackling. Kind of okay in the air. I like the idea of Anselmino as a like covering defender with that pace. Could play at the base of midfield as well. He seems all right. Diego Moya. Diego Moya is a new gen who might well be promising, but probably isn't going to be a large part of what we're looking to do. Acceleration, pace, crossing, you know, could potentially be used, but I don't know if there's enough about him to suggest he's better than the other two. And we are ultimately focusing on the short term here. So Kodak says, I use the state champions to play future prospects and get the tactic ready just to go to the Brasileiro and get completely annihilated. Oh man, that is rough. That is rough. So Lucas Blondell, another right back. He is right footed. Not as quick as the other two. Good stamina though. He kind of feels more midfieldery to me. He's, again, another bit of a jack of all trades kind of player like we had with Facundo Mata there. Lautaro Blanco, left back, okay acceleration and pace, okay crossing and dribbling, good defensively, good all round. Okay, Lautaro Blanco looks solid. Sirachi, however, is quicker, described as a winger, but is good enough defensively to be a fullback. So I think we've got something there with Sirachi that we can definitely build around as well. Tanda, 24 years old, good stamina, good decisions, awful determination, can pass. They describe him as a central midfielder, and yeah, that's what it feels like. Gets forward whenever possible. Looks like he could do something attacking, but isn't necessarily that great at it. Fernandez here looks to be like everything there, but better. Good passing at 15, great determination, great vision. I like the looks of Fernandez. He is a key player for a reason, tries killer balls often, looks to be potentially the heartbeat of the team. We can work with that. Let's see. The state games are too easy and we get crushed later. Absolutely. Can we play 4 wingbacks? We might have to. RJ. So Yoman Campuzano, not quite, lacks a little bit of pace, but that's fine. Probably the best I think we've seen so far in terms of tackling and marking. Does lack a little bit of concentration, but has determination. Could be someone that we could use in an aggressive capacity. I'd hope we've got someone better in that regards. Which is what I was going to say. There's the great aggression, better at tackling, better at marking, faster as well. So Ortez as a destroyer, Fernandez as a creator. We've got Dominic here. Dominic here is sensational passing, first touch. Lacks a little bit of flair, so I'm not necessarily sure. He might be like an understudy to Fernandez. He might have better passing, but not necessarily quite as good all round. Maybe there's a player in there. I think that he will play quite a bit potentially. Moroni is described as a shadow striker. He's got great dribbling, finishing, first touch. He can play out on the wings. It's not the quickest, but he has got good movement, good passing. Mahoney seems solid. Not necessarily special, but solid. So FMG&G, you've just tried to sign Kai Rooney on a free. He wanted 50k a week. Oh my. That is a man who goes, I know who my dad is. I'm going to try and leverage that as much as possible. Right, Julian Carrasco, another attacking midfielder. Very, very similar in terms of dribbling, finishing, first touch. Better passing. Not as good a physical profile. Really, really poor mentally. His low bravery means I probably don't see him getting much of an opportunity in the team there. Lucas Jansson likes to shoot from distance. That's always exciting, right? Described as an inside forward. Not necessarily particularly quick. Good off the ball, good flair. Not great at passing, not great at dribbling. Lucas Jansson seems to be a player whose ability doesn't necessarily match his desires. 3 months out for Zeballos, which is a shame because Zeballos is a quality player. He's quick, 15 for pace and acceleration. He's good at dribbling and crossing, 14 and 13. He's got good determination. Not so great in terms of work rate, but otherwise, he's a cracking player. We will look forward to him coming back from injury. Zenon's already agreed a transfer, so there's no point in looking at him. Zalazar, a right winger, decent pace, not quite as good. Can cross, can pass, can dribble, doesn't cut inside. So I think as a winger, that's somebody we could certainly make use of. Langoni here, excellent pace, really, really quick, good dribbling, good finishing, not good movement. That's a bit of a shame. He was starting to look like he could be a great inside forward off the left. His lack of off the ball might be questionable, unfortunately. It's an expensive door, exactly, RJ. It is a very, very expensive one. He closed it on his way out. We have a lot of players, we really do. Luca Andrade has great pace, great dribbling, first touch, finishing. Off the ball is better. Andrade, a player that perhaps I think could make a breakthrough into the team. He's only made 2 substitute appearances so far, but I like the look of Andrade. Taborda is out on loan. Really good technically. Again, another kind of shadowy, strikery type with his dribbling, finishing, first touch and passing all being really, really good. Off the ball is okay. Better positionally than he is off the ball, which is a surprise. A perfectly okay physical profile. Low bravery is a bit of a concern. Morentiel is described as an advanced forward. Not as quick as some of the other players we've seen. Good work rate, good off the ball. Work rate, teamwork, determination's okay. Feels a bit more pressing forward to me. Dribbling, finishing, first touch is good. Heading's great considering he's not particularly tall. Morales, a target forward who's got jumping reach of 10. I'm not sure about that. Okay strength, okay balance, not particularly agile, not slow. Okay off the ball. Morales just feels a bit average to me there. Federico Brunet here is being described as a false 9, which I think is a polite way of saying that physically he's not up to the task. He is great at passing, he is good at finishing. His first touch is a little bit of a concern at this level, as with his bravery. Off the ball's okay. Brunet feels like he's someone that we might look to develop if we were playing long term, but we're not playing long term, so that's not really a concern. We have Simone here is out for 2 weeks. Simone is described as a poacher. Okay off the ball, good heading, okay jumping reach and good balance. Lacks strength to be a proper target man, really. And arguably height. Maybe there's something there, but I'm not convinced. Aguirre does have good jumping reach, good heading, lacks balance and strength, so he can't hold up the ball. Movement is poor. Okay in terms of dribbling, finishing, and first touch. Firmapaz, good jumping, good heading, good finishing, awful off the ball, bad balance, bad strength. I think we're seeing a theme in terms of these types of players, let's be honest. Morning, Zerachul, how are you doing, sir? Lovely to see you. Ignacio Rodriguez, he's not particularly quick, he's not particularly good in the air. He's got decent movement, he can finish. Well, I think striker is an area of need. I think we've got some interesting options out in wide positions potentially, especially when we get Zeballos back. We've got some good options in more defensive positions as well. Right, okay. So we do know that we're going to be doing something quite meta adjacent with all these teams, as much as we can, because we can't like really be refining things. We want to win as much as we possibly can. So if we look at the squad that we have here, options for wingers, there is Zabalos that I quite liked, and who was it? Zalazar I thought was pretty decent. So potentially Zalazar until Zabalos is back as a winger. That means we probably want a more attacking option, cutting inside from the left. Want someone attacking down the left. We saw that Sirachi and Blanco both looked quite exciting. So go fullback attack, winger on that side. We want somebody attacking inside there. Maybe someone attacking from here. And maybe we want to find someone big to play as the central striking option. So we've got a target there, but we've got players running off them. A deep line playmaker, maybe a roaming playmaker for that role there. Defensive midfielder on support. So that can be the Fernandez role. We had the ball winner. Was it Ortiz as the ball winner? Yep. So I'm thinking Ortiz here. Fernandez there. We will tell him to tackle harder and hold position. So it'll be kind of a ball winner, but also a little bit more restrained in that regard. Fernandez will be allowed to get forwards and influence play all over the pitch. In fact, do we want him on the... He's in that area there. Let's just do this the other way round, I think. So he's moving into this space here because this guy's going to move in there. The fullback's going to attack there. A supporting fullback underneath is absolutely fine. The defenders seem to be okay. We know that ball-playing defenders are good at this level. Sweeper keeper. Shadow striker is cool there. Target forward. Wait a second. The thing is for inside forwards is to do them on... Is it support... Sit narrower, hold up ball. I think that's the thing that we're looking to do. Welcome in, Jacko. How are you doing, sir? Lovely to see you this morning. So thinking something like that, we had a few attacking midfielder options, didn't we? Luca Andrade was the guy that I liked. He can play off the left, got good pace, got good dribbling. So I'd be thinking Andrade there. Who was the gentleman? The gentlemen that were described as shadow strikers. Was it Carrasco? Carrasco was one of them. Moroni was the one with the good movement, kind of good all around. So you've got someone like Moroni in that role. We had plenty of right backs here. Wegant doesn't have a trait, so that's quite cool. Gorosito doesn't have a trait either, so we could use either of them. That's absolutely fine. Let's, for the sake of example, put him there. Defender Valentini, when he's back, would be a starter there. Anselmino as a more covering player, essentially, in terms of with his pace. And Chavez. We just need... I want more depth at centre-back. Feigl wasn't great. Hennes wasn't great. Farina wasn't great. So depth at centre-back. Some strikers that can hold up the ball, I think, are going to be our priorities. Some big men. Our transfer budget is basically nothing. I don't know when we get that for the next season, though, because the season has just ended. So let's take a look at players who are going to be expiring soon. Players are going to be expiring soon. We can move that into the wage budget potentially. Something like that. Players who are interested. Striker. We want... I'm not used to doing attribute stuff. Let's just start with some idea of players. We've got loads that have 13 in both. Let's pop up one, 119. That's great. So how... 2 to 4 weeks with a double hernia. Jumping reach. Unlikely to be near the high end there. Might be. Let's scout Moreira. Pino. Definitely going to be good in the air. A minimum of 14 is great. We'll give him a scout as well. Pena, 13 to 17. We'll get him scouted. Let's add these guys to a shortlist. Ramirez said that he's going to leave as well. You have some players leaving on free transfers. Any incoming transfers? Incoming already. That's a very good point. Thank you very much. Let's just have a look if we've got any coming in. We do indeed. We have a 17-year-old. Looks to be pretty decent at that age. Looks to be quite good physically, good flair. Probably not quite ready to impact our first team straight up. We have a midfielder coming in. Acceleration, pace is decent. Dribbling, first touch, passing. Solid. Nothing particularly special, but I was going to say adds depth. We've got a lot of depth. Caligari coming in. Another, perhaps not great in the air centre-back, but that is depth in that position. We might be able to have enough about us to get by at centre-back. Thank you very much, Ronnie. Good thinking. So Jacko's doing good. That's good to hear. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. I'm surprisingly still alive after the long stream yesterday. And we'll see if I can make it through today as well. And then tomorrow. It's gonna be one hell of a challenge. Ribaldo, minimum of 13. That's generally quite encouraging. Although a maximum for strength of 13 isn't quite as encouraging. We will pass by that there. Alan Bonsaya. Santiago Cordoba. That looks slightly more encouraging. Let's give him a scout too. So let's hope that we can get something from those guys. That would be quite cool. What will we be doing in terms of instructions? As we say, we're going to be very meta adjacent still. So it's all of this stuff here. I mean, do we have the underlap on when we've got players as they currently are in this setup? We were using a 4-2-2-2 last time. I think we look for the overlap on the left because that's where the runner is from. On the right, we look for the underlap coming from the roaming playmaker. One at defense, low crosses, pass into space, transition, standard, counter press, countering, move the ball quickly. Out of possession, it's those high lines. You know, we've got to go for the win however we can. The manager, the backroom staff is going to sort out the friendlies, which is good. And we already have those lined up in a month's time. We might need to see if we need to add some more down the lines as well. We do need to retire Dr. Kamalo though. Let's get you retired. Thank you very much for your service. The meetings we end. Make sure that's on never. And we'll have to do the standard introductory stuff as well. That's kind of par for the course, right? Decline that. We're all good. So what clubs are we managing? Just watching on small screen while making some breakfast, eggs and bacon here. We are indeed at Boca Juniors. So we had a look at a few teams that did all right in Argentina and Brazil. Popped it out to vote. I may have swayed the vote a little bit by mentioning which teams I'd be very, very keen to manage. But you know, I've got to employ a little bit of the dark arts every now and then, right? That's perfectly reasonable. I hope. Right, Shakira to do an interview, the press conference, and we are just going to press these over here. We need to activate some of the redeems from yesterday. So with the charity events, you will have the link up in the top for donating. One of the things, if you donate $10, you get a choice to spin the Wheel of Chaos. And we span the Wheel of Chaos right at the end of last night. And part of what we had to do as a result of the Wheel of Chaos means we need to drop our captain. The very first thing we do when we take over at this club is we need to remove the captain from the captaincy. So that captain looks to be, oh, that's great. No, it's not. Our captain is our best player. Ezequiel Fernandez having to lose the captaincy is not going to be a popular decision. So we're going to do that. So Ortiz comes in as the captain. I expect that Fernandez is going to be very unhappy. We just have to do that. I made my changes. I just think that, yay, that's all right. Marvelous. The other thing that we need to do, and this is just a little bit more obscure, is that for the next 5 minutes, I need to read a poem. I need to read a poem, something nice and weird and different. So let's head on over and do that. Let's do a lovely little bit of, let's set a timer. And as recommended by Knight of Knee, we're going to be reading Song of Myself by Walt Whitman as we play. It's just very weird and confusing. Welcome. Beforehand, let's say hello to people as we do, because me responding as a poem isn't certainly going to help you. So welcome in, Red Up. Lovely to see you in, my dude. Welcome in, Marv. How are you, my man? Lovely to see you as well. Right, let's go with this. I celebrate myself and sing myself. From what I assume, you shall assume, for every atom belonging to me as good belongs to you. I loaf and invite my soul. I lean and loaf at my ease, observing a spear of summer grass. My tongue, every atom of my blood, formed from this soil, this air, born here of parents from here, of parents the same, and their parents the same, I, now 37 years old, in perfect health begin, hoping to cease not till death. Creeds and schools in abeyance, retiring back a while, sufficed at what they are, but never forgotten. I harbour for good or bad. I permit to speak at every hazard, nature without check with original energy. Houses and rooms are full of perfumes. The shelves are crowded with perfumes. I breathe the fragrance myself and know it and like it. The distillation would intoxicate me also, but I shall not let it. The atmosphere is not a perfume. It has no taste of the distillation. It is odourless. It is for my mouth forever. I'm in love with it. I will go to the bank by the wood and become undisguised and naked. I am mad for it to be in contact with me. The smoke of my own breath, echoes, ripples, buzzed whispers, love roots, silk thread, crotch and vine, the sniff of green leaves and dry leaves. And of the shore, and dark-coloured sea rocks, and of hay in the barn, the sound of the belched words of my voice loosed through the eddies of the wind. A few light kisses, a few embraces, a reaching around of arms, the play of shine and shade on the trees as the supple boughs wag, the delight alone, or in the rush of the streets, or along the fields and hillsides, the feeling of health.
We are in Champions League, man.
That was my next question.
Dilly dong, come on.
The song of me rising from bed and meeting the sun. Have you reckoned 1,000 acres much? Have you reckoned the earth much? Have you practiced so long, so learned to read? Have you felt so proud to get at the meaning of poems? Stop this day and night with me, and you shall possess the origin of all poems.
You are an ostrich. Well, your head must be in the sand.
You shall possess the good of the earth and sun. There are millions of suns left. You shall no longer take things at second or third hand, nor look through the eyes of the dead, nor feed on the spectres in books. You shall not look through my eyes either, nor take things from me. You shall listen to all sides and filter them from yourself. I have heard what the talkers were talking, the talk of the beginning and the end. But I do not talk of the beginning and the end. There was never any more inception than there is now, nor any more youth or age than there is now, and we'll never be any more perfection than there is now, nor any more heaven or hell than there is now. Urge and urge and urge. Always the procreant
You are an
urge of the
ostrich.
world.
Well, your head must be in the sand.
Out of the dimness, opposite equals advance, always substance and increase, always sex. Always a knit of identity, always distinction, always a breed of life. To elaborate is to no avail. Learned and unlearned feels that it is so. Sure is the most certain
Do
sure.
I not like that?
Plumb in the uprights, well entreated, braced in the beams, stout as a horse, affectionate, haughty, electrical. I, and this mystery here we stand. Clear and sweet is my soul. and clear and sweet as all that is not my soul. Lack one lacks both, and the unseen is proved by the seen, till that becomes unseen and receives proof in its turn. Showing the best,
You are an
dividing it
ostrich.
from the worst.
Well, your head must be in the sand.
How far were we off the end of that stanza? I'm coming to the end of it. I'm coming to the end of it regardless. So welcome is every organ and attribute of me and of any man hearty and clean. Not an inch nor a particle of an inch is vile, and none shall be less familiar than the rest. I am satisfied. I see, dance, laugh, sing, as the hugging and loving bedfellow sleeps at my side through the night and withdraws the peep of day with stealthy tread, leaving me baskets covered with white towels, swelling the house with their plenty. Shall I postpone my acceptance and realization and scream at my eyes that they turn from gazing after and down the road and forthwith cipher and show me to a cent exactly the value of one and exactly the value of two, and which is ahead? Cool, that is indeed. That is the start of a midlife crisis. You can't find that anywhere else on YouTube. Absolutely not. That is definitely something a little bit on the peculiar side. His 40s are kicking. I liked a lot the colour of the skin. Thank you, Vitor. I appreciate that. I think Gianfranco Pena was the best of the options here. Decent enough pace, good jumping reach, good strength. Let's see if we can get him on a free transfer. He'd want decent wages. Let's see what the situation is. We've got relatively limited budget. We've got about 15 grand in there. He's asked for considerably more than what he said. 9.5. Do me at 10.5. Do me at 11.5. Cool. So Pena as the possible starting striker should be good. I think we can transfer list some of these senior guys that don't necessarily look like coming through the position. Brunette's young, we don't need to sell him. Morales is a player that I don't see where he fits in, so let's see if we can transfer list these guys. Get some money potentially as a result. See if we can offer one of those other striker options a route in as well. Cordoba, okay, not quite so good in terms of his first touch. Homer Martinez, not as good as a target. Morera likes to be offside trap. That's not really what we're looking for. Pino, he's slower. He's slower but better in the air. I feel like Pino as the backup could be quite cool. Emergency backup, that's I'm on board with. 2.5k. That'd be quite nice. That'd give us a target forward and a backup target forward. That'd be quite cool. So he has to read an entire Shakespeare play or something. So we had to read poetry for 5 minutes. And the suggestion came in from Night of Knee as to the poem, Song of Myself by Walt Whitman. A nice long poem that's going to last the 5 minutes. So that kind of makes sense. Aguirre's, that's fine. I've probably transfer listed players that are going to be out of contract. I should probably check those contracts as well for the players that we said we're looking to build around. So let's see. Everyone that we wanted to build around is staying at the club, so that's fine. There is a backup centre back that's going to go, but we're going to get a backup centre back in, already arranged on a free transfer, so we can hope that's okay, right? Poetry at this hour. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? So the beard was protecting us from the inner poet. Is that it? Yeah, it's going to be Musterman poetry from here on out. Never going to do another FM thing. Don't quit your day job. That's fair. Maria who? Oh, I miss that. I will never top Maria ha, Maria who, Maria he. I knew he'd manage Boca. He's such a hipster. We put it to vote. To be fair. What happened to match the delay? So Ease of Tackles, there's a video about it over on Hood Gaming's channel, but the requirements for sorting it out it kind of took its toll. He needs to take a step away from creating. It's a shame because there's a whole load of games that I won that will never ever see the light of day. I believe it's all a conspiracy to keep me down. Musterman looking at players' attributes. What is this? Midlife crisis in full swing. It is. So, Ease of Tackles, we are doing this is a charity streamathon. We're streaming for 3 days, 12 hours each day, a Hexagon speedrun. We've got 6 hours in each continent, and the attempt is to try and win the major club continental competition in Asia, in Africa, South America, North America, Europe, and then the World Cup. We are currently on day 2, so we did Asia and Africa yesterday. We got knocked out in the second round in Asia. We lost in the semi-finals in Africa. And because of the time constraints, we don't get a second go at it. We have to move on to the next continent regardless. So we are currently 0 for 2. But that doesn't matter, because the whole point of this is a place to come, something fun, an exciting event, and hopefully to raise some money for an awesome charity. So Gamers Outreach are a US-based charity that provide equipment and support for hospitalized children to be able to access video games. When you find yourself hospitalized, whether you're an adult or a child, it's pretty damn scary. But as a child, it's even more scary. So it's all about making sure that there's an opportunity, an outlook for fun, for adventure, for stress relief, for normalcy or normality, depending on. Whilst Crudmo's in, he doesn't like me saying normalcy, because that's the most important thing to keep in mind here. We're raising money for an excellent cause. Absolutely incredible. If we get up to $700, I'll be restarting the hot sauce challenge, and then for every $50 thereafter, we move up. Hot sauce, hotter sauce, hotter sauce, hotter sauce. If we get to 1,250, there'll be a community games night as well, which I hope will be really, really cool. Every penny that we can raise for Gamers Outreach will be absolutely amazing. And there is a link up in the top right-hand side of your screens above the chat window. So if you are able to, and you're considering, go check it out. That'd be absolutely amazing. So we are here on number 3. This is our third continent. We put it out to vote out of the teams that finished near the top in Argentina and in Brazil. And Boca Juniors have won. So we're going to be doing... We've got attributes because we don't have the time to do long analysis. We will be using instant result quite a bit as well, because we can't play all the games. We will play every game in the competition. So in the Libertadores, we will play every game. But in the league, everything domestically will be instant result. He's not interested in joining America, so that's fine. Pino, we've got 2 guys in. That's great. That is absolutely fabulous. Two signings to start off with. Club America offering in again for Langoni. I'm guessing we probably won't be able to offer contracts to those guys. So we'll see. Wait, you have Kevin Zenon. He's my FM baby. You're a fan of Kevin Zenon, are you? He's already agreed to transfer, unfortunately. This was all organised before we took over. He looks pretty decent. We didn't bother looking at him because he wasn't going to be part of our long-term plans. But yeah, he looks okay. All these are fine. An offer in for Zalazar. His preferred destination would be there, but I don't want to sell him. What's the deal here? Yeah, okay. I think we can get him here up there. That would be a couple of grand more to keep him around. So if we do that and then reject the offer, I want to do the same with Langoni, potentially. He'd want a wage of 30 grand. We can't do that. So we'll say yes, we'll offer a contract, and we'll expect them to not be able to do it. Okay. They will let me, potentially. I'm on board with that. Let's try 32. Cool. Langoni feels like a player that we're going to build around, so that should be quite cool. So we're doomed, said RJ, the Skynet universe. It does feel like it. It was spun in the Wheel of Chaos, right? It was spun in the Wheel of Chaos, indeed. We've had to drop our captain, which is our star player, from the captaincy. So we've already pissed off one person, and we had to read poetry for 5 minutes. Part of that donation goal. So if you donate $10 and choose the Wheel of Chaos, we also spin a Wheel of Chaos, which I can show on over here. We've got a whole load of various things that can happen. Either they're going to impact the save, or they're going to impact the stream itself. So as an example, we're not going to do this right now because we need to do it, but we get part of the joke, which is we receive a memo from the owner that hemorrhoids is no laughing matter. He didn't appreciate the press referring to itchy bum time during the last game's coverage, and that means we've got to attend the next press conference and try and fit in as many puns as we possibly can. We were going to go with bum puns, but we ended up doing chicken puns last time round. So yeah, there's a load of silly little bits of nonsense as well that the Wheel of Chaos. You can get yourself up on the Wall of Awesome as well. Every single donation will find itself up there. So even if you've donated once before, you donate again, you end up there again, which, you know, get your name, fill my wall with your name. Right, he carried me in the Netherlands for a few years. Fair enough. Just trigger that extension clause, man. But if you trigger that extension clause, that doesn't make them, like, happy. That's the main reason why I avoid that. In fact, if they wanted to leave, they would have been unhappy. Fill my wall, you mothers. Exactly. Welcome in, it's me, Ronnie. Random question. Do I have a brother? I used to watch a streamer play FM back in 2017-18 who looked and sounded very familiar. No, I don't have a brother, I'm afraid. And yeah, I wasn't around doing streaming back then either. So it's not me. I have no idea who it might be. DMB, we're here for a season. Fuck them in their happiness. That's fair. That is very, very true. We don't need to worry about that. Okay. Outgoings. I think we can move on a little bit. Let's head on over. We're not actually taking control of the friendlies, but let's move forwards to those transfers coming in. All those transfers expiring as well. Make sure that we can see the lie of the land. So I probably wouldn't mind getting another centre-back. Ideally left-footed, if possible, just to add us a little bit of depth there. But we've got quite a lot of depth already. This is a very, very big squad. We haven't checked the reserves yet either, so that's probably something we should do accordingly. Just because we might have a star player in there that's kind of been frozen out otherwise. Shakira mad in the press conference. Yes, please. Well, we've got to hope that we spin it. Got to hope that we spin it. So what's the early game today? Because we're about 45 minutes away from the early Is there an early Premier League game today? I have absolutely no idea. I said I was shocked that I was right that Aston Villa were playing Southampton. City Palace. Oh, that's a bit of a... Palace can be a really, really fun team to watch, to be fair. City have been fun to watch this season in a bad way. There are lots of defensive errors. So maybe it's not the worst game on, but that doesn't... I don't know. If you say City Palace, I don't feel excited by that game. There doesn't feel like there's much at stake in it. So DM Basis is calling it 2-0 Palace. I think that's reasonable. Is it in Manchester or is it in London? A 2-0 win in Manchester would be incredible. Marv says it's football and I can watch it as I have Discovery Plus. I'll take it. That's fair. That's fair. But isn't that also part of the problem, right? It's because as long as football is on, I'll watch it. So the TV networks have a duty to choose the most exciting games. I think they should be able to change it at the last minute. You know, who cares about convenience for fans? Deal with it. All of a sudden your game is now on a different day. I don't mind. I'm being facetious there. I think it probably worth clearing that up. Cool. So we should get the players in now. We've signed a couple of strikers. There's a few players that were pre-arranged as well. So the question is obviously going to be, are they good enough at this level? I think that the strikers we've got are definitely the right mould of player for what we're looking to do. But, you know, we're going to be up against some very, very good teams. We discovered that with Mamelodi Sundowns. We got to the semi-final, we came up against Al Ahly, and we just weren't good enough. They had some phenomenal players, and Percy Tau in particular absolutely ruined us. Langoni's injury isn't too much of a concern. It's marked as red. We've got a load of wage rises. So we're 16 grand over budget. So to sign more players, we can't sign more players right now. It'd have to be sale first. Lucas Blondell was pretty solid. Dominic was a player I said is kind of a backup. Let's see if we can get more for him. No, it's non-negotiable. Don't worry about that then. These reserve players are all being sorted out by the other side. Loan doesn't exactly excite me as an option. Mentiel, Lucas Jansen. Someone wants Lucas Jansen. No. Does he have an agent? He doesn't. So let's offer via transfer room. Just say, offer out, whatever. Fernandez we want to keep. Blondell is transfer listed, so let's see if we can get a proper offer in. Potentially, that's great. Valenti we want to keep. Gorosito wants to leave. So let's see what the interest is there. Only about 300k. That's fine if that's what they're expecting. Valenti, let's get that triggered. Try and get rid of that interest. Fernandez, we can trigger as well. Laurentiel. He's not awful. Someone we can certainly work with. So we've got Pena in and we've got Pino in. That won't get confusing whatsoever. We can get those players gone, then we can look at centre backs. So I probably need to continue for dealing with those bids that are going to come in, because otherwise they might reject it. Potentially about 1 million raised, which should be all right. Got bids coming in that I don't care much about. Another Mendieta. Gorosito, no, not any of this nonsense. If you want him, you've got to pay for him. Lolo, Macias. Okay, that doesn't bode well. So we got a loan offer in rather than a proper offer of 300k. Gorosito no longer wants to leave. Okay. Contract extensions. We're offering for youth players. That's all being managed by our assistant manager there. So nothing great there. Moroni picks up an injury just for 4 or 5 days. Nice comfortable win. Why are you unhappy about him? He wants a new deal. Gonzalo Moroni. We can't whilst we've got no wage budget. So we're just going to ignore you guys. Mendieta's left for absolutely nothing. RJ's going for a 2-2 between Palace and City. That's where. What are people's predictions? What are people's predictions for any of the games, in fact, today? Let us know. That would be really, really cool. I'm going to say that Villa are going to not beat Southampton. We're going to somehow find a way to potentially draw 1-1. Maybe we end up scoring late on, so they take the lead, but we mess it up. We struggle. Gorosito, Blondell, get those guys gone. Use that money for other options there. Dominic wants to leave. That's fine. We need 1 million. It's still going to say 1 million. I appreciate you don't want to agree. There we go. You do want to agree. So Dominic could possibly go as well. He looked okay. Not like he's very, very specialist, which is really, really cool. Could definitely fit that role, but I'm not feeling confident. Is it Bayern Dortmund this weekend? 4-0 to Bayern. I mean, that seems kind of reasonable, to be fair. The way that Dortmund are defending at the moment, it could be very, very messy. DM Basis, your only predictions, your fantasy team will be shite. Oh, you and me both, man. You and me both. My word, I am shocked at how bad I've been at it this year. Ruiz, that's been rejected. A bid for Janssen. Would like to go to West Brom. He's not necessarily a starter, so I don't have any problem with that. Move that up a little. So yeah, if we can reinvest this money down at get a new centre back, we might well need to bring in some bits there. And Selminho will probably be unhappy about that. We can get Moroni a new deal potentially. That would be cool. So we just need to get those players sold first so we can sort out the budget. Oh boy, it's Union against Anderlecht. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? That's going to be a tricky game, surely. Caligari's come in. These players. I mean, it's a 99-man squad, right? So there's no reason to not have as many players as possible in there. So you might as well do every single one of these guys. We're allowed to add another 21 players potentially. I think we're all right. I think we're all right in that, guys. So Rangers are playing Aberdeen tomorrow, and Racing Santander, that's Racing Santander, who you've decided to adopt as your second club, also play tomorrow. Who are Santander playing? Castellon. You've already answered that question. A winnable game. Drew's in. Good morning, my dude. How are you, sir? Lovely, lovely to see you. That bid's still rubbish. Completely shaved. Will you grow the beard back or time for a new look? The beard will be back as soon as it can be. The beard has gone for charity. There's still opportunities. There's still opportunities to donate for Gamers for Giving. If you pop on over to that lovely link over on the right hand side, which confusingly for me is my left hand side for me to point. Yeah, that would be awesome. But we're going to be growing the beard back as soon as I possibly can. As soon as I possibly can. Right, RJ reckons that Anderlecht are going to lose 3-1. That's fair. That's fair. So DM Basis, you pretty much have a club in every country at this point, either due to FM or travel. I'll have forgotten about Racing in a few weeks. I mean, as long as those few weeks are fun, it's all good. So RJ, since Union came back into First Division, we've taken 6 points out of 39 against them. Is that 2 wins, or is that like 1 win, 3 draws, 6 draws, I suppose? Out of 13 games, that is shocking. Santander versus Barclays is the spicy derby. I'll see myself out. I mean, yeah, that should have been obvious. That was almost set up nice and easily, really. Let's say 1 million there. Right, okay, we're going to lose Dominic. That's fine. Let's have a look at all these players that we've got in the bench. So Gonzalez, he's a winger. He's not refined in terms of the mentals, but maybe should be all right. Here's a striker that's kind of all round okay. We'll move him to the senior squad. I want to focus on, yeah, players that are already kind of good. Good physically, not so good elsewhere. Baron, I mean, it's a great name. Good first touch, but definitely isn't first team ready. So if that's the standard of 2-star players, I'm guessing that we don't really have anyone down in the reserves that is ready to make the step up. So Jacko is looking forward to watching Arsenal versus Brentford if it's on the telly. There's always places to find it. There is always places to find it. So Crubmo, JT's only grumpy as he didn't think of that one himself. That's understandable. I mean, I would have expected Johnny to get there first. And so RJ, it's 2 wins, 11 losses. 12 after today's game, you guess. So Drew, I know it's for charity, which is great, but I always think it's hugely admirable when people change their look and their identity to raise funds. Kudos to you, my friend. Thank you very much. I'm delighted that it's going for a good cause.
Follow the trawler. It's because they think sardines will be thrown into the sea. Thank you.
Gotta love a little bit of Cantona. It's great to raise it for good cause. I'm just so not used to it. I am so not used to it. I'll get there eventually. Yeah, I agree that Moroni deserves a new contract, but we need to sell players first. Welcome in, the pie guy. How you doing, my man? You're loving the shaven look. Weird. It's weird. I'm glad. I appreciate it. I will definitely get used to it eventually, I'm sure. Now, a huge thank you. My word, that is absolutely incredible. Johnny, what a gentleman you are. $50 in. You are astonishing. And that means we've got to do a little something. First up, let's get the man on the wall. So onto the wall of awesome for every single donor. We have a spot of Johnny Trotter already on the wall. He should be up here. Johnny Trotter is already there. Let's keep him round on the left-hand side. This can be Johnny's side. And we might have to move Catch 22 later on. The wall of awesome for an awesome person. And that also means we've gone over $700, which means that this is where we restart the Spice Challenge. So let's get ourselves the Cherry Bomb sauce.
Honestly, I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
A little bit of context.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
So as part of the charity reward we are doing, every $50 that we reach, we will be moving along on this hot sauce challenge. We got up to the ghost pepper sauce last night, but today is a new day. So we start from scratch. Every $50 will be another sauce along the challenge. So we start off with a cherry bomb sauce. This is roughly 2,000 Scoville. So not too spicy, but it had a little bit of kick yesterday. After this, the next one will be a jalapeno sauce. So let's get ourselves dabbed up. Now this is a very runny sauce, so I can't necessarily show it particularly well to the camera. But let's go do the honors. There was a real good kick to that. I felt that one was more challenging yesterday, I believe. And I think maybe that's just a case of adjusting to it, considering we hit some very, very spicy sauces yesterday. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely giving me a nice ting right on the top of the tongue there. Fabulous stuff. Let me get myself a drink as well. Well, that does mean I need to update my lovely little graphic down at the bottom so we know what's coming up next. It's going to be the jalapeno hot sauce. So I do apologise. This is now a little bit of admin. So what are we using the hot one sauces? No, I went through and got a pack from the South Devon chili farm. which is really, really nice. They do a graduated one, and then I picked up a couple of extras to kind of balance it out. So the Carolina Reaper sauce, which will be the top goal once we hit $1,000 today. The Carolina Reaper sauce wasn't in the pack. That's much higher, and I think the Perry one wasn't in the pack. So it comes as a 5. I moved up to 7. So the seven rings of hell. Is it rings of hell? What are the 7 layers of hell? 7 levels of hell? The 7 steps of hell? The 7 floors of hell? I can't remember. It's one of those terms. The 7 verandas of hell. I think we're going for 7 verandas of hell. I mean, yep, sure. You might have said 7 circles of hell. But I'm going for the 7 mezzanines of hell. I think that's definitely what it should have been. So let's head on over back to the game there. We've got some stuff is moving on, which is cool. Ooh, that fallen out. So what shirt am I wearing? I am wearing a Slough Town shirt. The mighty Slough Town, indeed. Sandwiching Catch-22. That's what Catch-22 has wanted from you, Johnny, for a very, very long time. He sent me a message. He said, please, can Johnny Trotter sandwich me? So we sorted it out. So Jacko says, ever since you switched from TNT to Sky a couple months back, there's been hardly any games worth watching on there. Isn't that always the way? Yeah, we're going to decline on that. We've just extended Anselmo's contract against his wishes. And now he's unhappy. Yeah, deal with it. So trying to ask the same here. Where is Slough? So Slough is, I think it's technically London. But it's very much on the outskirts. Where London is, if you head to the west, it's around where Windsor is. It's famous for being the setting for the UK office, and for generally being considered a not necessarily great place to live. It's perfectly fine. It's just a relatively standard, run-down UK town. You know, it gets a worse rep than is necessarily fair, but also isn't anything particularly special that you'd want to say lots of nice things about necessarily. Right, 2 cells gone there. We'll have the other players gone and we can start making a couple of moves. I do want centre back. Do we have any options that could potentially be good at this level? Franco Calderon can jump, he can head, he can tackle, he can mark. Good positioning. He is right-footed rather than left-footed, but looks to be a good player all round. He is massively injury prone. That stopped me from going for it though. Jefferson Quintana, a Uruguayan. Probably right only. Alan Garcia is left-footed. Might be good enough for what we're looking for. Let's get him scouted. Actually, let's get him in for a trial. Jose Caldera, right-footed, might be okay. Rodriguez, right-footed. Let's focus on the left-footed players. Let's focus on at least strong left-footed players. So they can be right-footed, but just good on their left. That would be okay. Christian Berrio. Jumping's okay. No. Offer trial is what I wanted. There we go. Justin Medranda, I know is a player that can perform okay in certain simulations. So let's try and get Medranda in. Tamino's undersized. João Felix might be okay. Let's offer him in for a trial as well. Hopefully from those players we'll be able to find someone worth getting hold of. So Jack, it's a shame that you've got to pay money you have to just watch football. It is a shame. It is a very frustrating restriction in there. Christian Berrio rejected our offer because he had something lined up. Got those players in on loan. What's the deal here? We've got our first game coming up in a bit. We get one more friendly in. Not convinced that our assistant manager's done a good job with the friendly arranging there, but you know, we live with it, we learn. Welcome in, Graham. Lovely to see you, my dude. How you doing? So squash, yeah, we're on raspberry and lemon, I think, today. So, oh hell, indeed. Veranda, Indian. Who remembers from which show is that quote? Veranda, Indian. I'm assuming that's got to be Goodness Gracious Me, right? That's got to be one of the scenes where they're running through different things being Indian based on yeah, that's got to be. It's got to be Goodness Gracious Me. Right, Janssen sold. That's cool. Off to West Brom. That's 12 grand off the wage budget. So I think that allows us to sort out Maroney, who's unhappy. He's interested in staying. Perfect. Can we get him down a bit? We can't. We're not going to agree any of that, but we will agree your playing time. Drop that down here. Yeah, that's cool. That's one problem potentially solved there. Mezzanines. Yep, mezzanines of hell. Absolutely. Marv, nice one. I'm going to hit them up. It's so hard to get habaneros in the UK. I need to develop a mango habanero sauce. Yeah, definitely. I'll send you the link in the chat probably when we pop on a break at some point. But I've been really impressed. They taste quite nice. There's a real mixture in consistency, so it's not like they're all like majorly watered down or something. I believe most of it is grown UK based. I have a feeling that a couple of bits are imported. But yeah, generally speaking, pretty decent. Morentiel. He's not a player we were talking about starting, was he? So a decent bid for... We've got a bid there for 2.7. Let's see if we can get that up to 3. We'll pop an ultimatum to the other clubs. Maybe we do need a winger of sorts then, potentially. So you wouldn't go there, but you also wouldn't avoid Slough. Exactly. It's not something that I would specifically go out of my way to actively avoid, but I wouldn't go there just for the fun of it. So Jacko says, the first time you picked up FM, you did a Slough save. Lasted about 3 months before I was shown the door. I mean, that's the learning process, isn't it? That is absolutely the learning process. Slough like plough, not slough like clough or though, or through. Indeed. You got to love the British language, don't you? The British language, the English language. Right, all those bids have come in. We could probably do a bidding war, but I don't really want to fuss around on that at the moment. And if we can have him gone, then we can invest that into players in that role in behind the strikers. Exactly, you go leave us and go with your friend to Ministry of Sound. Indeed, it was Goodness Gracious Me. Boom. That's a show that I don't think I've ever watched back. Like, I would tune in and watch it every, like, I think it was a Friday night around, there's like the 9 o'clock run of shows. But it would never be something that I'd go out of my way to watch again. Brune's making progress. Is that work permit we're still waiting on there for Dominic? So yeah, we might need a couple of central midfielders, might need a striker as well. And we have got just over a week left on the window. So it's nice that the window closes before the league starts. But we've also now, we need to kind of get a move on with some of this. Jacko, safe to say I've barely improved since then. I'm sure you have improved immeasurably. I reckon you can last at least 4 months before getting sacked. Right, Barrios, that's fine. None of that's of particular use. Libertadores, we're going to skip the draw. We don't need to spend time watching it. It'll be interesting to see who we get. In the group stage, we have got Uruguay and Nacional. We've got one of the other teams we could have possibly taken control of, Sao Paulo. And we've got Zamora. Interesting. That is quite a nice little touch that that it was almost one of the teams we took over. Right, Dominic will be leaving. His work permit application is going to be around the last friendly time. Hopefully there'll be, that's 1 million. We'll get 3 million for the other guy as well, which should be fine. Decline, I'm sure we've set this up. Yeah, that's meant to be stuff, so we don't need to worry about that. So in Portugal, you had BrickCom shows on Saturday evenings in our second public channel. That's quite cool. So it's geared for less mainstream content. That's quite cool. Yeah, it's not pronounced like hiccup either. Hiccup is such a wonderful word. What a glorious spelling of any word that has ever existed. Satanda, Campanzaro. Actually, we might have enough in those defensive midfield spots. We are kind of going through and ripping apart the midfield line. So we could possibly do, we do need some strength there. 7 is your current personal record. I'm sure you've managed further than seven months, I'm sure. So that being said, you do own this nickname to RTP2 and all the glorious nonsense that aired. So that's how you stumbled upon Monty Python. Right, so Ezequiel Fernandez should be our captain. We've dropped him as per the Wheel of Chaos. Right, they're going to reject that. That's absolutely fine. So that's sorted. Ray Dominic has been sold. That's fine as well. Once we get that other player sold, that'll be cool. A maximum of 6 foreign players. We've got 3. We've got Lira, who's in the reserve teams. We've got the 2 strikers that we've signed now as well. Did they not play those strikers at all during pre-season? Quite possibly not. They've looked at this and said that neither of them are worth being starters. Right, the beginning of the season's possibly going to be a little bit rough. Because we're not involved in the process for the friendly games. We're going to need to get players up to fitness. But none of those games we're going to be actively playing. It doesn't matter too much in that regards. It's a narrow win against Cienciano. We're down in league. They are top Peruvian division. Okay, that's it's not too bad a result then. An away game in Peru. I will quite happily accept a narrow win. Please sell that other player whose name I definitely remember. Morentiel. Once Morentiel is gone, we can then use those funds elsewhere. So we might look to we have a lot of those kind of just all-round midfielders. We've got Fernandez as a star. We are absolutely rejecting that. Morentiel is sold. That's perfect. There, 1 player is unhappy. I can live with that. 2 players are potentially unhappy. So that gives us a wage budget. We've got 30 grand there. A small amount on transfer values. We'll look at those guys who are on those players that are, I can't think of words. Trial. That was the word I was looking for. Players that are on trial we'll look to sort out. We are playing a 4-2-3-1, so we want them to be able to play as a defensive midfielder. Steven Vega, good all round defensively. More of a Segundo Volante type, but can't dribble. Salazar is kind of another one of those all-round guys. Florentine definitely isn't good enough. Pereira doesn't necessarily fill me with great confidence there. Ignacio Silva. Yeah, nothing particularly great in that regard. Players that can play behind the striker. Jean Cordoba. Jean Cordoba could be an interesting option. It's not great, but he is kind of able to do a little bit of everything. Everton Galdino looks worse to me. Ladiso, more of a playmakery type. Left-footed, I don't mind the look of Ladiso. I think he could offer us depth. Guerrero, nothing special. Brian Ceballos. Lucas Rios. So Ladiso isn't injury prone. Let's see what he would want. 10k. If we get him under 10k, I'm okay with that. He wouldn't be a regular starter, but, you know, he doesn't need to know that. Okay, can we get him at 10? Let's have a look at these defenders. Madranda, not injury prone. That's a good sign. João Felix, not injury prone. Not good enough, though. Alan Garcia is injury prone. Also might not necessarily be good enough. So Madranda, let's see. Yep, I'm happy with that. Fringe player, 6 grand. That would give us our depth there. I think we're okay. I think we'd be all right with that. So Crodmo has a Cienciano shirt. That's quite cool. That's quite cool. Night of an E says yes again. Good influences from my older brother like Zappa, Pink Floyd, Queen, and other. And it all comes together. A nice like homogenous appreciation for the English culture of old. Well, not that old. Like not like Morris dancing. No one should have appreciation for Morris dancing. Right, we will reject those offers. So Jacko, are you a Slough fan though then? No, I'm not a Slough fan. We've got a whole load of shirts of teams that I don't support. There is a creator called Y Callum who's been managing Slough for the last few iterations of Football Manager, and he arranged a meet-up down at Slough where he was manager for the first half of the actual Slough team, which was quite cool. And whilst we were there, we thought we'd all try our best to show a little bit of support to the club themselves. So we've all gone and bought some Slough shirts. This was their kit from last season. So yeah, I've got a Slough shirt. Crodmo likes Night of Knee. He has good taste. He does. He has exceptional taste. Right, a big bid from no, it's not that big a bid to be fair. He does have a minimum fee release clause. Okay, he wants a deal, right? So he wants a deal, but he doesn't want a deal. Let's see. Hopefully the next time that he comes through and says, hey, I'm unhappy, we can try and sort that out, potentially. Gamma Jobber, Mr. Echo, welcome in, my dude. Welcome in. Lovely to see you. Yeah, what happened with the beard? It's been shaved off for charity. It's been shaved off for charity, Mr. Echo. And it feels weird. Feels very, very weird. But there are still opportunities to raise more. We're here for the next 2 days. Hopefully by the end of those 2 days, as much of the beard has grown back as we could possibly get. That would make me feel a little bit more comfortable. Sorry, not if it's associated with the unspeakable Hun. The unspeakable Hun? What did you call me, says DM Bassist. Indeed. Cronmo has Benfica and Flamengo shirts too. I mean, I don't think that counts. I think you should have to be banned from wearing any kind of red. I think it all counts. Right, so not as old as folklore. No, they showed us local folklore on TV when growing up. Yeah, you don't want to go too deep into the weeds of English folk. That is not fun. As someone that as a child used to go to folk festivals every year, you don't want to do that. You really don't. Right, is that the transfer window closed now? Have I been... Am I being stupid? The transfer window is closed, so those... Did I bid too late on them? I swear I bid on them before the transfer window. So we bid on them on Tuesday the 19th. The transfer deadline happened there, and there was like no urgency to get them finished. That's annoying. Oh, they're on free transfers, isn't it? Okay, so that's fine. That's probably going to be fine. Right, we've got an ad coming up. I need to go pee. I will see you guys in about 3-4 minutes.
Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually. We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners. We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up.
And we're back. We're back in time for the very first game. Granted, we're instant resulting. So, Jacko, I'm an Aston Villa fan for all my sins. Mr. Echo, no need to apologise whatsoever for not being around. I appreciate that you are here now. That's what the bit that matters. And like this is going to be absolute madness, I expect, over the course of the day. There's a lot going to be going on. Oh, we're not quite at the game. I thought we were at the game, but we're not. I'm wrong. Ah, boo. So can I tell you in a few words about progress? I can indeed. So we're doing the six continents. So yesterday we did Asia and Africa. In Asia, we failed. We were knocked out in the second round of the Asian Champion League Elite. So we headed over to Africa. We can't do it again. We only get the 6 hours per, well, roughly 6 hours per continent. So we moved over to Africa. We took over the Mamelodi Sundowns. And we had an astonishing run over in South America. We won the league unbeaten. We won the Nedbank Cup. We won the MTN 8 Cup. We won the African Super Cup. We won something else as well that I can't remember. And then we got knocked out in the semi-finals of the Champions League. So we failed in Africa as well. Blanco gets himself sent off. We do lose the opening game, which isn't a great sign. I wonder whether we're already in a position where, we expect it's going to be a little bit tricky these first few games, because I'm not convinced they did a great job of getting players fit during the pre-season, but we can't really micromanage, so we're going to be focusing on getting some of this fitness up over the first few. But if we end up losing like the first 5 or 6 games, we probably need to reassess potentially. So go pee, exactly. Go pee. It's the most important part of the day. And oh my word, thank you very, very much. Unfortunately, I have to refresh to get it all up on my lovely screen. But Mr. Echo, you are an absolute gentleman. And what happens when you donate? That is astonishing. I really appreciate it. You start as you end up on the wall of awesome. So let's get you up on the wall of awesome right now. My joggers keep on wanting to fall down as well. So where are we gonna? We've got Spot over on the left, on the right even here. We're going to get Mr. Echo 32. You're awesome, which is why you are now on the Wall of Awesome. Now, sure, there are some awesome people in the world that aren't currently on the Wall of Awesome. But if you are on the Wall of Awesome, you most definitely are awesome. So who are the awesome people that aren't on the Wall of Awesome? Mahatma Gandhi isn't on the Wall of Awesome. Is he awesome? Is awesome really the right word for him? Daniel Day-Lewis, as we were talking about yesterday, Daniel Day-Lewis is awesome. He's not on the Wall of Awesome. But there are also people that aren't awesome, not on the Wall of Awesome. Like, you know, Pol Pot is not on the Wall of Awesome, and he will never be on the Wall of Awesome. What am I talking about? See, I'm already reaching the talking nonsense stage of everything right now. It's all that getting up for the Wall of Awesome, making your joggers loose. Evidently, I'm not used to standing up. It's horrendous. Horrendous stuff. Right, let's get... Lodico is going to be registered. Madranda needs to be registered as well. So is there just one other player we're looking to wait on? Not senior-wise, so that's fine. So I think we're starting to get our squad looking a little bit like what we expected. Let's get these guys out. Madranda in. Blanco's picked up. Does that mean we're going to have to play... Right, Madranda can come straight into the starting lineup. Not fit. Right, Andrade didn't have a great game. Langoni didn't have a great game. So we could potentially look at giving... Let's just see how it goes. Let's say we're expecting players to be short of fitness, so we need to get them hopefully up. So you commented on donation, don't be shy. Long live to Musterman. Bless you. Bless you. Thank you very much, sir. Long live indeed. Long live. Right, that's a better result. Against Lannis, 2-0 win. Hopefully that first game isn't an indicator of how things are going to be. Maybe the red card made more of a difference than I recognised. Our next game is up against Independiente, who've had a pretty bad start themselves. They've got just 1 point from their opening 2 games. And then Copa Argentina. So I haven't actually checked when our group stage begins. But they're going to be the games that we play in proper detail. So, Loss, Heartbreak and Beardless are instantly your favourite Hall & Oates album. Nice. Nice. And so, for those guys that weren't along, like, towards the end of the evening last night, we were talking a bit about, like, favourite actors. It feels a bit weird to have I find it feels a bit weird having a favourite actor when ultimately your perception of them is based on them pretending to be other people. But yet, nonetheless, I'm a massive Daniel Day-Lewis fan. I enjoy absolutely everything he's in. When I hear that he's in a project, I get excited, which isn't that often because he was very, very selective over the projects he does. And there were some bad ones out of those very few that he did. So who are people's favourite actors? What is it that draws you to them? So Crodman comes in nice and early. Crodmo comes in nice and early. Leslie Nielsen, hands down. I mean, you can't disagree with that. And I suppose when you're looking at comedy actors, especially someone like Leslie Nielsen, it's a little bit more one track as well. You're not concerned about him playing a wide variety of characters. Oh, I hate you, Bournemouth. I hate you, Bournemouth. Minimum fee release clause means we're looking to lose Srirachi, so we'll need a left back. We need a left back, and that left back's going to have to be Santiago Montiel, perhaps. Former River Plate player, so that will go down very well. Yeah, Montiel looks like the best option out there. He's not willing to reduce his demands either. And to be fair, we're in a position where we can't really argue with that situation either. So we put the bid in for Montiel. I assume that we're going to see Srirachi leave. So we've got ourselves a left back. Let's get him registered. Right, our next game, we should have Blanco back, which is great. Valenti can be back in the middle. Mindrander comes back into the squad as well. So Fiegel drops out. Srirachi will keep out of the running. Better performance there. Langoni is going to drop down to the bench for Zalazar. A couple of games, that was like a 6.3 or 6.4 and a 6.8. So not, the second game wasn't quite so bad, but we would like a little bit of a change there. Zalazar wasn't great either. Moroni comes in with 2 assists, 1 for Pena and an own goal. Did I say got an assist for... Okay, nice. I'm not going to complain about that. A decent win. Let's get these guys rested. Our next game is in the cup, so we can get a load of the reserve players out there as well. Our Libertadores game isn't until March. I'm not convinced that we're set up well enough that we can get away with just leaving it to the assistant to pick the lineup. So we're probably not going to be going on holiday much. Over games, that is. So Mr. Echo is a fan of Christoph Waltz, a fine choice indeed. Definitely, like, he's a really engaging, like when he's on the screen, when he's talking, you really want to fix on what he's doing. Now, DM Basis will say it again, Takeshi Kitano, and also an addition at Robert Duvall. Interesting. What would you say is your favourite Robert Duvall film? Welcome in, Ismu. How are you doing? I was wondering what the Hexagon Challenge was about. So welcome in, Ismu. We're raising money for Gamers Outreach, which is an amazing charity that provides access to video games and support for playing those video games to children that find themselves hospitalized. Obviously, that's a really scary situation for any child to be in. So being able to provide them an outlet for like fun and adventure, and also a little bit of normalcy to their lives as well, massive part of the recovery process. And they're doing this streamathon. Well, they're doing this LAN party out in America over the 11th, 12th, 13th of April, and we're doing the streamathon because we're not there in person over those 3 days as well. So we've got 3 days, 36 hours. 6 trophies. We are aiming to win the major club continental competition in Asia, which is the Asian Champions League. In Africa, the African Champions League. In South America, the Copa Libertadores. In America, the Champions Cup. In Europe, the Champions League, and then finish with the World Cup. Now, I'm going to... I'd normally assume that you are familiar with Football Manager, but just in case you're not, it is particularly difficult to complete a season in just 6 hours. I mean, if I to take my normal streams, for example, we're probably looking at it taking about 48 hours in game to complete a season. And yet we're aiming to complete 6 in just 36 hours. So if we fail to win the competition in the continents, we still have to move on, I'm afraid. And that's what's happened so far. We were knocked out in the second round of the Asian Champions League. Managing Hiroshima. We then went to the Mamelodi Sundowns in South Africa, and we got knocked out in the semi-final of the Champions League. And now we're over here in the Copa Libertadores with Boca Juniors, hoping that we can turn things around and do a little bit better this time round. Right, let's get these players in. Where is Madranda in? Caligari's the new signing at right back. Diego Moya is not even available. Montiel is... Let's get Montiel onto the bench. We're going to have Mata in midfield. We're going to have Campanzaro in. Langoni. Ladis there. Langoni there. Langoni, Zaladar, That's a fully rotated team, I think, apart from the goalkeeper. So we're expecting probably to lose this game because of the lack of fitness. Okay, the difference was enough. Got a good result there. So thank you very much for the follow, Zamalek. Welcome in. Interesting. Sorry, Zamek. I read that as Zamalek because it was Zamalek who ended up winning the Champions League in Africa. Let's move on to that game there. Thank you very much for the hydrates, guys. Let's get this all nice and lubricated. So Gramo says, you mean Leslie Nielsen wasn't really the doctor on that plane? Apparently not. Apparently not. So Dan Baser says, look, as good as he obviously is, I think he's criminally underrated for his performance in both of the Godfathers. That's fair. And Apocalypse Now, of course. Difficult for you, maybe. Indeed. Indeed. Acropolis Now. Lovely Greek restaurant near me. It's a good name. A good name. So yeah, listen, that was the thing. It should be a really, really nice it's a lovely event. A fantastic work being done by the Gamers Outreach charity, by a load of other streamers as well. We popped out and saw a wonderful person playing MLB The Show last night as well, which is T Smalls. Absolutely fantastic. You've got creators all around the world doing it. Really, really cool. We're rejecting those offers. Yeah, those trials coming to an end are absolutely fine as well. So Dan Basis plays stupidly quickly, which is probably why I fail so often, to be fair. I mean, you do play a crazy amount of saves. You need to get through it quickly to be able to abandon it for the next one. It's the max power way, indeed. Indeed. I do need to hydrate often. That is very true, thank you. As long as Pyramids FC don't win anything, I'm happy. What is your beef with Pyramids FC? Let's see what they put in. If we were to quick pick, that's pretty close to what we'd go for. Weigand, Blanco, Valentino, and Salme. Pena back in. So the only change potentially is Salazar seems to have had a better start to life than Langoni has. So I think I'm quite content with that. Let's get these guys on holiday. So Pyramids FC are basically the RB Leipzig of Egypt. Fair enough. Saudi money. Right, makes sense. The 4-3-2 formation just won't get them anywhere. I mean, Pyramids do definitely have one of the best names for like a tactic that could literally be named after you. Right, Valenti's out injured, so thank God we signed Madranda. He's going to come into the lineup there. Let's put Campagnaro on the bench. Our next game against Deportivo Riestra. So that first game, the opening game of the season, home defeat 1-0. Whilst we're down to 10 men, currently looks like it's a blip rather than indicative of how things are going to go. But let's not get carried away. Could also have been that we've had quite a few favourable matchups. Now, Independiente should have been quite a difficult one. Yeah, we know about Valente's injury. It's fine. No, RJ. No. The game's only been playing for 10 minutes. Incredible. So Jacko said, would you say FM is worth playing now? Haven't played it for a year, and with FM24 being cancelled, is now a good time to pick it up again. I mean, as with you will find out, Jacko, I often sit on the fence. Like, there's no reason not to play it. If you want to play FM, why not play it? It's going to still be around for at least another 6-7 months before the next one is out. More than enough for you to get your teeth stuck into. But if you're only thinking about playing it because you feel like you should, rather than you've got the urge to start playing AFM, no need to force it either. Like, it's just embrace it. If you feel in the mood, give it a whirl. There's nothing that bad can come from giving it a go. Pardon me. But if you do, then if you are trying to force yourself to play because you feel like, oh, there's a big gap, so I need to get into this in this time, I don't think you're going to enjoy that moment. It's all about having that drive and that desire to specifically want to play that makes a difference. So yeah, Turkey Al Sheikh, who now owns Almeria, bought a second tier side, moved them to Cairo, pumped a bunch of money into them, and tried and failed to become the new force. I mean, that last part kind of makes everything okay, right? Like, as long as there was failure along the way. So Eze scored. Awesome. The one player you didn't have from Palace in your FPL. Typical. It's almost like they probably knew. They probably knew and did that just out of spite. So you thought you would shave your beard when you reach goal of these streams. So Mr. Echo, that the way it worked was we had an original goal of $700, and when we reached a value ending in 50, we did a hot sauce. When we reached a value ending in 00, so $100, $200, $300, $400, we shaved off more of the beard with each step. So yesterday we got up to might have been 50. It might have been the other way round. Ended in 50 was removing the beard. We got up to $670 by the end of the stream last night, and that meant all the stages of losing the beard. I'm absolutely blown away. You guys were absolutely incredible. The support, we virtually hit the target for all 3 days yesterday. We've now increased the target, so we got to 670 yesterday. I've pushed that up to another 500. If we can get $1,250 over 3 days of streaming, that would be incredible. Fantastic for the cause. We are currently at 725, so if we get another $25, we move on to the next hot sauce, which is a jalapeno hot sauce. Now, we did do a little bit of this yesterday. We will do this every day for the hot sauce challenge. That one had a real kick to it. I was surprised because jalapenos aren't necessarily that spicy, but it had a real nice bite on it and really lingered on the tongue. I think we stick with our same lineup. No reason to change a winning formula, right? He's never going to reach the goal of these streams. We're going to just constantly move it away. No, the idea isn't to constantly move it away, but as we get above targets from here on in, we'll do the hot sauce thing every day. But we'll try and have something big at the end of it. So if we hit 1250, we're going to be doing a community stream, probably on what would be my birthday on the 25th of April. So we'll have votes over in Discord as to what games we're going to play and something that everyone can get involved in, which hopefully should be quite fun. A massive win against Banfield. Okay, I think the tactic is fine. I'm feeling a little bit more confident in that regard. This isn't too far away from the lineup that they suggested as well. So there's possibly the chance that we can get away with leaving this entirely to our assistant manager and holiday through, so we don't have to do the instant resulting bit. So DM Basis, you need to find one of those online sites to avoid so I don't accidentally watch the Palace game. That is a very, very good idea. You don't want to... You need to know which sites to avoid so that you can't accidentally stumble across them. But I find that, generally speaking, if I'm looking for something, I would like think of the month that we're currently in, and then like an Americanized... Like, I'd put a dot after the month. Then I'd take the Americanized version of the word football. And then another word for a river that could also describe the type of thing it is. Then a number. A number above 100, perhaps? No, a number above 99, but below 101. .io. That wasn't even remotely subtle. I do apologise. Right, another bid. There's bid coming in for Kevin Ortiz from Corinthians. Corinthians just want all our players. We're evidently onto a good thing with our options there. Fernandez wants a new contract. I'm happy to discuss that. 28 from 15. It's probably reasonable, to be fair. You don't get to choose any of that malarkey. Try down there. 27, cool. So that should take us... Oh no, we'd stay within our wage budget still, which would be cool. All of this, that's nothing of great consequence. So, Dean Base, you knew you should have stuck a cheeky wee bet on. I mean, there's still plenty of the game left, but it is looking like that 2-0 is a pretty good shout. It's definitely a pretty good shout. So Jacko, yep, I for sure I feel inspired after binge watching all the Moneyball clinics. May give it a shot again then. Go for it. As I say, what's the worst that can happen? You spend a few hours playing a game. You maybe decide you're not actually in the mood for it. You've still spent some hours trying something that you weren't otherwise going to or haven't done for a while. And that's always fun. Right, Valenti is still a little bit away. Moya should probably be on the bench somewhere. Let's get him in for there. Let's give Pino another chance up front. Let's give Langoni a spot out there as well for Salazar. And let's see how we get on there. How do we get on there? Echo, I get it now. I hate spicy. I feel good that I'm not sitting there. I mean, hey, that's a good win. I like spice. My body does not like spice. That is what I've learned over the years. That said, I do prefer something that's kind of piquant, something that maybe has like a fruitiness to it, some sweetness to it. Whereas some of these things that are just like pure heat. Oh. It's a big double save from Henderson. RJ, the riddle's too hard for you. What's the riddle? Oh, right, okay. Yeah, it's april.nfl.flood.4.io. Exactly. There's no dots between NFL and flood and 4. Good. We've made sure that we're going to avoid that site. Beautiful. Quadmo has also never used that website and would not recommend it to anyone. Yeah, 100% don't. I definitely don't find that the first, second, fourth, and generally the bottom 2 links are the most stable for me. I definitely don't find that. Yeah, it's a shame. You'll never know which site to avoid, unfortunately, RJ. And you might accidentally stumble across it naturally now, which is worrying, because sometimes they're just the kind of words I accidentally write into the search bar apropos of nothing. It's scary. Very, very scary indeed. I don't know. Do I have any others bookmarked? I do, yeah. I know that I used to use one for very important people. Very important people lined up in a line in a specific direction. But I can't remember why I stopped. I'm guessing it just used to be a little bit less stable. Lots of injuries coming in now that we're about to head towards the competition proper. Ladiso, new signing, is out for 2 weeks. Mata, he's a fringe player, out for 9 days. Valenti should be back soon. Oh, actually, most of those guys are back from injury already. That's fine. So 50 players we're allowed to register. We have a senior squad currently of... Did he reject the deal? No, he just hasn't made a decision on it yet. Fine. We need 3 goalkeepers. That's fine. No. If we have reserves, how many of that number does that take up? Right, let's ignore the guys that are going to be leaving. Free transfer. So then we can still sign 3 players in the later stages. That should be okay. surely we're not going to need like a whole new squad after the summer window. So surely if we end up somehow in some kind of injury crisis, we then have the reserves available to us. At least that's the theory behind it. Right, Ladiso's injury means we pop no one on there. Let's undo that. Let's go Mata out, Ladiso out. So Figal in, Gonzalez in. We're going to rotate some of these players as well because we've got the game coming up just around the corner. So Moya can come in. Blanco can come out for Montiel. Fernandez can come out for Campenzano. And one player in the attacking line. That one player in the attacking line can be Moreno. So we might lose this game as a result, but that does save us for the Champions League. Or the Copa Libertadores, I do apologise. Bill's in, welcome in. Oh my god, that's a crazy game. Is that 5-4? 5-4. What a result. So that puts us top of the league as well. Beautiful stuff. An increased deal for Luca Andrade. He's only on 1,500. He wants like 3 grand. I'm absolutely fine with that. But we don't do that bit there. 3.2. Oh, minimum fee release clause, minimum clubs. I'm afraid that's got to be 15 mil. So let's push your wage up there. That I'm fine with. So yeah, welcome in, Bill. How you doing? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. We're feeling fresh given yesterday. Barry's back. Welcome back, my dude. How you doing? We've got Fernandez committed. That is marvelous. Ortiz picked up a yellow card. He's going to miss a ban, miss some games. The next game against Vélez, he's going to miss. But we head on. He should be available for that game against Sao Paulo. You'd have joined earlier, but I'm in the progress of moving houses. I mean, no worries whatsoever. That sounds like a very, very stressful time. No one enjoys moving house. So do you have a date in particular that, or are you literally moving house this weekend? Or is it just the prep for it? So RJ, did we win the Champions League yet? Sadly not. Sadly not. But this time, this one is going to be the successful month. This one is absolutely going to be the successful month. Let's go back to the quick pick. Ortez and Fernandez swap round. Valenti's back, but we're not going to put him straight back into the lineup. Langoni, Moroni, Andrade, Pena. There's our full strength team, which is cool. Ladis won't be available. Figo will. We finally get to our first proper game. Our first proper game of the stream. It's only taken 2 hours and 40 minutes. That's pretty good time for me. Stop bidding for my players, Corinthians. And it's probably going to be the hardest game of the group stage as well. Sao Paulo away. They are obviously the big team in the group. One of the teams that we almost took over ourselves. Welcome in, Lord of Dunfor. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. So is this the Mustermann skin? It is not the Mustermann skin. In the description over there on YouTube, there is a link to the Gamers for Giving skin, which has just been created specifically for this challenge, for the charity streams that we're doing over these next few days. Right, let's head on in and actually play a game. How about that? So you'd have joined earlier. Yep, so I had to catch that. The real Champions League was the friends we made along the way. Exactly. We'll go with the pressure's all on them. Let's see how they react accordingly. And here is our first game. Sao Paulo, managed by Jair Ventura. They've got Lucas Moura on the right. They've got Jonathan Caleri up front. Some good attacking options. But we have Shakira. And that's got to count for something, right? It's 2-0 Palace. Oh, DM basis. Typical. Who scored that one? Richards on corner. Nice. So you're moving with your partner and 2 cats with a deadline at the end of the month. But the new place needs some work and I'm the worst handyman of all time. So in between, I also have 2 business trips. It's been nuts. That sounds like a very, very crazy... Well, what? You've got like next 3 weeks or so. The next few weeks are going to be absolutely manic. I wish you all the best with it. Right, De Bruyne has hit the post. Pep is washed. Well, I mean, they've solved it, right? They signed Kusanov, they signed Nico, they signed Marmoush. That means that everything's all good now. Right, Iran is on a yellow card. We've had the momentum's been in our favour, but there haven't been any shots so far, 12 minutes in. Hopefully we can change that now. Blanco plays it through to Moroni. Moroni drives to the left. Clear around, friends are helping a lot. That's good to know. That is good to know. Where is a Shakira song? Unfortunately, I don't have a Shakira song because I didn't know we were going to be Shakira until about 3 minutes before the stream. João Pedro with the corner to the far post. Caleri heads it. It's a sucker punch. A sucker punch. Jonathan Caleri, the target at the far post. João Pedro up against... To be fair, Fernandez isn't going to win that, is he? He's never, ever going to win that. And there has been a slight shift in momentum in Sao Paulo's favour, so maybe we need to get a little bit more control. But here's a chance for us to break. Pena plays it across to Langoni. We're flooding forwards, but Langoni decides to take it on his own, creates the space, sends the cross in. Cavallina claims. These hips don't lie. They don't... Lucky that my breasts are small and humble. That you don't confuse them with mountains. Caleri, the former Boca boy, indeed. Sickening, isn't it? It should be 3 after that. Oh, what's happened there? There's more goals for Palace in this game. City look lost. Are they just down tools? Just decided, fuck it doesn't matter anymore. So both teams have scored with their only shot on target so far. We've generally looked okay, but yeah, we're not creating enough shooting opportunities, I would say. So we're doing well. A draw away from home is a pretty good performance against Sao Paulo, but we do need to make some changes. I think that change is going to involve, one, asking him to cut inside and dribble less. That's something I generally like off my fullbacks. I'm going to bring on Diego Moya to the yellow card. Ortiz is on hold position. Fernandez isn't. That should be absolutely all right. Moroni's done well. Haven't seen anything of Andrade, if I'm going to be completely frank. So we're going to bring on Salazar, swing Langoni over to that side, pop him on an attacking duty. See if we can get a little bit more presence in the box with the change of roles. So it's 3-0 Eze. Offside. Yup, offside. Almost 3-0. This is embarrassing. A City is doing comeback. Have they now... Are you suggesting that they're just kind of like playing it cool so that they can do a comeback? Or have they just pulled one back? Right, here's Galoppo. Back to Nestor. Caleri. Thiago Maia. Thiago Maia's a quality player. Thank you, by the way, for the hydrate, Mr. Echo. Moya steps in. Read it well. Moroni to Langoni. Back to Ortiz. We need to be perhaps a little bit more forward thinking. There's a great opportunity to counter there. But we hold on to the ball. We wait patiently. And now Salazar is over. He loses out. They can't clear their lines properly, though. Ortiz once more to Moroni. Out to Salazar. Salazar's got past Arana. Sends the cross in. And there is... I don't think he would. I think he's a troublemaker. Paulista plays it through. Allen's through on goal. Allen whips it. I assumed that we were just seeing another throwaway there. But we've got lucky. Montiel now with the corner. Montiel, swing it in. It's going to be to the far post. Ceballos gets there, and Caleri comes away with the ball. He clears it up to Paulista. Paulista, look at your man coming over. Look at your man, Allen. Oh, Moya. You weren't paying attention. Now here's Nesta. Nesta shot is hit into the body of Anselminho, and we survive. It's been a late rally from Sao Paulo. A late rally. Can we hold on? Not with passing like that, we can't. There's just 24 seconds left. Diego Costa on the ball now. Diego Costa sends it long. Whisker asleep. Calpalista's in behind. He sends the cross in. Moya gets it clear. It's out for a corner. This is surely the last attack of the game. The last attack of the game. It's going to be Alanzinho sending it into the far post. Nesta rises and it's over. That's got to be enough. Calm. 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 That was more nervy than it should have been. We played well. We fell apart at the end there. Those adjustments didn't help us keep things in control. But we have got the win, which is the bit that matters. That's the tone setter for the competition. We should feel reasonably positive from that regards. Now into the league. Next game is a home game against Vélez Sarsfield, and then another Libertadores game that follows thereafter. A 2-1 to De Bruyne from a free kick. There we go. Mr. Echo called it. You said 2-2, but at this rate it's going to be 4-4. So De Bruyne is how I picture RJ looks. Ginger hair, ruddy cheeked, just in from a field of cows. A red hair Italian. Say Italiano. Just your grandma, fair enough. RJ is the best thing to come out of Italy since Eiffel 65. But Eiffel 65 Italian. And is that really the best thing that's come out of Italy in the last 30 years? Oh dear. And Lord reckons that Romario can probably still start for Sao Paulo now. To be fair, Romario could probably still start for a lot of teams now. He always has that kind of aura that he's the best footballer in the room, even amongst modern players somehow. It's 2-2. Marmouche has scored. Well, there we go, DM bassist, I suppose. Just now, if Marmouche gets his goal, we just need Palace to get back ahead and everything can be good. What about Bunga Bunga parties? I mean, yeah, okay, Bunga Bunga parties probably are better than Eiffel 65. I'm not sure what the conversion rate is. Like, how many Bunga Bungas do you get for a Blue 65? For a Blue 65, for an Eiffel 65. But there feels like there should be some kind of conversion rate. Campenzano wants to leave, but our window is closed, so we say no. I mean, we'll say sure, but give us loads of money. $7.5. It's a long way above his valuation. We can kind of make do, I suppose. The group stage should be fine. So if we've got the away win against Sao Paulo, we should feel reasonably confident about the group stage. Tanda on the bench. Ladiso still not quite there. Mata's still not quite there. Let's get Valentini back into the starting lineup. Give Montiel some game time. Moya a start. Pino as well. And who's that winger? Who's the right winger? The right wing guy, Salazar. Get Salazar in. So hopefully enough changes we can stay reasonably fresh. We get the win. Luca Andrade. It's just 1-0, but that's still a win that counts. Moroni is probably not going to play in the next game. I doubt we're going to risk him on that basis. So Mr. Echo, no, I bet it on 2-0. Odds were 4.5. I want City to win. Fair enough. Fair enough. Marku 10. Does anyone know if Football Manager is going to be free? Absolutely no idea. Occasionally they do deals over on Epic, kind of near the end of its shelf life. So they did one last summer, but then obviously FM25 got delayed. I have no idea what Sports Interactive's plans are. We're in kind of a little bit of a unknown world with what's going on, so I don't know if you can expect that to happen again this summer coming up. I expect there will be times it will end up on sale, so not necessarily completely free, but it's just a case of keeping your eye out, maybe setting up a notification. Good. Welcome in, Jarvis. Lovely to see you, my dude. How are we doing? Doing all right. You're doing all right. How are you? How's your Saturday morning been so far? Eiffel 65 was in 97. It was indeed. Was it 97? Do you know what? In some regards, I feel like it was earlier. I thought it was more like around 94, 95, but no, must have been secondary school. Yeah, that tracks. Right, Moroni out, Moreno in. Ladis is still not quite there, so I put Gonzalez on. Ortiz comes back into the starting lineup. Campagnaro on the bench. Mata we will leave out of the lineup. We bring in Weigand, whatever his name is. We bring Pena in as well. So I think, left back. Blanco gets the start. That can do. That should be fine. Home game now against Zamora FC. Owned by Bobby Zamora, famously. That's definitely what that is all about. Let's have faith in you guys and head on in. Yes, we're in South America now, Joust. We're with Boca. It didn't end too well yesterday. We got knocked out in the semi-finals of the African Champions League. Absolutely spanked by Al Ahly, who then themselves got thrashed in the final anyway. So now we're over at Boca, hoping that we can get our first major championship with the Copa Libertadores. We're starting okay. We lost our opening game competitively in the league, but I think we've won every game since then. However, this is only the second game we've properly managed. So, it's probably around time that we end up throwing it away. Pena with the header. It's a good save. Another corner coming. So, Mr. Echo, it was on Epic Games on December. That's how you got it. Keep an eye on it. Yeah, it's just about keeping an eye. The two members of Eiffel 65 were born in 1770. Oh, you assumed that RJ was saying that he was older than the members of Eiffel 65. Nobody knows. That is trivia. Right. Chavez claims it. Can we build up from deep? 20 minutes into the game, the only highlight we've really had is that one from the corner. Blanco down the left. Plays it through for Andrade. Can Andrade find a man here? He takes a shot. Corridor. He tries to catch him out in the corridor of uncertainty. But he makes a save. Here's the corner. And it's Corridor who claims it. 1997 secondary school. Bloody youngster. Only just into secondary school as well. You were 14, RJ. Dang. Pena with the header in our quest to get to the next round, so I'm feeling kind of positive. I'm sure that will change in a moment as we can see the last minute equaliser to Zamora. Marquez cuts out, Valentini will gain. He plays it to Blanco. Blanco crosses it early. Pena gets it cleared. Here's Salazar now. Weigand on the overlap. Weigand, get that cross into the far post. Velasquez gets it clear. Blanco, we're just going to keep on crossing it. Someone will eventually win a header. No, it's going to be Ortiz with a shot from the edge of the box. Blanco, once again, crosses it in. Pino, again, doesn't win the header. Weigand now. Weigand to Ortiz, out to Blanco. Blanco's shot is weak and saved by Corridor. Says Eiffel 65 or Benito Carboni. Who was Italy's greatest export? I mean, Benito Carboni definitely wins that hand down. We all know that Italy's finest export is pizza with ham and pineapple. Obviously, that's Hawaii's best export via Canada. Right, here's Weigand. Weigand sends the cross into the far post. Andrade can't get there. It's cleared by Zamora. Valentini wins the challenge on the halfway line, and now Blanco comes forward. His cross is in. It falls to Fernandez. Fernandez with a cross, maybe. Nope, he goes to Weigand. Weigand shoots. Corridor saves. It's just, we are very one track. We're going to run down those channels. We're going to send a cross in. We're not going to win the header. Here's Salazar. Salazar beats his man. Salazar from the angle. It's another good save from Corridor. Out for a throw in. The pressure is endless. But Zamora still hold on. They hold on for dear life. They've managed to relieve themselves. That's not what I meant. Blanco with the corner. Valentini was the target. It's come to Moreno on the edge of the area. Moreno with a shot. Corridor knows what was coming. Just stands up tall. Langoni is coming on the left. Fernandez is looking tired. So on comes Campuzano. I think we're just going with those two changes. I'm expecting you to perform. Let's see how they get on. Extra pineapple, in fact. I'm right. So how's Sydney today or tonight? It's definitely tonight, isn't it? It is definitely tonight. Sydney Sweeney, she's probably fighting away your thousands of DMs. Marcel using the standard version of the game. I have tried the FM tweak. I will repeat this every single time it gets asked. I appreciate that people are trying new things. I think it's great to see the modding community be active and try different things. I just prefer the vanilla match engine. I feel that it's less compressed. So what? I don't get what was the Quokka tap joke? I need to understand. I feel left out. Ortiz has picked up a thing, so let's ease off tackles and almost missed the highlight. Moroni to Fernandez. Here's Pino to Langoni. The keeper was down. He didn't know though. His back was to goal. The opportunity goes. We've got a corner now. And it's 17 hours direct to London. Oh, that is long. I would accept death by Quokka. Fair. And it is neighbours related. Absolutely. Here's Andrade. Andrade sends it out to Langoni. Langoni sends the cross in early. Pino gets the header. It's looping. It's an easy gather for Garcia. That's 24 hours to Oz as there's a stopover. Yeah, Florida's about 8. That sounds about right, yeah. So Crodmo flew to Sydney. It took 21 hours. So anywhere between 17 and 24 hours. Those are long flights. Casey, welcome in. Christ almighty, where's the beard? Well, we're doing a charity stream, Casey. And what that's meant is that over the course of the last day and a bit now, the beard has been shaved off. Various goals to shave off more and more of the beard as time went on yesterday. And suddenly I'm feeling very, very naked and exposed. Zerachul, man, you want to go to Australia? Every time we plan it, it's freaking COVID or work-related cock-ups that make it a no-go. That is frustrating. Much lurking for me early today. Wife is keeping me busy doing house stuff. But soon I drive her to the hairdresser so I get free time. Well, you get plenty of free time as well. I mean, a hairdresser, that probably means you get like most of the afternoon to yourself. So there's a band called Quokka who make instant hot water taps. Right, okay. That makes sense. We have one. The joke was quicker and Quokka. That's Michael. Welcome in, my man. Lovely to see you. Up and about, but have to head in for platelet donation this morning. So probably just listening on the car ride in. Well, welcome in this morning. Lovely to see you. Platelet donation as well. What a lovely thing to do. I imagine that. Is that like giving blood in so much as you're going to then be quite woozy afterwards? Are you allowed to ride home after doing so? Andrade with the shot. It's deflected. We've been putting them under pressure. It's a good start to the game for sure, but we could do with getting that goal. All right, Lestry's off to bed now. See how you're going in the morning. Thank you very much for dropping by, Lestry, and yep, catch you in the morning, my dude. Yeah, we're doing well, but we're not taking our chances. And here, Nacional to come with the sucker punch, I fear. Oliver with the cross in. Carnero wins it. We've struggled with set piece. I feel like the Sao Paulo's first goal was a cross to the far post, a corner to the far post. Both of Nacional's chances so far have been corners. Sao Paulo had a couple of others from corners as well. We didn't concede any shots, I don't think, to Tempoli. Was it Tempoli? No, it was Zamora. So we don't have anything to judge there. But we might need a set-piece coach. We are leaving that up to set-piece coaches, and it's not been impressive. Right, Anselmino across to Valentini. Valentini comes forward, finds Blanco on the left. Blanco has space ahead of him. Blanco drives into said space. Blanco sends the cross into the far post. Langoni with a header. It comes off the post. Cleared away. Looks like we're heading for 0-0 at the break. Unless we can do something here. Moroni with the corner. Sends it flat. Pardon me. Pino with the header into the side netting. So Dimbase has done a proper check. 19 hours 50 minutes from Edinburgh to Perth via Dubai. That's the quickest route available for me from Scotland. I'm guessing, yeah, I think direct into London's from London might be possible, but that's going to just take you all that time to get into London as well. So clearly you need to move south of the border. It's the only solution. Right, I'm not happy that we haven't managed to take the lead. Ortiz's booking means we're going to bring on Campenzaro. And I realise there's something I haven't done. Between those games, I should have popped on over and done something, because we had a donation from the wonderful Bill Houdini. That means he needs to get himself up onto that wall of awesome. So let's get Bill onto the wall. Bill Houdini 24, thank you very much for the donation. You are up on the wall of awesome. We are starting to run out of space on said wall of awesome. We're going to have to move over into the other part of the corner. Your name is Barry McCockiner. We should have changed it to Barry McCockiner. I do apologize. What a wonderful pun name that is. Yep, so those changes are fine. We're good. I already lost track of what we were doing in those few moments. So in case you guys are wondering, you're new in here, this is a charity stream. We are raising money for the awesome Gamers Outreach, their Gamers for Giving streamathon, as Moroni shoots wide. A fantastic charity that is all about provision of video games for children who are currently hospitalized. Really cool. If you head on over to that link at the top, you've got more information about what they're doing and the various rewards. So if you donate $10, you can get a spin on the Wheel of Chaos, which will impact what we're doing on this stream, either within the save itself or things that I have to do. If we get to $750, we're 25 away. I need to do another hot sauce, and every $50 we're going to be moving those hot sauces into more and more spicy. And talking about spicy, we're 1-0 down. We're 1-0 down. Pinero with the cross sends it in. Carnero with the header. Chavez had started diving before the header had been made, and subsequently dived past the ball. Can we respond immediately from the corner? With Moroni is going to take. Moroni to Pino. Pino's header is over. That's now his 5th shot, I think. But he's not managed to impact the scoring right now. So let's push this up. Let's get a little bit more attacking. Not been good game from our attacking midfielders. So we're going to bring on Moreno. We're going to bring on Ladico as well. And up front, are we going to give the youngster a chance? Let's give Moreno a chance here, and he's going to play as a advance forward as we chase this game. We chase this game in the half, so we're going to be a little bit more direct. We've moved up to attacking. 3 changes. Let's see if we can get that equaliser. 19 hours, Edinburgh to Perth. Christ, Scott Rail is bad these days. But trainers OP, says Zerichel. Edinburgh to Santander, return flight $39. Edinburgh Airport to Edinburgh Gateway tram station, £7.50. That is incredible. That's what we needed. There's the equaliser. That makes us feel a little bit better. We've done great at getting shots in the box and inside the box, but a lot of them have been headers and things like that from corners. We haven't been particularly good at getting them on target. Let's just see this highlight before we make our next change. Fernandez on the ball, finds Campenzaro. Blanco can't get past his man. It's cleared only as far as Regant. Langoni, back to Fernandez. Over the top, Moreno goes for the header. He was offside anyway. It was a weird decision. But we have 1 change left. Fernandez is tired. Regant is booked. So we're going to focus on Regant. Yeah, because Fernandez can do something special for us, potentially. So if the Wall of Awesome is full, move on to the Blinds of Brilliance. The Blinds of Brilliance is a great name. Great name. A City are 3-2 up. Mr. Echo is in the money. Mr. Echo potentially in the money. Who scored the goal? And what on earth is happening in that game? How come Palace have collapsed? They were 3-0 up at one point, unfortunately for the disallowed goal. It seems like it's changed since. Talking about change, there's the turnaround. It's Moreno. Langoni to Valentini. Off the post. Off the post. And that's the game. We completed the turnaround. For a moment, it looked like we were going to be facing down the barrel of an FMing. But Ezekiel Fernandez, Marcelino Moreno turns it around. That's 3 from 3 in the Champions League so far. And we have 2 home games left. We've got home games against Nacional, home games against Sao Paulo coming up, which should surely mean we're in a very, very strong position to reach the next round, which is marvellous. Arguably, without wanting to get ahead of ourselves here, arguably the first time we're going to have a situation where we're comfortably moving through, which is nice. Root's back. Welcome in, my dude. Welcome in. How are you doing, sir? I say, yeah, you were by yesterday. How's everything going? We're doing all right. George is in as well. Welcome in, my dude. You love the Moneyball Clinic videos and the skin. Just simming to Christmas for a new save with stats in the winter. Awesome. Welcome in, George. We're doing this charity stream. We've been going since yesterday, 11 a.m. British summertime. We did 12 hours yesterday. Actually, we did about 13 and a half hours yesterday. We'll be doing the same today. We're 3.5 hours in at the moment. We are trying to win every major club continental competition. We started in Asia with Hiroshima, and we failed. We got knocked out in the second round, and we're trying to do all 6 over 3 days. So we don't have time to sit on that. We've got to just move on. And so we've moved on. We've moved on to Africa, where we took over Mamelodi Sundowns, and we failed. We got knocked out in the semi-finals to Al Ahly. And so now we're in South America with Boca Juniors. And maybe this is our chance. We've started off reasonably well. We beat Sao Paulo away from home. We beat Zamora at home. And we've just beat Nacional away from home. So we're feeling pretty good about ourselves right now. We're feeling pretty good about ourselves. Now, if you guys are interested in donating to the wonderful challenge, head on over to that lovely link up at the top of your chat window as well. It'll give you more information about the charities, ways that you can get involved in your rewards, and move us towards more chaos in the streams as well. So Cosmo says, if Carbonara had scored there, it would have been a saucy ending. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful. So Root, you're now on holiday. Perfect. And it is a nice shirt, isn't it? Wink, wink. I wonder where we've seen it before. Right, Sami Ento are currently in 16th, so we can probably get away with a little bit of rotation. For example, Fernandez can get his rest, although I put the wrong player in. Salazar can come back into the starting lineup. Ladico can get his opportunity. Montiel, Moya, Madranda, Caligari. We're changing basically the whole team. So Moroni, Pino, Ortiz are the only players to carry on their spot. Pena is still 3 days away. Yeah, I think that's all right. We'll see how those guys get on. So George, you're 1,400 hours into FM24. You haven't won anything. You haven't won anything yet, George. Haven't won anything yet. It will come. It will absolutely come. We've done all right. We won like 5 trophies in Africa, but just not the one that we were wanting to win. We won the league despite being in 4th with 12 games remaining in Japan. But that's not the one we were after. It clearly knows which competitions matter to us, and it's robbed us. It's definitely not my mistakes. Definitely not me making errors of judgment or anything whatsoever. Right, let's head on over. Our next game there is an away game against bottom of the table, Godoy Cruz. It's crazy. We lost the first game of this season. A home game we lost in the league, and we've won every game since, I believe. I was genuinely worried that we'd set up a tactic, it wasn't going to work, and we would find ourselves having to spend time looking into how we can adjust again, because time is very, very much of the essence. So, Root, I'm pretty sure that cert was in a queue with you last summer. It was indeed. It was indeed. As we fought the fights over the, is it their training top? So they have this really cool training top with like lots. It's a black base with lots of colours and patterns going on. But there weren't that many of them. There were quite a few of us. Oh, Rick George fan is in. Welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you, my man. So is that proper Chelsea? Anselmino? It is indeed. It is indeed. He's been a little bit of a moany bastard. I mean, they all want new contracts. They all want to get big moves. But Anselmino is one of the players that is a little bit actually, I think he might not be unhappy anymore. We should probably get him a contract before the next transfer window opens, just to protect ourselves. But yeah, it is Anselmino. It's been pretty decent for us so far. Marv, 100% not managerial NFL. 100%. How is City 3-2 now? I just went to the shops and marinated chicken. It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. I asked the exact same question. How on earth? Because from what I could tell, Crystal Palace were running away with it. So when did the beard go? The beard went... The last part of the beard went probably around 10 p.m. last night. Every $100 that was donated yesterday, more of the beard was removed. So we took off the right hand sideburn, then this left hand sideburn, then the chin, then we removed the whiskers, the soul patch, and finally the moustache. But there are still various incentives to carry on donating. The charity streamathon keeps on going. We might have hit well, we're close. No, we've beaten our original goal of $700. But the charity doesn't just go, yay, well done, you've won $700. We're going to stop now. We've solved the issue. So we're going to keep on going. We've got the hot sauce challenge. The next hot sauce up is a jalapeno chili sauce. So if we get another $25, we're going to go down onto the second sauce in the hot sauce challenge. There are 7 in total. Aiming all the way up to $1,000, and then if we get to $1,250, we'll also be doing a community stream as well. So we'll select some games over in Discord. We will then set up a night where we can all play something that we can all play together. Should be good fun. Why am I clicking through all these? I just need to scroll to the top there. Our balance. We're now over our wage budget. That's fine. Let's pop that up. See if we can get Anselmino. Actually, didn't we force him into a new contract? Am I being dumb? We didn't force him into a new contract. So let's see if we can get him extended. And we say each there. So Pena might as well start. We're going to have to run with Pino. Ladiso we want to get fit, but we want to spare. Let's spare. There, Zalazar can drop out for Langoni. Campenzano and Ortiz. Keep Fernandez on the bench. No, Fernandez needs fitness, so he can play in that game there. Valenti needs to come in as well. Anselmino's full fitness, that's fine. Montiel against Blanco. Blanco's fine. That will be with the squad we're running with. Hopefully enough rotation to keep guys fresh, but also keep us in a good position for the next game. And it's a draw. We're against 10 men, a late equaliser from Godoy Cruz. That brings our lead down to 1 point in the league. Ladiso has picked up another injury as well. We did know that about him when we signed him, but we just wanted some extra depth, so not overly worried in that regards. Home game against Nacional up next. It's 4-2. It's 4-2. Oh my word. So Anselmino is currently winning you £10. Incredible. How's that about? Football bankrupt simulation for charity. Exactly. This is for charity. We are going to ruin the trajectory of all these clubs. To be fair, we've let them bid on youth players, and we've delegated that out, so they can actually make sure they've got some longevity to them. but not for Hiroshima. Hiroshima, we absolutely ballsed up. I absolutely ballsed up by not dealing with the contracts, because I thought I didn't really process that they're on different timelines. You've got the Japanese season being a summer league, you have the Asian Champions League being a winter tournament, so the leagues swap over halfway through, and the impact that it has there is that we didn't have enough players for the later stages. We had just 15 players registered. Our subs bench was all strikers. We didn't have any depth to any of our positions for the Champions League, and then we flamed out. We flamed out hard. So it's McAtee scored. Did McAtee start, or was this a second half change? Because it is the second half now, right? That is an incredible turnaround. Palace are good as well, right? Like, you wouldn't expect that from a Glasner team. Yes, he started. That's quite cool. That's quite cool that he started. Right, Moroni back in. Pino with the start. Salazar back in over. Salazar to start. Ortiz and Fernandez there. Caligari's going to drop out for Anselmino. Moya's going to drop out for Wygant. Montiel out for Blanco. That's our first strength. That's our first strength team. So it's close to our first strength team. Definitely a phrase that's being used. Phrase that's being used. I can't speak. So that's how it's going. That's how it's going, Tyreek George fan. The basics of the English language I'm struggling with. And we still have 24 hours to go. Bodes well. Right, so your friend said in January that Anselmino will be really good for us. I told him he wouldn't play a single minute. So we made a £10 bet with each other, and I will win if Anselmino plays less than 200 minutes, including the Club World Championship. Oh, that's going to be a challenge. Because I can see him getting minutes in the Club World Championship, and he only needs, 2 full games and a substitute appearance. That could be a tense end to that bet. Here's Salazar. Salazar to Wygant. Wygant across to Ortiz. Here's Andrade. Andrade takes Shame off the post again. I kind of wish that Andrade held on to it and waited for that lovely little overlap there. But it would have been a lovely goal had it come in. Anselmino with the header, and that's over. So blaming Bob Catter's inability to read Japanese. Exactly. O'Reilly and Lewis started too. Okay, like there seems to be some positive signs of change to the lineups there. Maybe that's why they had the mentality to come back. Here's the cross. Andrade at the far post. Andrade with the header. I've made a huge error. A huge error. Carnero back to Castro to Pinheiro. Pinheiro creates space. Pinheiro should have scored earlier. He's denied this time by Chavez. No, you take out the AI. Fair enough. Castro with the corner into the near post. Carnero gets one back. It's going to be nervous time now. Let's just do those. We're not going to change the mentality this time. We're going to just change those ones there. Nervy time. Here I was talking about being through into the next round. We've got 5 minutes to hang on. Carnero gets there, heads it down into the turf like you're taught. And that bounces over the despairing lunge of Chavez. Ledico with a free kick now. If we can restore that cushion, that would be nice. It's going to take his time. When he does eventually decide to take it, it's going to be swung in with that left foot of his. No, it's not. Moreno on the edge of the area. Moreno into this save. And that's at least the second time we've seen him lose his job. And Sir George asks, can you tell what looks good in Moneyball for the Premier League? Because I suck at it. So, George, as kind of covered in the videos themselves, there isn't just like a, this is good for like in general. It's all about understanding what you're trying to do as a team tactically and adjusting accordingly. What you're going to look for changes, even with the same tactic. When you've got different players, you will have different things that you're expecting from players within even the same roles. So what I would suggest is watch the videos, look at how we approach going for it, how we're We're identifying what we're expecting players to do in possession, out of possession, at various times within the tactic, and how we use that to inform our choices accordingly. Right, Moya in. We're going to rest Fernandez. Ortiz needs the game time. Ladis. Andrade needs game time as well. So out on the right, we're going to play Langoni. And we'll run with Pena again. Let's see how we get on. An away game against Gimnasia. Mendoza down in 22nd. And it's a goal fest. A goal fest. It's 4-2 though. And again, Belgrano keep the pressure on. They win 4-2 as well. We're not going to be able to open up a gap against them from the looks of things. Ortiz is suspended for this game. I didn't realise that. That's why I should check these things. So we run with these. Just going to the full strength team for this. Full strength team, in my opinion, is Blanco. It is Wygant. Ortiz on the bench. Pena is that man. Andrade. Who is it? It's Moroni. I think we give Lengani the start, actually. He's in slightly better form than Zaladar, so he's earned his spot there. He's earned his spot. It's 5-2. It's 5-2. O'Reilly. Oh, really? Oh, what on earth is going on, Crystal Palace? Shocking. Right, I'm going to learn my lesson from last time. We've got a couple of moments before the... Oh, no. Only 2 weeks. That's kind of okay, but also it's not okay. Bray is not a good reserve goalkeeper as far as I was concerned. Diaz Robles is also not a particularly good goalkeeper. Let's compare the two of them. So it does reckon that Bray is better at everything but eccentricity and distribution. But he is better in terms of agility. I really like agility. Yeah, no, Bray is the starter. That's fine. That's fine. We're probably going to struggle in these next two games. But we have a break coming up, and it's only a couple of minutes away. So instead of the game starting and it going for a break whilst we're playing, I'm going to head on over into that break now. I'm going to bring it forwards a few minutes. I'm going to show you some wonderful videos about the awesome work that Gamers Outreach does. Hopefully we will come back. It has been an hour since we last received a donation. We are just $20 away from the next step of the hot sauce challenge. So not to put pressure on. If you can't donate, please don't. Only do so if you can. But I'm also going to bully you into doing it. I'll see you guys in about 3 to 4 minutes.
Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually. We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners. We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up.
Right, and we're back. So let's... Oh, yeah, there we go. I pressed space whilst in the wrong window, but we're all right. No damage caused. Right, is that our full strength team? Bray there. Gonna have to hope Ortiz is suspended. Let's go for it. Let's see how we cope with a reserve goalkeeper in. An unfit reserve goalkeeper in at home against Sao Paulo. We did beat them first time out. It was close. 3-2. We can potentially... Got nervy towards the end. Oh! Pardon me. There we go. So let's... Oh, a draw here means we're through to the next round, which will be massive. Absolutely massive. And if that means that we're in a position where we can maybe holiday through the next month or so and kind of get a little bit ahead, we can also play some bingo, which will be quite fun as well. So bless you. Thank you very much, DM Bassist. You pay more than that for your coffee from Starbucks. Indeed. And how satisfying is a Starbucks really when you can make coffee at home? So Crodmo says, you're really tired after the week you've had. Understandable. Went for a doze on the sofa. Archie jumped on me and started screeching as he wants feeding. I mean, that's perfectly reasonable. Why haven't you fed him? Why haven't you fed him? He weighs 6 kilos. Trouble is he's 18 now and entirely deaf, so it's hard to resist the little fella. I mean, you've got to... I don't know why you haven't fed him every minute of every day. That is the only way we can approach this. Here's the corner. Gets it away, Ceballos. And that's a penalty, ref. It is indeed. Now, yesterday, I think we saw every penalty scored.
We are in Champions League, man.
That was my next question.
Dilly dong, come on.
So I'm expecting this today to be a day full of penalties missed. I called it. I called it. Peña's penalty is denied, out for a corner. Keeper went the right way, tipped it round, well done. But we have lost the opportunity to take a lead. I think we're dominant, but we haven't created that many chances. So let's just step it up a little. See if we can maybe put them under a bit more pressure in the closing elements of that first half. Or not. Or not. That hasn't actually...
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Moroni with the free kick, going for the sometimes maybe good. We've seen the sometimes maybe shit. So every day Archie wakes up at 2 PM and demands lunch. So you knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. It's a seafood diet. He sees food and eats it. A classic indeed. Fernandez out wide to Andrade. Andrade cuts inside. Andrade's created the space, forces the save from Cavallina, pushes it over. You think either side of the keeper, and that could have been a goal. That should have been a goal. Early dilly ding, dilly dong, jinxed it. I'm not going to blame you, Bill. I'm not going to blame you at all. Sorry, Berry. I'm not going to blame you, Berry. Zerachel, welcome back in. Penalty miss. It's all your fault. All your fault. We haven't missed a penalty in the entirety of this save until now. So I'm not happy. Go back down to positive. I think we might have actually been better in that regard. And let's just try and be a little bit more direct. See, a point is good. It is worth remembering that a point does see us through. But we're also susceptible in these games where we're kind of on top to conceding. Valenti hits the post. Maya with a challenge. It's not a penalty. Here's Campazano taking aim from the edge of the box. Blocked. Good moment there. A good moment. Not quite enough, though. Now, Sao Paulo with a chance. A small little shift in momentum, but not sustained. Fernandez into Moroni. Moroni back to Fernandez. Fernandez, that's a goal. That is...
Your head must be in the sand.
You are an ostrich. I don't know who's an ostrich. Oh, I'm dizzy. Oh, I'm dizzy.
Honestly, I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Moroni looks to make it too. That was a thing of beauty. Now, Andrade is tired, so he's going to come off. He's going to be replaced by Ladico. Langoni's coming off to be replaced by Zalazar, and Peña's coming off to be replaced by someone who hopefully knows how to take a penalty. Let's see if we could get a second goal. Would be very, very nice here now. A second goal would definitely make us feel good. That said, momentum, is it going to shift? Is it shifting? Not as much as it looks like. There's a couple of chances there, but nothing major. The Deco with the corner. Sends it in. Ceballos gets it clear. Here's Salazar. Salazar down the left. Salazar driving forward. Salazar, you beauty! Salazar does sensational work. Drives past his man. Sees the angles on. Absolutely wonderful placement with the instep of the boot, and we are surely through to the next round for sure now. For sure. Surely for sure. So the penalty, what didn't cost us in the end? We kept Sao Paulo down to just 4 chances, barely any threat whatsoever, and we are now through. Quite comfortably as well. We expect Nacional will win their game. They've got a game against Sao Paulo to end out, so they just need a draw to go through. That is some marvellous stuff, and that also means some bingo. That means bingo, which is probably the most important part of the stream, right? So let's see what where is the next stages of the games are going to be. We kind of need to work this out so that we can get our best players up to fitness for it as well. So actually, first we go into the rules. So the group stage then goes down to the second round. There's no weird thing, is there? Top two teams qualify for the second round, so we don't want to faff around there. That means that it's July is the games, late July. What have we got going on? If we zoom forwards through, this should be June there. There a transfer window that opens around this time. The transfer window opens at the beginning of July. So let's pop all the way through to... Let's not go too far ahead. Let's make sure that they're able to win games without us in charge. So let's hop forward to the game against Instituto. 17th of the 5th. We'll leave that in the control of our assistant manager. Yeah, we'll leave that in control of our assistant manager. Make sure that he doesn't like end up losing all those games. Because if he does, we're going to need to make sure we instant result and pick the team for everything. But we will hopefully be safe. And let's head on over and play a game of bingo. So let me pop that lovely link in the chat. And I'll explain how the game works for those of you that haven't been along in one of these streams where we play bingo. If you pop on over to that link that's appearing in chat now, you can come and join the game of bingo. Every single player gets a unique bingo card with 16 squares. In those squares, you might have a club, a country, a player, a competition, an award. And then every single player will get the same list of 60 players, 60, one after the other. Our job is to work out whether they match one of those bingo squares. So did they play for that club? Are they of that nationality? Did they play alongside said player? And so forth. They're not guaranteed to match. You might need to skip. You might find that they match one or more than one square. You need to just choose one of them. However, once you select a square, your answer is locked in. You can't undo it. You can't click that square again. So if you're not sure, you need to be a little bit cautious, a little bit careful on those regards. You don't want to waste your opportunity and then come to regret it a little bit later down the line. Now, we're going to give you guys about 90 seconds or so to sign up, and then we'll head on into the game. It's just a good little bit of fun. Some people are very, very good at it. Some people are generally kind of bad at it. I'm definitely among the bad side of things. We've had a few bingos. Some people have managed to get all 16 correct in a round, but it's not something that happens often. So it's not a case of like that you're going to come in and you're going to play and everyone else is going to be like super, super knowledgeable. We've got a nice spread of knowledge here. And it's definitely winnable for some, but not not necessarily easy. There are far too many modern players that DM Basis has never heard of. Azerachal feels under pressure because you see Crodmo there. You're gonna smoke Crodmo. I've got confidence in you. And I knew DM Basis would be happy once I said bingo. Once I said bingo, it's the most important words that we've said all day. A Crodmo will make your stomach curdle. What are you putting in Zerachal's stomach, Crodmo? I'm worried. I'm worried. Ladislav, massive fan, just wants 16 proper Chelsea Strasbourg players and you'll win. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, Curdmo, will he make your? He said Curdmo, will he make your stomach curdle? That makes more sense. Now I get it. So DM Basis needs to nip out for a bit. So getting bingo before you go is amazing. Beautiful. That is some sensational timing. Crodmo is snoozing again. Archie. Oh, can you get Archie to play Crodmo? That would be incredible. That would definitely be incredible. If Archie plays and this round is canon and the points count, he will make no mistakes. Fair enough. Right, let's head on into the game then. Let's head on in. Good luck, guys. Now it's all familiar faces, so you know, I won't. I'll still talk. I'll say the whole. You know, the first few I'm not going to play. I'm going to let the time run out so that you guys don't get ahead. Get a little sneak peek of what's going to come up down the line. Nahul Moon Lena matches as well. That's a shame. Do I in fact? Am I already chickening out and playing them because I do see an opportunity to? Yeah, let's do it. Let's pop. I clicked too late. I clicked too late, and now Kevin Boateng at Man City. We've got Christian Vieri next, and now I'm scared to click ever again. I can't leave it late. Oh, there we go. That was a rookie error. Archie will make no mistakes, but I will make mistakes quite clearly. Andrea Pirlo is up next. The glorious, the wonderful Andrea Pirlo. Let's pop him in there. Gabriel Magalhaes is up. We don't have many teams coming up here. I'm quite surprised by that, to be fair. So we can let that one run out. It's an Italian themed round. That's like the third or fourth Italian we've had. Could it be Bonaventura? I don't know if he matches any of those. Angel Correa, I'm not sure if he matches any of those either, to be fair. Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, everyone's favourite European Cup winner up until 1991-92. We can let that run out as well. Serge Gnabry will play. He probably counts under quite a few others, but I'm not feeling all that confident. Shkodran Mustafi. Again, I don't think he matches any of those. Rajan Nangalan. Got a little bit of Belgium mentioned. Again, I'm letting that run out. Brian Laudrup. Surely he comes down as a Euros winner. He was part of the legendary Denmark side, right? Rico Lewis, we're going to skip. Fraser Forster, we're going to skip. Luis Figo. What an amazing player. Amazing player that I think doesn't match. Roberto Soldado. Tottenham legend Roberto Soldado. We're giving that one a skip as well. Okay, more of a legitimate Tottenham legend in Gareth Bale. That can run through. Don't think he matches any of those. Kylian Mbappe. Kylian Mbappe is a pretty good player. Did he win that Golden Boot for the last World Cup? I'm saying that he did. Axel Disasi comes in as French. Michael Essien has played with Lukaku? Maybe, I don't know, possibly. Armando Broja, they've surely got a crossover at Chelsea, right? And Natalie Truban, we're going to skip on that one. Ronaldo, has played for a number of clubs. We're going to use that for Inter. Theo Hernandez. We're skipping on that. I think we're skipping on Mario Rui as well. Maxi Rodriguez. Not feeling good about that one. Ronaldinho. He'd retired by the time that Enrique came along, I think. Same with Maxwell. Carlos Bacca. He had like 3 or 4 great seasons, and then kind of like just disappeared off the planet. Luis Muriel. Skipping that one as well. Lautaro. Not feeling good there. Diego Simeone. Simeone's too late for the European Cup. Claudio Bravo was Chilean. Mexican. I felt like he was Chilean, but I'm going to play Mexican now. Vidal is Chilean. I can feel good about that. Terra Moffi. Skipping there. Carnu, we're going to skip. Juan Mata, a great player, but I don't think he matches any of those. Serge Aurier. Not confident there either. Carlos Vela, we should have held off on Mexico. Carlos Vela, we're going to let that skip. Robin Lenormand, we're going to let skip. Moise Keane. Not having a good time with this one today. Bobby Baggio, what a player. Diego Forlan. Matteo Darmian. I'm not liking any of these selections. There's James Milner. I am liking that one. Johan Kabay. He didn't like end up as one of those weird Madrid signings like Thomas Gravison, did he? Julian Araujo. Nani. Daniel Mallon. Neymar. So Veron. Again, not the right selections there. Salomon Kalou. Fernando Morientes. We've only got 4 left. They're not coming through in our favour. So, Tammy Abraham, we're going to use for the Scottish top division. We're going to say that Gerard Piqué has played for Ajax. Of course, Johan Cruyff would then come up. Johan Cruyff for the European Cup. Marco van Basten is definitely a French Real Madrid player. So Ladislav, I'm a massive fan. You got 15 out of 16 because the stream is like 7 seconds delayed. Surely that doesn't make any difference, right? Ballsed it up by 1. I ballsed it up by a lot. So there we go. Andre said Ladislav, I'm a massive fan, and Crodmo both come in with 15. FMG&G with a great 14. DMB 13. Johnny Trotter 12. RJ, you and I, we are where we belong. Unfortunately, down at the basement. So you're right, indeed. Boja and Lukaku did not have crossover. Thanks for being slower than me. I'm not last. I'm more than happy to oblige. More than happy to oblige. Right, let's see how our man got on. Our man got on. We lost a home game to Aldovisi. That's not necessarily a great result. Otherwise, we've been pretty solid. Can we trust that lineup? Ladico, Andrade, Zalazar, Tanda. We did win the game against Ladico, Langoni, Andrade, Tanda, Campagnaro. Not sure I necessarily feel confident. What's that done to the league? We're still really tight in the league. Only Emelec in July. Let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The league doesn't matter, actually. The league doesn't matter. So let's head on forwards to the 27th of June. As long as we're doing well enough in the league that we don't get sacked, we can lose the league. It absolutely doesn't matter. So let's pop that on. Let's head forwards. Let's try and get ourselves a little bit. I was going to say a little bit ahead, but we're now at 11 till 2:30, 3.5 hours. 2.5 hours left, and we've got all of the knockout rounds to play. So we want to try and push ourselves a little bit further forwards, I think. So you're waiting for the game to start on stream, right? Meaning when I clicked on the tab, you had 2 seconds for Christian Vieri. Fair, right, okay. So when I clicked a box he was correct for, it changed to Brian Cristante. I mean, I'm blaming that as well for my loss there. And Van Basten, the great French player indeed. Right, Ladislav Massey, you got to go for lunch. Might be back later. Easy bingo win. God damn, says Zerachul. It happens. It happens. Lewandowski must have played with Lewandowski. You would have thought for sure. I mean, he hasn't, like, I was going to say you can't play with yourself, but you can play with yourself. That's something I wouldn't recommend in public spaces, though. So yeah, 15 out of 16. Zerachul joins. Sorry, I was just checking over on the browser there. Zerachul joins Crodmo and Ladislav Almasi at the sensational 45 points, or 15 out of 16. So close. So close. But no bingos for us today. But yeah, again, hopefully, if we can get far enough ahead, we can... In fact, we're holidaying. Shall we play another round? Let's just play another round. Why not? I know that some people are going off. There might only be 4 or 5 of us. but who doesn't love a little bit of bingo? So let's pop it in for another round whilst we're on holiday. I'm saying the words, but I forgot to switch over on the browser. There we go. Yeah, let's head on in. We'll do another round of bingo whilst we're holidaying through. It's got to get through about a month or so, so it should take a few minutes. Now let's fail again. Exactly. More bingo. Doing workout. I'm sorry. We're going to distract you, Zeratul. And there's always time for more bingo. Okay. It feels like a real swing there, both ways. Again, swinging both ways could be taken out of context, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Cool. So we'll give it about a minute or so. It's just going to be a small handful of us, which is absolutely fine. We should make these count. We should absolutely make these count for the scores. And I can pick up points this time, because then we'd be guaranteed a top 5 each. So sure, Pick and Mix candy was on sale today. The bag was a tad large, so I do need the workout afterwards. I mean, surely, if the bag was a tad large, you've just had to pick that. Like, you've done the work of picking all of that and then carrying it home. So I think you've probably already done the workout. That's the way I look at it. I think that's a completely and utterly straight fire way to approach it. No questions whatsoever. Oh, GNG, I did not catch that donation. I do apologise, sir. My word, we're up to 750 as well. We need to do that in a moment, and we need to spin the wheel of chaos. So after bingo, let's do that. You should have said something, GNG. I'm so sorry. I didn't hear the little bit. I'm so sorry, my dude. Cool. Let's head on into the game. Then we will sort out the donation stuff, because that is absolutely huge. $750. You absolute star. You absolute star. Yeah, incredible. So RJ, you're not sure you can be top 5 with that setup? Not anymore. That's fair. I mean, I feel like we could... Oh, I've got to pay attention. Who was that who's just gone? We've got Adrian Mutu now. Who was the first one? I mean, I say that I don't play the first few, so that's all right. But that wasn't intentional. That was not intentional whatsoever. Jordan Vertu. Vertu has ended up at Fiorentina. He was at Villa. He was at Nantes. I'm not sure about any of these others. Ante Rebic. I don't know where Ante Rebic has played. He's one of those players that's played like in various Italian teams, isn't he? But like, I would never be able to discern which one. Mavropanos. Mavropanos was at Arsenal, was he not? In his earlier days. Christoph Metzelder we can do with German. Youngmin Sun. Youngmin Sun. Was he signed from the Dutch division? I feel like I should know the answer to that. John Terry we can take. He's been managed by Rafa Benitez at Chelsea. Surely he was there when Rafa was... Oh, I'm letting them run out. I need to concentrate. Mario Pasalic. Mario Pasalic again goes down the whole like Croatian, but I can't remember what teams he played for. Andre Schürrle. Would he have been at the same time? I don't know. Sol Campbell we can play. We can certainly play him as English. Silvino. I don't know where he went before and after Arsenal, so I'll let that one run. Kieran Trippier. Kieran Trippier has been skipped. Zlatan's a good one for like everything, right? But we're going to pop him for Milan. Mikel Arteta. Arteta has... Let that one run out as well. Gabriel again. They love bringing up Gabriel. And I don't know enough of him outside of Arsenal to play that. Schlotterbeck, has he played with Lewandowski? Again, no, he's too late at Dortmund. Freiburg, Dortmund. Don't feel like we're going to have anything further with that. I feel like Azerbi was at Lazio, and I'm probably wrong with that. I swear I get worse at these the more of these we do. Michael Essien, was he at Chelsea in the Benitez era? I'm playing it now because I've already missed that opportunity before. Robin over in Eredivisie. Thomas Muller alongside Lewandowski. Thomas Meunier is Belgian. Possum Oa. Don't think he matches any of those. Franz Beckenbauer. Did he win the UEFA Cup? I'm going with it because it's an early era one, so let's see if I can use that there. Kevin Strootman, the passing there. Randall Kolo Muane. Where did he move to? I'm not feeling confident on that. Sebastian Haller, we're skipping on. Ricardo Montalivo, we're skipping on. Mario Hermoso, we're going to skip. Kai Havertz has won the Champions League. He scored the winning goal. Sofian Amrabat. I don't know enough about his career moves. Brahim Diaz. Don't feel like he'd match any of those. Ben White is famously Swiss, as is Mason Mount. Gregor Kerbel is Swiss. Fabian Schär. Nikola Zalewski. Fabianski. Fabianski end up at like Juventus or someone at some point. I feel like Fabianski might have done something crazy like that. Felipe Melo at Juventus. Noah Okafor, another Swiss player. Alvaro Morata. Has Morata ever scored enough goals in the European Cup? We're going to say no. Certainly saying no on Sean Wright-Phillips and Fernandinho. David Silva. Xabi Alonso. Jakob Kiel, winner 1 year. Joe Cole went to Lille. Hernan Crespo definitely could have been. Like, could have been. I just don't know, but I'm going for it. So I'm now looking for Croatian players. Raul, Romario, Carlos Puyol. We end with Marco van Basten. Everyone knows that Marco van Basten is a Frenchman that played for Real Madrid and a Croatian that played for Milan. So there we go. Essien was not at Chelsea at the same time as Rafa. Crespo did not win the Champions League. Top scorer. Beckenbauer never won the UEFA Cup, and Van Basten isn't Croatian. This one was really bad for RJ, and Mr. Grizzly P, you've misclicked a lot. Quadmo once again comes through in 1 point off. And FMG&G just behind gets 14 correct. Good work though, I think. I thought that was a really horrible board. Now, I don't know what your cards were, but the list of players just didn't feel very nice. But that is some fabulous work. We need to do a little bit of admin. And by a little bit of admin, I mean we need to see my face for a moment. And we need to see my face for a moment because we need to get FMG&G up on the board. And we have an FMG&G corner. So we need to get FMG&G up in his corner. A lovely spot. We've got FMG&G. We've got FMG&G. We've got FMG&G. And now we have FMG&G. You absolute legend, you. Absolute legend, sir. And then we're going to need to do some spice. But before we do some spice, we need to spin a wheel. We need to spin the wheel because that might impact what happens when we deal with spice. So let's bring ourselves over there and see what's going on. Back to the browser. 2 spins. 2 spins. We'll see exactly what we get out of this. Spin number 1. Spin number 1. We have got... We've received an emo. We've received a memo from the owner. Can you believe he cut ahead of me in the canteen? Who does he think he is? This is my club. This is my canteen. He needs to be put in his place. We need to drop our star player for the next game, and that's the next game we actually play. So that's going to be in the next round of the Copa Libertadores. So that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. That is roll number 1. Roll number 2. Spin number 2. Doing some spice also doesn't sound good out of context. That would be an interesting stream for sure. Welcome in, Maestro. Lovely to see you, my dude. I forgot to hide the choices. So we will run that one again. That doesn't count. As much as I'd like to drop the same player twice. Crudmo did insist that he would be added to the board. So we've got a memo from Crudmo. It says Crudmo. It's quite nice. Quite nice. We have what is essentially a free hit. So I will quite happily accept that. Now let me go and get the next dab of sauce. The bottles are now open, so I have to keep them in the fridge. You know, I need to follow health and safety. All those food hygiene rules matter. So our next sauce, let's get us over back to the face cam. Give it a bit of a shake. We have got jalapeno chili sauce. Again, these have all been bought from the South Devon chili farm. This is meant to be around, I think it was 5,000 Scoville. So not too spicy, but from what I remember, this really did spread around the mouth last time out. It's a little bit runny again, but I think we've got a good catchment for this. Maybe not. That's dropping. That's dropping. So we'll give that. I shouldn't have licked my thumb. That's already a bad start. Oh dear. Okay, so I remember correctly. That spreads to every part of the mouth. There is currently pain in the throat. There's pain on the tongue. There's pain in the roof of the mouth. There's pain in the side of the mouth. And I am being very careful with my eyes because I've got some on my thumb. That's why I'm being quite aggressive with the wiping and making sure that I grabbed some towel. Now it's not. It's interesting because it's not like Bosch heat, but it's just everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are now 2 down. Let's get everything updated because the next one is going to be the Peruvian sauce, which are AG chilies, RG chilies perhaps. And that moves us up to 40,000 Scoville units, which is meant to be... I don't really understand the scale. It's not linear. But next is meant to be 8 times higher, which is crazy. So let's see how we've been getting on whilst things have gone on holiday. And we know that when we come up to the next game, we need to be in charge then from the looks of things. Look at that. The defeats are it's only 2 defeats. Home against the Estudiantes, away against River Plate is a bad result. Tigre and Hurricane. We still somehow stay first. We've in fact increased our lead. Belgrano have dropped off massively. Belgrano have gone through a horrible run, so okay, maybe it's not too bad. Not too bad. We are going to take charge just to make sure that the players that we want to have fit are fit. Anselmino hasn't been playing from the looks of things. Diego Moya's been injured. Medranda needs some fitness. Ladiso made some fitness. So to be fair, we are now coming up to the part of the season where the games matter. So it's cool. Our key player is clearly Fernandez. So Ezekiel Fernandez is the player we need to drop for our next Champions League game. Well, it might be him. Maybe he ends up injured. If he ends up injured, we've got to drop someone else for the next game. So we don't necessarily know yet. So yeah, Anselm Mino has been injured. He's recommended 45 minutes. So let's put Caligari's also on his way back. He doesn't have the same level of restrictions. So let's start Medranda. And he can bring these guys on as subs. Let's start Ladico as well. He can come on for Andrade. Let's give this a go. Licking Thumb was a bad move. It really was. You should... The note of Quadmo says Quadmo. That is all the information you need. All the information you need. Now, I do think that FMG&G, you now are in a fight with DM Bassist. Because I think yesterday that meant that DM Bassist owned Quadmo. I think that means you now own him. Whether that's a good thing or not, I'm not entirely sure. Our next game is against Belgrano. So this is a game we probably want to win. I mean, surely we want to win all of them. Wait, what? That's how it works, right, Quadmo? Those were the circumstances under which DMB owned you, Quadmo, wasn't it? And by that extension, surely that's what that means. You are now the property of FMG&G. Although there needs to be some kind of brokerage between the two of you at some point. I am not a name or number. I am a free Quadmo. You are not a free Quadmo. I think we need to give you a sock or something. Is that how you get free? Now, make him wear a red shirt. That's the path to 3. Not just any red shirt. Quadmo's going to regret asserting earlier on in the stream that red shirts are absolutely fine. In fact, Quadmo has a lot of red shirts. It's just specific red shirts. So if he wants freedom, it would have to probably be a very specific red shirt. Yeah, see, Quadmo said I've got tons. And if you hadn't said that earlier, Quadmo, that could have been your route out. That could have been your route out, but now you've closed that door. You will not wear a Swindon Town shirt. What's the hate on Swindon for? Glorious Swindon. Swindon is almost as nice as Slough. It's got that roundabout, you know, that's something to be famous for. It's got... What does Swindon have? It's got a butterfly museum? I think it's got a... Yes, it does have a butterfly museum. That is all I know about Swindon otherwise. You've got to change ringtone to a certain sound with you'll never talk the phone. That's the one, right? So Hemel Hempstead has a roundabout too. Well, you know about it. It does, and they are very, very similar. Exciting things about the world of Swindon and Hemel Hempstead. Langoni's out. We're getting bids coming in for our players. That's not good. We've got a bid coming in from Saudi Arabia for Kevin Ortiz. Justin Medranda, definitely we're not letting rid of. Santiago Montiel's wanted by Aldovisi, so we definitely don't want to sell that one. Marcelino Moreno, a loan offer. You can absolutely get sent away. Kevin Ortiz's value, 7.8 to 8.6. It's non-negotiable, so we can reject that. He's going to be unhappy. I can live with the fallout there. Oh, he's not come to us straight away. Fair enough. There's another team next to Everton. They play in red, I think. I'm not sure. There's some young players. Facundo Herrera. That man is not. That is not a 20-year-old. Maybe. YMCA, that's the song we were talking about indeed. So Stefano Pino, he's doing his job. He's not there. He's not here to be a long-term option, so that's fine. We can let him go at the end of the season. Your reserves play in blue too. White and black, I tell you. So right, talking of red, off to watch Everton play at Forest, lurking till later. Fair enough. Dark green, black as away, that's fair. Pretty sure there's I can't remember who the other team is. Tranmere. Tranmere isn't that nearby, it's over the river. It's the same area. Tranmere, Preston, Liverpool, they're all the same, right? You're never going to give me up. It's never going to let you down or desert you. I don't know the words in the right order, evidently. Langoni out, Salazar back, and Salminio. We're not going to start him against Belgrano. We will start him against Himnathia. Langoni out, Brunette in. Ladico out, perhaps get Andrade back on the pitch there. Is it just going to be Zalazar? Salazar's the only player that's short of fitness coming in for this game, I think, for the starting lineup. And then we will rotate a little bit more for the Gymnathia game. I mean, there's not that much difference between them, but yeah, I think that's all right. River win, close it down to 3 points. This is why we're taking charge of these games close to this point, because we need to get the other guys in for fitnesses purposes. Fitnesses purposes? Those are words. Those are words. So speaking of Everton, it's the match they chose to show on Belgian TV out of the 3 starting now. That's a surprise. I mean, no, it's not. Forest are obviously in the fight for the top 3, aren't they? So yeah, top 2 potentially. So yeah, I suppose that does make sense. That does make sense. I'm going to pop the text commentary over on my left as well. See if following the Villa game is going to make me miserable. It's a multicast, to be honest. Oh, right, okay, that makes a bit more sense. That makes a bit more sense. What is the? I know that the Villa game is on. What's the third game then? It is Brighton against Leicester. Yeah, that Forest Everton game is definitely the best out of the 3. See, doesn't this stuff? Yeah, so I know about the Villa game, Villa Southampton. Is this not a great advert for the Belgian system of playoffs? Because right now, who wants to watch Villa Southampton or Everton against Forest? Get those to be games against teams in the same area of the table. Make all the games towards the end, the teams near the top fighting for Europe and promotion, various things depending on the league. And then all the teams against relegation teams, because a game against Southampton and Wolverhampton right now might be quite interesting. I know Wolves are probably safe, but there'd be that like added bite potentially to it as a result. Right, what are these bids coming in? These bids are coming in for Montiel. Montiel, we say no, we're not loaning him out. Fernandez, the bids are getting sizable, but they are all going to be rejected. We gave him a new contract only a little while ago. Only a couple of months ago, so that is a definite no. And Salazar, that's a relatively low bid as well. We're not going to let him go for that. We're not going to let him go for that. So it's all in one channel. We're smart. That works. The Forest Everton has been shown in Ireland too. So do you get all the games that you're not? Yeah, you won't be impacted by the blackout at 3 o'clock, I suppose. Do you get the same situation as we get in the UK though? So the UK, there is a 3 PM blackout. Have they just sold a left back? Oh dear. That's a minimum fee release clause thing going on there. Peña's out injured as well for 3 weeks. Valenti is going to be suspended for this game. So that would see Madrando on the left. Anselmino back in. Montiel's the starting left back. Let's get... No, Moyo isn't ready for game time. That's fine. Pino in. Ortiz, Fernandez. We want to have Campuzano back up to fitness. So let's get Campuzano in on the right. Fernandez into that roaming playmaker role. Salazar needs to get fitness. Langoni on the bench. The Deco to get some game time. He's going to replace Manoni. So we have got a very, very scaled back team here. There's a centre back. There's a right back. There's another centre back on the bench. There's another defensive midfielder on. We might drop into second now, but let's get some of these games some game time. We need to sign a left back. That's going to be a thing that we need to do. Oops, bye left back, dude. Indeed. So there's the 3 o'clock game shown here on the channel called Premier Sports each Saturday. That makes it. Do you have your domestic games where they're not allowed to be broadcast? Our entire defence is suspended for the next game. But not our left back. We've got a left back for the next game at least. Yeah, so where games aren't allowed to be broadcast because they want to make sure that domestically you guys are going to the games. Because that's what the 3 PM blackout is. They're not allowed to broadcast games in the UK, in the Premier League, that are on at 3 o'clock on Saturday because you're meant to go to those games. It's a hard playing team, my word, it really was. Left backs, perhaps for loan might be quite handy. Or just transfer listed is absolutely fine. Let's see, who are the best value ones? Tagliafico. No, we are looking loan listed. Lucas Estevez, C+ grade. Not great, but kind of okay, I guess. Pop a loan offer in, 100%. Can be recalled as in there. That's annoying. So we go down to squad player. Oh, they said okay on that. That should be fine. They shouldn't get arsey about that decision. That gives us a little bit of depth, hopefully. The next game is against Tuleres. And then we've got Emelec on the Sunday as well. So that's the point when we need to register. So we really, really want that loan deal in, potentially. So your games are at 1:30 PM, then 4 PM. They're not sure if it's something like that. The only way to play, knees be broken to give youngsters a chance. It has to be, evidently. All 3 players suspended, bless them. This is the first year of a TV deal where one League of Ireland game is shown on TV every weekend. There's no blackout though. Fair enough. Because it's very, very crazy over in England knowing that English games get broadcast at 3 PM. These 3 PM Saturday games. So they're being broadcast, but no one in the UK can watch them. Well, legally. So I look over at the scores. We don't have any early goals so far. Oh, it's Arsenal-Brentford this evening. That should be an okay game. I mean, Arsenal, great result during the week, but they've been a little bit wobbly in the league. And Brentford are a team that love to upset teams. They love to take advantage when you're not necessarily in the greatest form. They're not a team that's if you're Brentford and you play against Arsenal when they're at their best, you capitulate. They lose like 4-0. But when they sense vulnerability, it's like they smell blood. They are a shark. A footballing shark. A footballing shark just off from the Thames. RJ for a second asked, why is Grealish playing for Forest? It's Jota. He was far, okay. No, I get that. There is definitely he's got the combination of the hair and the bum chin. The bum chin is the key part of that, right? Like the bum chin makes a huge impact. So F1 quali is at 5, is it? Ooh. Oh, is it? It's Bahrain. Oh, okay. I'll probably have that on over on the text as well at some point. So there's a challenge. I need to somehow do all of tomorrow. We need to do Europe and the World Cup by 5 p.m. so I can watch. Is the race going to be at 6 then, or 4? Have we got our man? All the bids are coming in. We haven't got our man yet. We are still waiting on. Got end of contract deals. He's not going to join us. He's not going to join us. Our transfer bids coming in. We're not going to sell our reserve goalkeeper. We're not going to sell our starting right back. We're not going to sell our starting centre back. We're not going to loan out our reserve. If players are unhappy, then players are unhappy. We need them for this final one. Libertadores squad registration is today. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get that loan through. So as long as we don't have any injuries to our left back, we'll be all right. No problems. No fear there at all. Real Sociedad come in for Enzo. Enzo, we explain you've just signed a new contract. So if you want to leave, having just signed a new contract, you can leave for 30 million. I agree, it's very high. I'm still saying 30 million. We can do this until you realise that it's not going to happen. So race is at 4 tomorrow. Cool. Actually, that is 5 hours in. I might be able to get there just for the exciting part of a race. The exciting part of a race, which is just the start. So all I need to watch, really. Oh, more injuries. Oh, this is looking familiar, isn't it? This is looking like a very, very familiar experience. So Moya is not fit, so Facundo Mata comes in there. The players we've got available, we've got Caligari, we've got Valenti available, we've got Montiel there. In midfield, we've got Ortiz and Fernandez. Fernandez needs to be dropped for the next game. Up front, we can play Gonzalez Morales. He's one of those guys that can't... Oh, he's the target forward that can't jump. Yes. Yeah, I remember now. Moya on the bench, Gonzalez, Moreno, Rodriguez. We do have a full bench. Of those players on the bench, not many of them are what you would call match fit. Ladiso to drop down, so Moroni can play. Salazar... So Sondrano there, and then if it's Langoni in for Salazar. No, we start Salazar. Look at all those players not fit. All these sus players. It's like a round of Among Us. Absolutely. 2-2. We've dropped points. It's now down to 1 point in the league. The league doesn't matter. What does matter is us being fit for the next game. He's out for 2 to 3 months. Anselmino, they're all back for the game. Anselmino has to play in midfield because we've got to drop Fernandez as part of the deal. Wygant comes in. Madrando onto the bench. Two to 3 months. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. The registration window is now. He turned us down for the loan offer. So right, let's see. Players that are loan listed. We could still do with depth, just generally speaking. So someone who can play on the left. From Brown, there's a left back. Sure. No, we just have to promote someone from the reserves, right? So the left back, let's promote this guy who's injured. Awesome. Juan Cruz Arno, can he play at left back? He can indeed. He's coming up. How about strikers? Another guy that can do the jumping but can't do the balance or the strength stuff. So let's move Ventos up there. He's going to be part of our squad. We're away from home first, which is kind of good. It is kind of good to be away from home first, because if we lose that game, we are then back at home for potentially the important part. Hey Jacko, how's it going? We've been doing really, really well. We've got to a point where we'd lost just one game in the league, where we qualified through the group stages really well. Then we went on holiday to come through to the next round, and now we have no players. We've lost a load of key players to injury, and we spun the Wheel of Chaos as a result of one of the donations. And the Wheel of Chaos has told us that we've got to drop our star player for the next game. So we've got loads and loads of injuries, and we're now short of our star player, which isn't the ideal situation. Enzo Fernandez has to be out of the squad. And he's the player we don't really have a parallel to in the squad. He's just a much higher quality than any other player we've got. Offers coming in. All our players are unsettled because we're in Argentina and they all want to be sold. So you're just gonna have to get used to not being here. To still being here. So it's starting to get stressful. Everything has been really good, really positive, really smooth. And once we get to the important parts, it's starting to fall apart. If we get knocked out in the second round again, I might break down and cry. So our starting strikers, both of our strikers are out. Our third choice midfielder is out. He would be playing because Fernandez is being dropped. But he can't because he's out for a long time. Ventos, I think, is going to be our backup striker. Montiel is trying to deal with recovery from injury as well. Arno, Ladise, Salazar to drop down, Langoni in. Caligari, Valenti, and some, we're going with it. We are going with it. No, we're not. We're not going with it, in fact, because there's a break about to come in. But firstly, before I talk about do that, here's a link for the skin poised. It is an entirely different skin. It is not the Mustermann skin created specifically for this. Welcome in nickname 123321 as well. Lovely to see you, my dude. It is scary being without a beard. We've got an ad break coming in, so I'm going to see you guys in about 3 minutes, where we then head on into the second round of the Champions League. Scary times. Scary times.
This is a game.
And we're back. Let's head straight into the game. 3 players are short on fitness. They're going to struggle. That's probably the best situation we're in that regards. Up against Emelec. Let's see. I think we need to show the recent praises justified. Allegedly so. Here we go. Do I recognize any of those player names? Not necessarily. Hopefully that means something good for us. But we are without Ezequiel Fernandez. Can we, with Ortiz, a ball-winning midfielder playing in that more advanced role, can we just about keep ourselves afloat? Early chances for Emelec, or early momentum, but we have the free kick. Moroni to the far post. Valenti heads it over. Valentini even. Very, very close. Okay, momentum swing potentially. That would be nice. Here we go. Valentini into Ortiz. Wearing the captain's armband. Moroni down the flank for Andrade. Andrade sends it to the edge of the area where Ortiz is. Ortiz takes fire. It's blocked. Moroni!
Come on!
Moroni nets. Andrade gets to the ball after the blocked shot. Cuts it back to Moroni. And we have the lead. 1-0 away from home. That's a good start. Now the chances are piling up for us. They started well, but we seem to be doing better as the game wears on. Here's a goal kick though. Chavez sends it long. Origa gets there. Ortiz takes control. Finds Weigand. And he plays it inside to Ortiz and the ball's cleared. Only as far as Caligari's playing in place for for Fernandez really, because Anselmini's in midfield. A shot from distance. That's over. Never really threatening the goal, to be honest. Melli with a free kick now for Emelec. Looking to find their way back into this tie. He plays it short. Leon Moore off the inside of the post. Moore was there again. His cross is caught. That was a good chance. That's a good chance. Welcome in, Draw. Lovely to see you, my dude. Well, so far, we've just reached the knockout phases of the Copa Libertadores. We won all our games in the group stage. We're currently first in the league by 1 point. It's very, very tight. The league doesn't matter. This is the first leg of the second round. We're in a good position, but we need more. We could, if we could be protecting a 2 or 3 goal lead coming into the home leg, that would make us feel really, really calm, really at ease with the situation. So let's tell you to ease off challenges. Let's run through. So Morales isn't having a great game up front. That makes sense. He's not really a striker of any particular profile that makes any sense to us. He's good in the air, but he's got no strength or balance. He's not particularly fast. He's not got great movement. But he's there because we need someone to play up top. And he was the target for the cross. Couldn't win it. Here's Anselmino. Anselmino goes down the left-hand side. Anselmino's cross, and it's Moroni there. He gets there. The header, though, wide, always going wide. Chavez not necessarily under much threat. That said, that's 15. Another injury. We're going to bring on Zalazar now as Langoni has taken a knock. We're going to drop the tempo. See if we can get a little bit more control in the game. So the momentum, that was 2, 3, 4 spots in a row. That hasn't worked for us, so let's drop down to balance now. See if that controls it a little more. Nope, we are not in control. Tempo all the way down, pass into space, off. Caligari's picked up a booking. Ortiz is knackered, Andrade is knackered. Andrade is going to be the one that comes off. We're going to bring on Moreno. And let's see how we're doing. Right, Moroni. Back to Caligari. Welcome in, Nightcrawler. How you doing? I know, isn't it weird? Isn't it weird? How's your weekend so far? Right, Caligari. 96th minute. Out to the right. There's Zalazar in behind. Zalazar across to Valentini. Valentini's touch is bad. He collects it again though. Tries to play it through and Zalazar's in behind. Zalazar from the angle takes a big deflection into the side netting. Moreno now on. That's the last substitution we've got. Moroni will take the corner. He scored the 2 goals that give us the lead currently. wasting time like a pro. Sends it to the back post, and Valentini in injury time gives us back that 2-goal buffer. That is huge. That is huge. Over the balance of the game, maybe we can feel a little bit fortunate there. They did come into it back in that second half. In fact, as soon as we went 2-0 up, they pegged us back immediately. We're in the ascendancy. But 2 goals and an assist from Gonzalo Moroni puts us in a very, very strong position for the second leg. Three days for Langoni. 3 days for Montiel. That's not the worst situation we've seen. So we can hopefully feel all right coming forward. There is of course just 2 days between our next league game and the home leg. Why wouldn't that game get moved? Come on, common sense, guys, common sense. So I suppose we're going to play basically as much of the reserves as we possibly can. Even though we're top of the league is not the priority. Our priority has to be the Copa Libertadores at every stage. I would also like the transfer window to be closed as soon as possible as well, because all the bids are coming in. All the bids are coming in non-stop. I think our transfer budget is now up to 448,000 after we had a player sold for a minimum fee release clause of 4.5 million. So we don't get much in the way of transfer budget. Understandable. So who are the bids in for? The bids are in for Weigand. That's going to be rejected. Bids are in for Fernandez as well. We get to have Fernandez back into the starting lineup, which is cool. So he's essentially just ended up with a nice little extended rest, which I suppose might hopefully serve us well. There's not even a game there. Look, there's no match practice, so they've just been extra cruel to us here. Boo! Man City offering 71 million for Dewsbury Hall. That is madness. That is absolute madness. Right, Taborda hasn't played any games at all really for us. Maybe he should have been playing more games. He's certainly going to be playing this game, I think. Figal is down, out injured. Fernandez back onto the bench. So let's see. Pino is not quite there. 4 days. Peña's 4 days. So we're going to bring Moya in. We're going to bring Arno in at left back. We're going to bring Medranda in. We keep Anselminho on to get some game time. Ortiz rested. Langoni drops down for Salazar. Andrade gets rested as well. That will be Ladico. Morales to drop out. And let's play Laborda up front on that game. Laborda is not necessarily the kind of player we're looking for, but we're going to do him as a pressing forward. Think something like that, hopefully. Something like that. Just the 3 players short of fitness. So, Draw, you're currently on the save with Lyon, and 3 days before the Champions League semi-final, you had the cup final against Paris for 120 minutes. Oh, that is rough. So, of course, that crushed your Champions League dream. Absolutely. That is really, really mean. Right, okay, that's a good result with a win as well, so the lead stays at 1 point. Taborda, we're gonna... What does he want? 8? Okay, if we get a bid for 9 million for a player that's not playing, I'm absolutely on fine with that. Boca Juniors wins another title. I'm sorry? Oh, we've just won the league. Okay, cool. And then we go to the Argentine League Cup group stage. Okay, right, yeah. Okay, I get you. So that's that part. We then get drawn into the next section. Cool. We've won the league. There is a trophy. That will be why the game couldn't be moved. The game couldn't be moved because it was the finale. How about that? Accidentally winning. Whey! We're winning the fucking league. This is where paying attention really does help, hey? How mad. How absolutely mad. And then we go into the cup phase. So winning the league means they've qualified for the Libertadores next season. Not that that makes any difference one way or the other. It's a Carlo Ancelotti-like reaction indeed. It's just, yeah, it is what it is. I might raise my eyebrow a little. So a 1-goal lead to protect at home against Emelec. So Wygant comes back in. Montiel comes back in. Valentini comes back in. Ortiz there, and Salmino back at centre-back. Salazar, Maroni, Lodico up front. Still, those guys are a couple of days away. Langoni, Andrade. Andrade surely gets the start. Border is just going to be that pressing forward. Yeah, we'll go with it. We'll go with it. Let's see how we run from here. We've got enough players in the squad, generally speaking, that we can try something different up front if that doesn't work. Tell everyone that we've got faith. Here we go. Here we go. Oh. We've also got the burps as well. So I suppose I don't mind if nothing really happens. So FMJG, we've won every league we've been in. That's the real Hexagon. I wish we just we do whatever we can for the, we just count up all the trophies we managed to win in each continent. I mean, I have added them to the trophy cabinet, to be fair. Let's make them count. Here comes Mora for Emelec, running down that left-hand side. Mora gets the cross in, and Selmino's in a great place, cuts it out. Salazar comes away with it, holds it up. Oh, Salazar. What was that? Vera into Leon. They've got 3 players over, and we're tracking them. We're tracking them quite well. All the way back to Ortiz. Faravelli now. Faravelli could have lost out to Taborda. Gets closed down, but gets it out of his way. Here's Sanchez coming away, running down that right. Sanchez plays it through. Medina, they had all 3 players through there. All 3 players through. Let's fire these guys up. When that pass comes, we've got Sanchez. Here we go. At this point, he could have played the ball through to Mendes. Could have played the ball through to Vera. Could have played the ball through to Casquette. But played it through to Medina. None of the defence reacted at all as a sensational counter-attack. Very, very flat-footed. So we're going to go attacking. As soon as they had some momentum. We haven't created any chances yet. Now these changes haven't had much effect. Okay, maybe it has had some. We still haven't created a chance. Wygant on a yellow card. Salazar is injured again and on a yellow card. Here comes cleared Wygant. Back to Anselmino. Here's Salazar nursing a knock. Plays it inside. Anselmino across to Valentini. Valentini finds Maroni. Maroni finds a Fernandez. Fernandez pushing forwards, has to go back to Ortiz. Montiel over on the left. Montiel tries to create space. He gets across to the far post. Salazar up. Fernandez is back. And that's how he marks it. Yeah. Fernandez gets to Salazar. So I can't speak. Salazar does well, notices Fernandez in space, knocks it down into his path. Fernandez takes it on the volley, fires it low. He gets over the ball, drills it in at the near post, and it's now 1-1. 1-1 on the evening. It's 4-2 on aggregate. Back to Arriaga. We've got to highlight those straight away. We did change this down to key highlights, didn't we? We did indeed. Leon plays it forward to Sanchez, to Borgia, forward to Casquet to Faravelli. Faravelli has won this competition before. Medina down the left sends the cross in. Mendes gets there. He can't get a proper purchase on it, and Chavez gathers. We are fortunate to be level right now. I just want us to get through to half time, and we're probably going to have to change the shape entirely, I think, because we're getting overrun. Montiel down the left hand side. Montiel, he does get the cross in. Maroney, oh, that chance was close. That was close. It's our second chance of the game. So from a stat point of view, we're dominating the ball. We're just not creating any chances. 6 final third passes, 5 shots. 29 final third passes, 2 shots. That is crazy. We're not going to win if we don't shoot. That is very, very true. Salazar needs to come off. Langoni is the one who's going to come on. Moreno can't jump. Morales can't jump. Ventos can. Ventos is coming on. We're going to the 4-4-2. So you're going to play as a pressing forward or a target forward on support. No, you're going to play as a deep line forward on support. You're going to play as an advanced forward to border. Weigand's got to come off. So who's going to be our striker? Andrade's really, really quick. Andrade's going to play in that role. Taborda's going to play in this role. So we ask him to hold up the ball. We ask him to take more risks. And play you on attacking. Drop back down to positive. You know, a 4-2-4 can be effective. We know that we've struggled to break through them using the 4-2-3-1. So let's see if that can just help us get a bit of that buffer. Montiel with the corner. Mora heads it clear, but Montiel plays it to Ventos. Ventos on as a substitute can ball. It's a good first touch. It creates the space. He drills it low past Ortiz. 5-2 now. 5-2 on aggregate. We have doubled our shots in the first 10 minutes of the second half. But we've also not had any more shots since then. Momentum very much in our favour now. Couple of pot shots coming in from Emelec. Edge of the area. Montiel has picked up a yellow card, so we're going to need to swing players around a little. That's going to see Madrando in. Valenti's coming out wide. Fernandez is tired, so we're going to bring in... No, let's undo those. We're not going to bring on Madrando. We're going to bring on that young left back. He can come on there. And we are going to bring on Fernandez off there. We're going to push Anselmi up into midfield. Anselmino even. Right, Ortiz finds Taborda. Taborda out to Montiel. Montiel looking to get us a third goal with his crossing. No, he's not. He finds Ortiz. Yes, he is. No, he's not. The passing there. Here comes the counter-attack. Medina facing up against all 4 defenders, but they still come away with it. Emelec, and there's a red card then. That is Maroney sent off. Not the player I want to see sent off. Not a player I want to see sent off. I want to look back at that because I swear that didn't say Maroney. Oh no, Mora is their player. Okay. I thought it was Moya, our right back who hadn't come on yet. So here's Vera. To Melli. Melli takes aim, hits the bar. Could be a nervous last 15 minutes, but you think that a 3-goal lead should be enough. You think. The joys of Vidal and Medal style players, indeed. Indeed. Well, if anyone, I thought it'd be Kevin Ortiz. He's our like 18 aggression guy. Mendez coming forward with the cross. Valentini gets it rid of it. Eventually Borgia with the shot. It's 2-1. No, it's not. It's 2-all. All the words I've said in the last couple of sentences have been wrong. Tempo down. Pass more direct. Let's waste the time. We've still got a nice buffer. We've got a 2-goal advantage heading into the last 10 minutes. Borgia able to find space far too easily, though. It has to be said. So I think that we're going to have to bring Andrade off at some point. We are indeed. Here's Sanchez to Vera. Vera with the cross. Bad goalkeeping. Bad goalkeeping. But we can't blame him for that moment. We're bringing you into the 4-4-2 shape. Andrade stays on Montiel. They didn't make the changes as a result of that either. So Arno, Madran... What? Madranda's on. Madranda is a player that we bought on at the same time that we bought Arno on at left back, but Arno's not on. Caligari is going to play in midfield. Get ourselves a defender on. 5-2, the scariest of leads, indeed. Indeed, it's now 5-4. The turnaround is potentially on. Look at the goalkeeper. Oh, Chavez. What an absolute plonker. And suddenly, in the last few moments, they get the momentum. Look at that. Look at that. They turned so much. Melli. Ortiz to the target. Ortiz gets his head on it. It grazes the bar. Just take your time. Take your time. He thought he was Superman. He really did. Oh, that was far too close. Now, one of our best players is going to be missing for, I assume, both legs. Which is fair because he went in with both legs, and that's what got him in that trouble to begin with. Safe. Easy game. Not even scared. We can't do things easily, can we? We cannot do things easily. So as a result of that game, we've lost Salazar just for a week. I can cope with that. Moroni will be banned just for one game. That I can cope with as well. Do we know who we're going to play? It's either Palmeiras or Defensor. So let's get ourselves forwards to these next games. Neither team I particularly want to. Now, Palmeiras had a bad season last year. I think it said that they finished like somewhere around 7th or 8th. So maybe they're not that great, but I think they also might have won the competition a couple of years ago. They still have Esteval. Obviously, Hendrick's long gone. They sold Lopez, who's a player I quite like. But that'd be a big striker I would love. A 6 foot. Like, I think they sold him for only 2.5 million as well, which, you know, could have been plausible. But I don't really feel like I'd want to play them in the next round. Don't particularly feel like I'd want to play Defensor either. But we got to beat these teams to win the whole thing. Hopefully that means as well we've got our midfielders back. Sorry, our strikers back as well, which will help a huge amount. I'm just going to make sure we don't lose our left back to injury. Welcome in, Stephen. Lovely to see you, my dude. I know, it's a weird sight, isn't it? Now, if you can't believe your eyes, what that means? Well, that means is you recognise that so far we've raised money for charity, which has meant that I've lost my beard. But the charity raising doesn't stop here. If you head on over to that lovely link in the top right-hand side of your screens, whether on YouTube or Twitch, you can find out more information about Gamers for Giving. I'm currently aiming for us to raise $1,250. And we got off to a blistering start yesterday. Yesterday we raised $670 in the first day. And now I'm getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. We're aiming for more. So for every $50 we raise, I will be taking a hot sauce. We've done 2 so far today. We've just finished on the jalapeno chili sauce. Next up is a Peruvian one. So head on over to that link if you can afford to do so and consider donating. You can also create a wheel spin as well, which will add some chaotic events to the save and the stream itself. And all help would be appreciated. El Norby says, who is this beardless guy? Where is Musterman? It's Imposter Man. That's the name that they're running with now. Imposter Man indeed. That bid from West Ham is pretty decent, but we're still going to reject it. Lautaro, we haven't lost anyone else to transfer bid so far, which is slightly encouraging. Cool. Cup games don't really matter. We do want them really only for the sake of fitness. So let's get Moya some game time. Get Caligari some game time. And Salminio needs to play as well for game time. Arno can come in. Salazar will definitely drop to the bench, which means Langoni gets some game time. Ladico gets some game time. Morales gets some game time. And these guys are finally ready to be back. So Pena up front as a target forward on support. Pino on the bench. Taborda on the bench in place of Moreno. Mata on the bench in place of Gonzalez. Again, 3 I mean, I think that's pretty good for us at the moment when we're getting only 3 players down as being short of fitness. Even when we've started players, they don't seem to be improving in terms of their shape. And Salminio slowly rising on Salminio. We're just going to move ahead to the next day, just in case they sell a player that we don't want to lose. Langoni, incredible pace, absolutely incredible pace. You are right indeed. He's been a pretty decent for us. 6 goals, 3 assists in the league. Not as impressive in terms of continental competitions. Just the 2 assists in the 6 games there. But yeah, he seems pretty good. Somebody asked us about Salazar earlier. Was that Salazar for a certain team? It wasn't. It looks like a different Salazar from the looks of things. Because I would have recognised I don't know what the team was, but I would have recognised it when it was in there. So deadline is at midnight. Yeah, I'm just scared about one of our players being sold from underneath our noses. So we need to react and bring someone in the last moment. We kind of need to go through this like normal. This bid is Gonzalez. Actually, I say that. Our window closing makes no difference. It's the 5th of August. Marcelino, we'll let him stick around. Ignacio, we're going to keep him around. Sure, we will sell you for 2 mil. We will sell you for 2 mil. Yeah, because our main worry has actually got to be where the other windows close. They don't care about whether we can replace them or not. Deadline passes, that's cool. San Lorenzo into the League Cup. We won the league, so we're already qualified next season. We don't really need to worry about this other than perhaps trying to keep players fit. And then we should find out around this time who we're up against. John Stones to Newcastle. Gonzalo Inacio has signed with Tottenham prior to this. Yeah, so I think Defensor probably a better team for us to draw because they're not in an active league. So I'm guessing we're going to end up with Palmeiras as a result of that. Because you expect that even with no detail settings on, that the fact that the league is kind of active, it's probably got a better tracking of their fitness and their form and stuff. It's not weird. I rarely play without any details on, so it's weird. It's weird. Maybe not as weird as seeing my chins. Arsenal have come in with an offer for a player that we don't play. Liverpool have come in with a bigger offer for a player we don't play. Oh, that's the false 9. The false 9, sure. Right, we are rejecting every bid for Zeke. We are oh right, they're non-negotiable. If they're non-negotiable, that's no fun. That's better. We can't use any of this money. I don't really know why I'm doing this, but let's do it anyway. Yeah, your loss. Well, we got Palmeiras. There it is, confirmed. Jota Hojo, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. If you're playing FM, who are you playing with currently? What team do you support? I'd love to know. Now, don't feel obliged to chat. If you want to just lurk, that is absolutely fine. There is zero obligation to do so. Oh, what a rubbish day over in the Premier League. So Leicester equalised against Brighton. That's quite cool. But all 3 games are drawing at the moment. That is not exciting. That is not exciting at all. I feel like I called it with Aston Villa not playing well against Southampton. Looks like we've had a lot of shots, to be fair. 12 shots to 3. 24 touches in the box. Just looks like we're struggling to break them down. So fair enough. Just needed to mute the stream as I screamed. So all I said is we just need to hope that our only left back remaining, avoids injury. He's now out for 6 to 7 weeks. So if we progress, potentially out for the remainder of the competition. Arsenal's bid for Brunette has been ignored. Fernandez is going to be injured for the game. Oh no, he'll be back in time. 2 days. 2 days for a backup striker as well. So he should at least be okay. Bids still keep on coming for Fernandez. The window is closed. So if the board step in, we might not necessarily be able to do anything. There is a foreign transfer window closes. So I wonder if that means we're able to sign players from abroad. Oh, I do not like this. Oh yeah, there's like at least another month, few weeks as well. So Fernandez can't play in this game. We need to spare him. Montiel obviously can't play for the rest of the season. Moya, we need to play Weigand in there. Caligari, Valenti, Armo, and Salmino can play in that role. Tander's going to get the game time there. We're going to rest Ortiz. All these players are short on fitness. Pino. Pino has not played many games. He's the backup, so let's make sure that Pena is the one getting fit. Salazar isn't ready to come back in the squad. We spare Andrade. Moroni's going to be suspended, so let's give Moroni this game. And that means the bench. We're back, and I'm changing things. I should not be allowed to make decisions. I should not be allowed to consider things when these come up. We're going to ask him to sit narrow and take wider. We're swapping these guys round because Arno isn't good enough. He's actually played quite badly according to the stats. So let's stay wider, dribble less, cut inside with ball on the right. We're going to put Valenti out wide. Madranda has been okay as a centre-back. So Valenti is going to play. Bill Houdini, Brittany. It does feel like it. This is my Brittany moment. I mean, she did have that roundness to her face when she shaved her head off. So it does kind of fit. So that would mean we swap these guys round as well. Andrade's pace as a winger. He can't cross. Oh, okay. Bear me 1 second. The headphones are dying, so let's get them charged up. On to this bit here. So we're going with that. It's just a swap round. Pena picked up a little knock, but he's fit enough. We need to risk him. The games matter. When we go into the game, we'll type mark the striker. I am getting closer and closer. We'll go full. We're definitely going to get full breakdown before the end of the 3 days. I'm confident of that at least. Right, make sure we mark the striker. We'll tell these guys we have faith. Huge game. A huge game. The question is obviously if we're going to battle through at the quarterfinal stage, how are we going to manage in the semis and maybe the final? It's going to be very tough, but we've got to beat all those teams ahead of us, so it makes sense. First highlight, it's a free kick routine. Malcolm's driving from the edge of the area. His shot, well, it wasn't. He just plays it out wide to Vega. Vega sends it inside to Dominguez. Wygant does well to win the ball. He, though, panics and clears it only as far as Gomez. Gomez into Allen. Out wide to Malcolm. Malcolm plays it through. Chavez comes out and he claims. Oh, I thought Ronnie was going to get there. We send it long. Pena loses out to Kelvan. Gabi Menino, they're coming forwards again, Palmeiras. Rabbi Vega on. Oh, Ronnie with the turn. It's a great shot. We got this easy, says Zerachul. We got this. Okay, momentum is in our favour. It's a throw-in now. Weigand will take. Weigand being asked to play a more attacking role than he's used to. Into Fernandez. Back to Fernandez. He finds Ortiz. There's pressure immediately. He comes across to Andrade. Oh, Andrade. Now there's a chance. Ronnie comes away with it. The pressure is gone. So the stats are saying we've got 63% of the ball. We've only created a couple of chances, but we have hit the post already. Ronnie has had some sensational chance. Weigand steps in. Is this a chance to counterattack? Andrade's got pace. As a winger, he's encouraged to do this. Instead, he plays it forward to Moroni. Batalla with a great save. Like this weird early looping cross from Andrade fell perfectly in stride. It was taken down, volleyed, crossed the keeper, but a strong arm pushes it behind. We need to score. We need to score. We're creating chances. We're in control of the game. We're creating chances. Into those last few moments, let's just give a bit of encouragement. See if we can pull something through. We can't. So we're doing okay. Look at that. Final third pass is 72. We just need to be a little bit better with our finishing, with our shooting. But we've got to score, so we need to tell them they need to be better. We can't go a game without our attacking fullback getting a yellow card at by half time. It's just a thing we'll have to deal with. That's all right. Morales playing as the inside forward hasn't been great. Let's put him on attack. Let's not ask him to hold up ball and sit narrower. We can't increase the tempo, so let's ask them to be more expressive. Let's see if they can try and take a few more risks in the final third. That's the part of the pitch I'm concerned about. An early chance, Batalla with a save as well. So both teams have had chances in the first 5 minutes. Ronnie, can he get in behind? He can't. Chavez claims the free kick. Welcome in, Bruno. Welcome in. It is indeed Beardlessman. Isn't it crazy? We're raising money for Gamers Outreach, a phenomenal charity that works to provide video games for hospitalized children so they can have an outlet for escape and fun and adventure. If you pop on over to the donate link there as well, a chance to get involved, to create a great chance. And there's Luke Andrade. Andrade was the target at the far post. He gets there. There's no challenge from Kelvin. It's not the greatest header, but Batalla couldn't scramble across in time. We have a lead. We have a lead to protect. And I think that means at that hour mark, wait a second, here's a corner. Moroni. Pena gets there and it's just over. At this point, we drop Be More Expressive off now. We're doing good. Indeed, that's it. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Bruno. Yes, so every $50 we raise, I'm doing another hot sauce in a hot sauce challenge as Moroni plays it through to Weigand. Weigand with the moment. Weigand. Marcelo Weigand. Sensational from Moroni.
You're an ostrich. Well, your head must be in the sand.
Sensational from Moroni. He sees the run from deep from Weigand, plays it through. We're 2-0 up. We're 2-0 up. We're in relative control. We are, though, going to make the changes. Pena came into this game nursing an injury. On comes Pino. Fernandez isn't having a great game. Morales isn't necessarily having a great game, but I'm going to save those substitutes a little bit later if possible. The closer we can get to the end of the game, the better. Andrade's picked up a yellow card. Right, they send the ball forwards. Anselmino gets it clear only as far as Gabriel Menino, but we gather Morales now inside to Moroni. Moroni drives towards the... Well, he doesn't drive towards the hard line. He drives towards the byline. Here, plays it to Valentini. Moroni gets it back. Fernandez, this is some nice passing. Oh, look at that. Look at that passing. Morales. Oh, that deserved a goal. That deserved a goal. Hey, incredible stuff. Villa have missed a penalty. Who cares? Who cares? Asensio. Oh, bless him. Matranda with that overhead kick. Oh, that could have been something. That could have been something. Moroni's in behind. This is good stuff. It's good stuff, but we are going to make changes because of Andrade's yellow card. Andrade's yellow card means we're going to bring on Salazar. He's going to play over on the right. Is Ladico right-footed? I assume he's right-footed. No, he's left-footed. So we're actually going to bring on both Ladico and Salazar into those wide areas. Yeah, is it still nil? Oh, well, I've just seen it is still 0-0. Okay, I do care that we've missed a penalty. Oh dear. Oh dear. Moroni with the free kick. Valentini, no. To play our best lineup when possible so that those players stay fit. And then hopefully be ready to put ourselves in a good position for the games against Santos. Goal for Watkins. Marvellous stuff. Marvellous stuff. Wayne's here again. Musterman looks like half a person now the beard's gone. This is how round my face is. That's why I have a beard, to add length to it. Welcome in, Chaser. How you doing, my dude? How are you doing? Let's see. So Watkins... Is it still 0-0 in the Nottingham game as well? Who calls them Nottingham? Who calls them Nottingham? So that win would take us, if we hold on, would take us up to 5th temporarily until Chelsea and Newcastle play. That's not bad, I suppose. See, Brighton have got the lead now against Leicester as well. Yeah, Bruno, it's a ridiculous challenge. The time constraints are crazy. So we instant result through the league games, or like in this situation, we're going to holiday through them. Just play those games to make things tougher. So the hot sauce challenge, we've got a wheel of chaos as well. So if people spin the wheel of chaos, that can impact decisions we've got to make. It has been chaotic. You think it suits you without a beard? Well, thank you, but I don't like being able to see all these chins. I haven't for many years. It was very, very disconcerting getting up this morning. We like wake up, go downstairs, look in the mirror, and you're like, who the f is that? So it's a lovely goal from Watkins. A kind of volley in off the bar. Oh, you've always got to love it when it's in off the bar. I'll look forward to catching that later. As a draw, of all the teams coming off a first leg loss in the Champions League quarterfinals, do you think any of them will turn things around? And if so, who? Dortmund aren't. Dortmund are out. Villa might as well be out as well. I think we have a small chance, but it's very unlikely. I think Real Madrid could, but I don't think they're likely to. Which means that gives us... Wait a second, who did Dortmund lose to? Dortmund lost to Barcelona. It's Bayern against Inter. It's obviously going to be the Bayern Inter turnaround, which I imagine is going to be the best chance. The two exceptionally good teams, tightly matched, and a scoreline that is most feasible for it. But I think that Real Madrid, if they can get an early goal, will certainly be nervy. I think Villa, if everything falls into right place, we could, but we're talking about like a 0.5% chance. And I think Dortmund, if health freezes over, or if, you know, that deal that they signed with the arms manufacturers means that they get access to weaponry that could wipe out their opposition, because they're not doing it on the pitch, that's for sure. And Bruno says you can relate the discomfort after trimming your beard. It's like I'm naked. It is, exactly. It's so like my comfort is to play with the beard as well. You know, like you find your hands, your idle hands, and you're like this, and there's nothing there. There's no purchase. There's a little bit of hair that I need to trim a bit more down there. I could probably just play with this little bit here. This is Urchel, time to look again. No worries at all. Enjoy the taxi work. RJ says, of course Real can do it. It's Real Madrid. I'm sure they'll get 1 or 2 penalties. That's the feeling, isn't it? They are a team who have pedigree at dealing with this kind of situation in the past. They were so bad as well last week. Like, so very, very bad by their standards. Even if they've not been in great form recently. That it only takes them playing to near their capacity to be a real threat. That said, Arsenal could and probably should have won by more. So if they can put in the same level of performance they put in last week, they've also got a good chance of extending that lead. So we'll see. The only other thing I would say with the Villa chance is, quite famously, Emery has history of winning home games in the Champions League against Luis Enrique, able to win 4-0 in the first leg to begin with. So, you know, there's a little bit of hope. A little bit of hope. And so you read that Arsenal are one of only 4 teams who Real have never beaten in European competitions. I don't think anyone will guess the other 3. Well, isn't it though, because they've never played? So Real and Arsenal have only ever met once before, like a 2-legged tie. I think that's the case. Which is crazy. Absolutely, absolutely crazy that in all those years they've never met more than that many times. So could we guess who the other 2 are? It's going to be like lower teams that no one expects. Let's go with Steaua Bucharest for a throwback. And who are a team who've maybe got into the Champions League just once? Did Leicester play them in the Champions League? Let's go with Leicester and Steaua Bucharest. Those are my guesses. How can they score a goal though? They only have Mbappe, Vinny Jr., Rodrigo and Bellingham in attack. Not enough. Not enough. They probably need Haaland as well. So RJ's... draw. For Real to advance, they need Vinny at his peak, and he hasn't been at his peak for a while. I think they're still trying to work out how Vinny and Mbappe work together. There's been spells where they've looked okay, but Mbappe wants to be out in that left channel or drift towards that left-hand side. Vinny is out on that left side and wants to drift inside, and I think that there's not really the connection there right now. And so I would controversially say that they need to have Rodrigo at his peak. I think Rodrigo is that kind of... He's the 4th man in the attack, and therefore probably the one who's get paid less attention to. So if he's in a good moment, I think generally speaking, they do all right. So we're struggling with 3 wins, 2 draws, and a defeat in the League Cup, but we don't care about the League Cup. We lost in a quarter-final, that's fine. We've got games against Godoy Cruz, Lanús. There we go, the Santos game is coming up. How are we doing from this point of view? Ortiz is suspended. Wygant is now injured. He should be back soon. The rest of the team are kind of back. Campuzano is not far away. Montiel is back. Brilliant. Let's get Montiel into that team. So that would mean we want to change these guys back in terms of their roles. So support, inside, forward, in regular winger. Going inside forward on attack. Swap these guys around. So for the next couple of games, we want players to get back into the squad. That'd be Valentina and Selmy, whoever they want to play there. Defensive midfielder. Andrade, Moroni. We have, who was our winger? We had Zalazar, and Langoni is still out for another couple of weeks. So that would be Zalazar in that situation. So we're okay to move that forwards, I think. September. Why is it not showing any of those? Oh, it only seems to show league games, doesn't it? So we want to move forwards until the 13th of October. Just in case the game gets moved weirdly a day forward. So let's go to the 12th of October. And then it's potentially just 4 games left in this, hopefully. Maybe 2 if we fail. So RJ's gone for Forest as a guess. Chaser, it was the last European game in at Highbury. That's an awesome bit of knowledge. So Chaser went for Zagreb. The other 3 were Ipswich, Lille, and Aberdeen. Okay, yeah, I would have never guessed them. Never guessed them whatsoever. Welcome in, Triple M. How you doing, my dude? How you doing? Lovely to see you. 2-0 Villa. Marvellous. Who got the second goal? Oh, wait a second, I can check it here. Donyell Marlon. Good lad. So Donyell Marlon has had this really peculiar situation where we've signed him permanently in January, but because of all the loan signings we brought in and our specific needs, he wasn't registered for Europe, for the Champions League. And I think that might possibly be the single best decision that Emery has made in terms of getting fans on Marlon's side. Because Marlon's quite a streaky player. We've got a lot of those streaky players. Bailey can be streaky. Diaby used to be streaky. Ramsey can be streaky. McGinn can be streaky. And I like the idea that if you create this environment where there's already this enormous amount of sympathy for a player, it probably gives him a little bit of leeway in terms of starting and bedding into the side where he's taken quite a few games to kind of settle in and impress. He's now got 3 goals in his last 3 games, which is fabulous to see. So, don't think it was deliberate, but I think it's kind of worked in his favour. Like gives the fans something to cling on to and feel and empathise and understand the situation. And I hope he's going to be a fantastic player for us. I do kind of like this approach too. I have no idea if this is a deliberate approach, but we seem to go for those streaky wingers, those players that might have an absolutely sensational game and win it all on their own. But every now and then they're going to have spells of 3 or 4 games where they look like the worst footballer in the world. And I just wonder if this is deliberate. It's a case of going, hey, it's much easier to find streaky players, but if we sign 17 of them, then at half-time we just sub them off and we bring on another one who's surely we've got a decent amount of luck that they won't all be in a bad moment at the same time. I'm sure that's not the approach, but I like to think that it is. I like to believe that that is what they're going for. So what are the other games doing? Let's have a look. Oh, Leicester have equalised. Ooh. Is the late escape on? I don't know what that does for the table. Leicester would be still 2 points behind Ipswich, who have a game in hand. 4 points behind Wolves that have a game in hand. The Great Escape might be on. The Great Escape might be on. A late Leicester goal right now would be incredible. Like, that's all I want really, is I want excitement towards the end of the season. I mean, it's good that there's the battle for 4th, but the relegation and the title battles are the far more interesting ones, right? They're the ones that you keep your eye out from the very, very first game of the season. Would it have been Bobby Robson? It was Bobby Robson's Ipswich. Is it a case of all those teams have only ever played against each other? Well, I was going to say twice. Because that is Ipswich, Lille and Aberdeen is a phenomenal list of teams to have never lost. Leicester to do a Wigan, exactly. Wouldn't that be great? Not quite as sensational as Wigan's, but Fulham had a great escape as well, didn't they? Wasn't under Roy? It was under Roy, wasn't it? That last game of the season, there's a Danny Murphy free kick sent long, I think. Yeah, like they stayed up under relatively improbable circumstances. So from a schedule point of view, we won those next 2 games, which is cool. What is our situation squad-wise? We have a lot of players missing. Pena will be out for 2 weeks. Andrade will be out for 6 weeks. Langoni is just returning from injury. So, Pino comes in. Oh, did they get injured like literally the last game? Pena was injured in the last game. Andrade was injured in training 2 days before that. That is cruel. That is very, very cruel. But I suppose that's what we have to deal with. So Diego Moya on the... or Caligari. Can Anselmino play out wide? He can't. Caligari. Morales. There's no space for you or you. Langoni on the bench. Madranda. Caligari can play a little bit of right back. I think that's what we're going to have to go with. But we've got another day until that game anyway. Again, we are fortunate to be away from home in that first leg. We can grind out a result, lose by maybe only 1 goal. We got to be feeling okay about that. And then the home leg, we can feel okay. And it's a 2-leg final. Although let's not think about the final, because that only sets us up to failure. Fast is going back to the Championship. Fast is going to be the greatest defender in the history of the Premier League. It's just his trajectory to get there is going to be a little bit slower than most players normally would. Just the 3 players that aren't fit. So we told them to pick Montiel. He cut a game and then he was suspended for the next one. Incredible. That's why he's completely miles off the pace. He didn't even get to play both games. So let's put Valentini out there. Might need to swap them back to the other way round as we played for a couple of games. They might not believe in us. And I don't believe in you either. Let's say no pressure, guys. No pressure. No pressure. Up against the 4-4-2. See how it goes. See how it goes. There's a 4-4-2 that we faced in the semi-finals of the African Champions League. We were playing a different formation ourselves, to be fair, but is this going to be a repeat situation where we get to the semis and we just get outclassed by a 4-4-2? It could be. It could be. So on the same theme, Dundee United are one of the teams unbeaten against Barcelona. 2 wins, 0 draws and 0 defeats. That is a cool stat as well. That is a very, very cool stat. So Santos have started well. We've had a shot each. Not necessarily a quality game. We have got a little bit of momentum in our favour. Not massively. But at least it is our way, he says, as it seems to now be turning. 1 shot apiece. In steps. Well, that's a thing that happened. Well, thank God it's at right back, a position that we are very, very strong in at this for this particular game. We go with that. So just without a striker. We're going strikerless in the semi-finals. Football was something else in the 80s. It really was. It really, really was. Right, we expect that we're going to be under the cosh now, but if we can ride out the pressure, we might be able to get something on the counter-attack. Here's Salazar. Salazar with the cross. Morales. Oh, what a save. What a save, Morales. That was the moment for you, my man. That was the moment for you. It was a big, big chance. So you voted for Santos as the team to play with this morning. I'm torn between wanting to be right or seeing Musterman have a chance. I think you get to say, no, I was right. Nice and compact defensively. We're doing okay. But we can do better. We can absolutely do better. It's 1-0 to Everton in the 93rd minute. Oh my. No, Nottingham Forest's... No, I didn't see that happening. I did not see that happening. Shocking. Luizao to Lucas Perez. Perez back to Luizao. Luizao looks up, finds Jadson. Basso on the ball now. Basso can play it to Profeta. Here's Wesley cutting inside. Wesley takes aim, fires over. Chavez just watches it. He wasn't worried. It's Decore. Forest on the attack. Everton break 3-on-2. Right, they're peppering shots now. That's kind of what we expect. Can we... find a way. Oh, another save. We are getting something going forwards though. Salazar has got a decent rating. Moroni is struggling. Morales missed that big chance. But it's got to be, our focus has to be where the tiredness is. The tiredness is Moroni over Morales. So let's see if we go. Let's bring Ladico on. Pop him out. Morales up as a pressing forward. Ortiz is going to come off. And is it going to be Tanda? Salazar's going to have to be replaced. Return of Langoni. Lots of changes. Going to switch. Have a presence up front, perhaps. Possibly. Again, if we lose 1-0, that's not a bad result. And given the circumstances, that's an excellent result. No matter how heartbreaking it would be for that situation to occur in the last few moments. We're into the 5 minutes. Here is a free kick. Lucas Perez sends it in. Rodriguez Cesar hits the bar. It's offside. It's offside. We've held on. That feels like possibly our best result of the stream so far. Ooh. We held on for 60 minutes with 10 men. We should have scored. We should have scored. But that doesn't matter. We carry a draw into the home leg. We should have our right back as well for that game now. So Wygant should be back, which is huge. Got some games here where we can get our players hopefully up. Platense, then against Santos. Welcome in, Eddie. Welcome in, Eddie. How you doing, my dude? How you doing? Welcome. We're at the business end. We may be one game away from being knocked out of the Copa Libertadores, or we might be one game away from the final of the Copa Libertadores. We haven't won a trophy yet. Well, no, we've won loads of trophies. What am I talking about? We haven't won a major club continental competition yet. So this could be the moment. Did we succeed in Africa? We did not. We lost at the semi-final stage. This is as far as we got last time round, and so there is the tension existing. We came up against Al Ahly, and Al Ahly were just much, much better than us. So much better than us. I mean, to be fair, Zerachal, welcome back, by the way. There was something kind of cathartic about the Al Ahly loss. Like, once we went 3-0 down, the second leg was kind of more of a case of, I did not feel that way about Japan, though. So, Weigand back in. Caligari will just spare players now. I don't want players to play if they don't need to. So let's try Tanada, Arno. Let's get Langoni back up to fitness. Let's get Taborda out there. Ladico and Taborda that way round. Something like that, maybe. Morales is probably a better choice because we could get him up to a decent amount of fitness. Same goes for Salazar. Let's get Salazar there. Let's put Morales. No, I need Pino to play. Right, who is that player? It's Morales. Morales there. Ladico to play in Tanada's spot. Arno to drop down. Players aren't necessarily in their right spots, but we're just getting them some game time ahead of the next match. So hopefully we can have a little bit more in terms of the options. Yeah, we won that against Platense. We've climbed up a little bit. We could actually win the League Cup as well, but that's not going to be a focus. We're not going to spend. Valentini is suspended for this game. Oh. Every time we turn, we find out another player is going to be unavailable. So we're going to miss 2 defenders for this game against Santos. I didn't rest players. Let's make sure I get that sorted. Rest. Anyone who is not at full condition can get a little bit of a rest. Then we move forwards to Santos. So Night of Knee asks, how do I feel about the Japan challenge then? So how I feel is that we were hideously robbed in both legs of that second round, given the circumstances as well. My mess up with the contract, only discovering that towards the end, so it's not in a position where it's redeemable in any way. It felt like a very, very flat way to start the challenge, I think would probably be my best way of putting it. Yeah. So Al Ahly is a dynasty in the African Federation. They really are. 12 times CAF winners, so from Africa to South America. Indeed. South America now, and then we'll be doing North America for this evening session. So ideally, I wanted to have wrapped up this session probably about now. So we are behind. Shock horror. Trying to squeeze a season into 6 hours. Of course we're going to be behind. But then we do the Americas this evening, which is going to be a challenge for sure. Welcome in, Sherbs. How you doing? How are you doing? It's the second leg of the semi-final. We've just drawn 0-0 with 10 men away from home against Santos. So now this is the game that matters. Wygant is back. That's brilliant. Anselmino, Madranda, Montiel. In midfield, we've got Fernandez, we've got Ortiz. Our wide players, it's going to be Salazar, Moroni. Drade's injury is a shame. So we've got a choice between Morales, Langoni, Ledis. I think we're going with Ledis. And up front, we've not got much choice. It's going to be Pino. Bray, Mata, Moya. We have no centre-backs. That's going to be a slight issue. Campuzano is back from injury. Langoni, Taborda, Morales. Pena, we can't rely on him there. Moreno, Tanda, Brunette. This is the match that matters. This is the match that matters. Asensio missed another penalty, but McGinn gets the rebound. Villa up to 5th and provisionally a Champions League place. I mean, both. So Chelsea are behind us by 1 point and they have a game in hand, right? I think Newcastle are behind us by 2 points and have 2 games in hand. So I think it's safe to assume that until those teams drop points, we are in 7th effectively. And it finished 1-0 to Everton. My word. So none of it had, no need to say sorry to hear that. I mean, it's just part of the challenge, isn't it? We're not going to win everything. There is a small chance that we're not going to win anything. Chelsea game in hand is against Liverpool, though. I mean, it's always better to assume that they're going to win it regardless, just for your own sake of well-being. Here's Salazar. We're 3 minutes into the game. Wygant sends the cross in. Pino. Moroni! What we want. The ball was crossed low. Pino turned it towards goal. João Paulo gets his hand to it, but he can't do anything but push it into the path of Moroni. Moroni is now injured. Why can we not have nice things? That means we're going to bring on Taborda. Taborda is our arrival. It's okay. Can we get a second goal? We've had the only shot so far, but we're seeing. "15 minutes in, our second injury, our second stoppage as well. And Anselmino is on a yellow card too. We have no centre-backs on the bench. So we're probably going to need to make a change at half-time as well, because that's our last opportunity for a free substitution. Right, momentum is yo-yoing between both sides. Here's a chance for Santos. Perez's cross. Rodriguez gathers. Rodriguez out to Jadson. Can we put pressure on? We can. Joaquim to Luizao. Joaquim into Jadson. His touch finds Keverson. Rodriguez Cesar in the right-hand side. Sends it into Chulio. Chulio to Jadson. Oh no, the goalkeeper's on the floor. The goalkeeper's on the floor. It's 1-1. That doesn't ostensibly change things. We came into this game on a draw. Why did he dive? Why did he dive? It was a pass. Ah, that's the luck I want you to provide. That's the luck I want you to provide. We are currently playing this game without like 2 players suspended, 4 or 5 players injured. We got two injuries in the opening 15 minutes. We drew 0-0 with 10 men against Santos in the first leg. I do agree with that. I do agree we can step it up. Because we don't have any other options for changes. Moya's come on, he's picked up a yellow card, of course he has. Ease off tackles. And Salmino, ease off tackles. I can't. If we get a centre-back sent off, we have no centre-backs. Ortiz isn't having a great game, it has to be said. The Deco is going to be the player replaced. It's going to see us bring on Morales. We've got one break, one substitute break, that is, 2 substitutes remaining. So what round is this? It's the semi-finals, second leg. Kevson, it is a 2-legged final if we make it through, so it's not like we're then 1 game away. But here's Salazar. Salazar with the cross to the far post. Morales, it's a super sub.
That was my next question. Dilly dong, come on.
I'm afraid to tell you, DMB, you're not allowed to go away. You must stay here now for the rest of the 2 days. It is set in stone in that regard. Right, Ferrarese heads it forwards. Montiel gathers. Montiel inside to Madranda. Madranda, is he about to do something stupid? Turns back to Chavez whilst under no pressure, so it is quite possible. Sends the ball over. Here's Morales. Morales plays it to Taborda. Taborda fires just over. The substitutes are making an impact. Taborda and Morales with goals. Momentum still in our favour. That's generally... of course, every time I say that, you would have thought I'd learn by now. Right, Keverson. Down the left, finds Lucas Perez. It's a great challenge for Fernandez, but that's going to be given as a penalty because the game can't simulate contact. Chavez. He's in a bad mood heading into this penalty. That doesn't bode well. Tulio versus Chavez. And that's 3-2. Nervy times now. Nervy times now. Salazar's the man that's coming. We're going to need to make our subs. That's going to see Langoni on. Because he's knackered. And we're bringing Campazano on. I want fresh legs in that defence. We're dropping the tempo. So you're doing your best. You'll be away from keyboard at times, but the stream will be on. That might suffice. Did you go? Kinda actually, dude. Oh my. Well, you've been here. You are responsible in part for 2 of our goals positively, so I won't blame you. That momentum naturally has shifted. We understand that, but we've kind of killed the game for a bit. What's going to happen here? Anselmino steps in. Fernandez to Taborda. Montiel. Montiel to Morales. We can play it through the lines here. Fernandez. I'm not going to celebrate early. I think he was onside. Fernandez pokes it high and past the keeper. 4-2. 4-2. I told you I thought he was on. It's an unconventional finish. He took it early. It was unexpected. A corner. Anselmino loses out. That's fine. Madranda, Anselmino to Moya. Out to Langoni. Langoni with a... He tries to do the same. He goes for a weird pokey shot. Wasn't the right decision in that moment. Wasn't the right decision in that moment. What a silly game. There were 5 injuries in that game. There were only 3 saves in that game. We're through. Now, Johnny, you say it's a single leg final. I'm going to double check that because I thought I saw it as a double leg. I would have messed that up, wouldn't I? I would have messed that up big time. Maroney is going to be out for 4 weeks. Wygant is going to be out for 4 weeks. You are right, it is just one. We have over 4 weeks until that game comes to pass. So let's leave those positions that are injured, let's leave them unselected. Let's get Valente in there because that's the player that should be playing. Let's unpick all of the bench. It's the players that are important to me. The deco isn't. In fact, all of those we can let them go. We now... When is that game? We don't know who it's going to be. Atletico Paranense or Flamengo. Let's head on forwards to around that period though. So we're going to be looking at just before the 27th. Get ourselves up to the weekend before. And we should be good. So Panji, did we win the AFC Cup? We did not. We lost the AFC Champions League Elite in the second round to Jeonbuk. We lost the CAF Champions League to Al Ahly in the semi-finals. So this is our first final. We are 7 hours into day 2, and we've got the final just a short while away now. Hopefully we can get our first win on the board. I wonder, we should have the striker back. We've got Pena and Pino, the 2 strikers we signed. Pino, a huge part in that goal, a huge part in our opening goal. But Pena is our better striker, so it'd be great to have him back. Oh, we're halfway there, indeed. Whoa, living on a prayer. But both those players should be back from injury close-ish. There's not much of a gap between these finishing and the North American leagues going as well. So when we're in lunch, I'll call it lunch. Bit weird calling it lunch at what's going to be probably around 6 p.m. Yeah, there's not too much holidaying that has to go on behind the scenes, which is quite handy. So you wanted to manage Valencia, but you don't have enough knowledge about the team. In what knowledge do you feel that you're lacking, Panji? So Panji, you could search things up over on YouTube and watch some highlights of their current team. You can learn about the team by looking at their profiles in FM. I mean, a lot of times by the time you get a few years into a save, you know, teams have changed quite significantly. So you've got to go through that learning process. So if you're wanting to manage Valencia, just go and do it. Do it. What's the worst that can happen? So about the team and the playstyle. Well, if you're going to become the manager, the playstyle is about what you want to do. But yeah, you can certainly do some learning. You can watch some highlights, see a little bit about what they do in real life, or you can let FM teach you. You know, you can kind of pick up information by looking at the manager's profile, seeing what formations they play, what tendencies they have. Take a look at the players that they've got and what kind of traits they have as well. So that will kind of, generally, traits I find tend to be a little bit more of a reflection of their current manager's style. So if you're under a manager that has been managing for a long time, players that you're specifically asking to cut in or do certain things might actually be a manager preference rather than a player preference. No necessarily clear way to tell. Oh, it's gone quiet. It's gone quiet. There's the music going. So how are we feeling? Let's get this. Oh, no. I've done that wrong. Let's get a little poll running. What do we think the result will be in the final game? Is it going to be a Boca win? Going to be an Atletico? I'm not going to be able to have all of those letters in there, unfortunately. Is it going to be an AP win? Is it going to be a Boca win after extra time? That can include penalties. It won't allow me to say after extra time. So after ET, is it going to be an AP win after ET? That could include penalties. Let's get that vote running. Get it running for 5 minutes. Let us know what you think. I'll see if I can get that poll running over on YouTube as well. What will be the result? I think I get more words over there. Boca win. No, I don't get many. AP win. Very, very fitting. Because they were one of the teams that we could have considered taking over, but I dismissed entirely. I was like, nope, we're not going to consider them. We're going to consider Flamengo, Sao Paulo, Santos, Boca, and is it Banfield? I think, yeah, Banfield was the other one. I dismissed Atletico. I poo-pooed their ability and their success. And here they find themselves in the final against us. So it's only what we deserved. Let's move on to that quarter final. We'll instant result that, just see if there's any players we need to control. It was Belgrano, indeed. So Atletico Paranense are AP, Panji. We've got a break. A break is coming up in like 20 seconds or so. So that's kind of perfect. We can come out of it. We don't have to worry about that lingering as we head into the final. So I'm going to head on over onto it. And I will see you guys in about 3-4 minutes.
Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually. We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners. We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up.
There we go. The results are in. I love your optimism, guys. There are 5 votes and none for anything else over on Twitch. There are votes. I like your positivity. We did put a couple of players to get some fitness in for that game against River Plate, which we won. That's a nice little touch. We'll move forwards though to the final. Here we go. Here we go. Will I do a pep and overthink it? No pressure, imposter man. Indeed. Indeed. No pressure. Apart from definitely a lot of pressure. Yeah, am I going to overthink it? Am I going to assess that we end up missing some players and now we need to switch the formations round again? We drew our first games against Santos and against Palmeiras. They were away games. This is a neutral venue. But I'm pretty certain that the game treats a team as a home and a team as away in a neutral venue. So I don't know how that's going to impact things. Ladico is going to be unavailable. He's picked up an injury, unfortunately for him. But the rest of the squad is available. Different levels of fitness. Broken toe. Thankfully, he's not a main player. That would have been someone who's likely to be on the bench. Probably would have come off the bench, but that's not the worst result. If we're on the left of the scores, I'm confident. If we're on the right, not so much. Indeed, that's my neutral ground superstition, and I'll die on that hill. I am 100% on that position. Boca are the home team. They are. We are indeed. We are indeed, allegedly. There's a young left back getting injured. See, even when they're in the reserves, the left back's a problem position. All these players with... They don't reckon that Vigant can play the full game. They don't reckon that Andrade can or Moroni, but they are back. And that's kind of the thing that matters. So Chavez, Wygant, Anselmino, Valentini, Montiel, Fernandez, Ortiz, Langoni, or Zalazar. Where is Zalazar? Zalazar. Or Langoni. 23 starts, 7 and 8. 28 starts, 9 and 10. They feel like much of a muchness. I like Langoni's pace coming off the bench. Salazar will get the start. Moroni will get the start. He's not fully fit, but he's going to be there as part of the setup, and then it's on the left. Andrade, they reckon, can only play 45 minutes, but he's going to be... That's the pace starting. That's the pace coming off the bench. Pena is back. Pena starts. Our team here, those are our centre-backs. That's our backup to right back, backup left back, defensive midfielders. Our attacking options, Langoni to Border. Moreno, Pino. So that's our 11. Morales is the last player on the bench there. So we didn't pick AP at the start, but face them anyway. Exactly, Nee. Wouldn't it be the most beautiful irony if the team we lose to is one of the ones that I discounted completely, the ones that I dismissed? It would be not a good irony, but it would be fitting, I think is the term I'm looking for. 3 players, not necessarily fully fit. But if they're not good enough, fitness-wise, I'd rather they get injured in the first half and we can replace them than we bring them on as a substitute and they get injured straight away. (4-2-3-1) plays 4-2-3-1. Here we go. Shakira Ripoll. and her Boca Juniors side.
Honestly, I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Against Henderson Moreira and Atletico Paranense. We're in blue, allegedly the home team. I should have checked where the actual venue is. So, early highlights starts with Paranense giving the ball away. Salazar finds Pena. Back to Salazar. He's going to find Ortiz. Across to Moroni. Moroni's in behind. Normally so deadly from such a position. Fires over. Paranense have had a couple of chances themselves that didn't make it. What's the venue? I don't know, Eddie. I don't know. Come on, Boca, says El Norbi. Come on. Come on. Rafa Navarro with the header. They're in behind. Igor Gomez. There's two on coming through. Igor Gomez all the way. It's a good save from Chavez. A good save from Chavez. Fernando is going to take the corner. Swinging in at that near post. Igor Gomez rises, heads it over. I'm having a feeling that that's what those chances are. The 15-minute mark. They've had 4. Let's have a look at their shots. That was a chance that didn't make it. They've moved through. That's not going to be a corner then. The other one is player number 10. That's Canobio. That's a throw-in. So it is a set piece. That we know is a set piece as well. We've had that save that we've seen. Early stages. Salazar has lost the ball a lot. Gamara and Juninho have had a lot of that, and Gomez have had a lot of the ball without seeing any pressure. So those are going to be the changes we make. We want to say Gamara. We're going to press on Gamara. We're going to press on Juninho. We're going to mark up Gomez. Let's try and stop him from getting the ball. In fact, we're not going to press Gamara. We allow Gamara to have the ball. We're going to press when it comes into midfield. So Mustermann just closed his eyes, got on the flight and bus to the stadium without knowing where it is. Exactly. We've got a bus driver. They need to find out. Nothing else happens. Here's Andrade. Andrade fires it across goal. Oh, it just needed a touch from Pena in the middle there. Just a touch. We're screwed. Our striker is broken. I mean, it's not a good sign, was it? Canobio. It's a penalty. A penalty. No way to really assess whether that's fair or not. Chavez hasn't saved one. Igor Gomez. Chavez still hasn't saved one. Off both posts and out. Oh! Right, Paranense coming forwards. Rafael Navarro cut out by Wygant. Into Anselmino. Out to Valentini. Montiel. I thought that the guy following up was going to get there first. Montiel, that was awful for Montiel. And now it comes back to Atletico Paranense. Gomez drives forwards. Ortez tries to take a nibble, but Gomez stays upright. Gomez keeps on going. Gomez cuts it to Canobio. Canobio from the edge of the area. We haven't had any joy with those changes, have we? We haven't. We're going to a 4-2-4 in the second half. Big moments. We are fortunate to still be in this. They've had 6 shots for 0.43 xg, and then obviously the penalty. Post for the win. That was something new. It's never seen that before. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. We've been bad though. So let's change Andrade's pace. I want Andrade's pace. Moroni. In the attacking midfield, Splot. Moroni can do that. He can't last the game. Salazar can play up front at a push isn't as quick. Andrade is the quick man. So that would be looking at Taborda playing in that role. Going forwards with both of these guys. These guys double DM. We're going down that route. So stay wider, cut inside, dribble less. Stay wider, cut inside, dribble less. Double defensive midfielders, hold position, tackle harder. We don't want Fernandez to hold position, but we will ask him to tackle harder. Maroney, hold up ball, take risks. Taborda's already in, move into channels. Opposition, we're going to clear those instructions. Second half. And Paranense, okay, don't start in the intensity, but here they come. Montiel cuts it out, moves it back to Chavez. Chavez waiting for the pressure to come, then sends it long. Pena knocks it down for Ortiz. He moves it back to Pena. Pena doing well, linking play. Fernandez breaks forwards. Fernandez sends it into Pena. Taborda hits the post. Taborda, who's only just come on, has hit the post. It's two big chances. He's also picked up a yellow card within moments of coming on. We've had big moments. We've had big moments that have missed. They're going to be costly. Ortiz out to Montiel, but they've had a penalty they've missed. So, it swings and roundabouts. Andrade's going to play it across to Fernandez. It's cut out by Juninho, and here comes Rafael Navarro. Navarro moves it back, and Canobio is linking play. Gamara. Hugo Mora now into Igor Gomes. Gomes out to Navarro, and Canobio's in behind. Look at how slow Weigand looks. Weigand gets across. No! 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 Okay. I did not like that. I do not like that. Langoni comes back in with his pace. Andrade's played his 45 minutes. Diego Moya needs to come on for the booked Moya. Booked Weigand. I think I might have. I was close. I was close to crying. That was a shit of a penalty decision. Oh, JJ, welcome in, by the way. Geez, exactly night and knee. However, we've made those changes, and now here comes Paranese. Wesley sends the ball in. Gomez is the target. Moya gets his head to it, but Canobio's created space. Canobio's breaking my heart. It's all gone quiet. It's all gone quiet. Wesley. Moya gets his head there, but that means he's not picking up the man. Canobio skips inside. Anselmino just didn't even engage him. Obi-Wan Canobio, indeed. Campuzano on. Hino on. We are volanteing. "15 minutes. Can we respond? Montiel with the corner, in at the far post. Valentini's header is punched away. It's punched away, and then out for another corner. Maroney will take this one. Maroney sends it into that same area. Jean, easy claim that time. Time to whip out the 118, quite possibly. Obi-Wan Canobio using the force to create that situation as well. It's close enough to a 118, right? Close enough to a 118. 5 minutes of injury time. 3, 2, 1. I think it's fair to say that this is just how it's going to go. It is a beautiful irony. Oh well. So, on to the Americas. I know, Johnny. We've gone from knocked out in the second round to the semi-final to the final. Surely the next step has got to be winning the whole thing. Surely next time, or not. Champions, Big Marv, but not us, unfortunately. Not us. They missed a penalty, to be fair to them. Those huge chances. Maroney to Border, both through on goal. Maroney blazed it over to Border, hit the post. Damn. So where are we going, Captain? We're going to Mexico. We need to find out where we're going specifically in Mexico. So let's head on over to the Leagues in Focus, see if we can see that information right away. So we've got they've played the Apertura. That is they're currently. Oh, how do we find out when the? So the final will be played on. The final is played on the 13th. And then the closure will start pretty early on there. So we'd want to see here about who qualifies. So the Apertura, then the one team qualifies for the Champions League second round, 5 teams qualify for the first round. So we probably want to take either the team that finishes top, the allocated of winner of the final, winner of the finals, sorted by position in overall table. Why is it so confusing? Who won last time out? So Pachuca, I assume, are in the competition next year. That's the one we can be certain of. When does, let's see, competitions? CONCACAF Champions League will be scheduled on Friday the 10th of December, start on Tuesday the 15th. Okay, so let's head on over to the 10th of December. Or let's head over to the 11th. Then we should have confirmation of the teams. We'll then work out which teams are viable for us to play as. Then we'll get on lunch. I say lunch, dinner, whatever time you're going to call it. So where are we going, Captain? Oh, yes, sorry, that's where it is. It was an improvement, indeed it was. Club America or Santos Laguna, regardless of the league. Look at league rules and see when the season runs. So we know when the season runs. It's about which ones then go forwards to, because if it's out of sync. However, once the tournament has started up, so the Champions League, we can just go to the teams page to see which teams are in it, which will be probably the easiest and most straightforward way of doing it. So welcome in, George. Welcome back in. Streamathon, raising money for Gamers Outreach. And I don't want to put people on blast. But we have not had a donation in nearly 3.5 hours. So I would heartily recommend, if you are able to, I don't want you to do so if you can't do so, but head on over to those links that are currently pinned in chat and consider donating to an awesome cause. It's all about making sure that children that are being hospitalized and facing a long time in hospital getting access to video games. So they have an opportunity to play, to explore, to escape from their situation a little bit. It's about providing the equipment, about providing the support as well. An absolutely fantastic charity, and that's what we're here for. So if you can, it would be absolutely amazing if you could go and donate. So George says, I know that because I copied your team out in the Premier and wanted to see if it would survive. Fair enough. How did it go? How did it go? Did you survive is the big question there. No, we're in a League Cup final apparently on that Saturday. There we go. Boca will play Racing at that point. So we should probably just do the whole instant result on that. See if we get another trophy. So the draw happens there, and then we can kind of work. You got 24 points and relegated. That's probably around what I would. I think they could have maybe put up a little bit more of a fight, but without new players, I do expect them to struggle. So let's go back to that Champions Cup page. Where is Champion? So we can go to that page. That was odd. That was odd. So we've got the teams in Mexico that we can run with. We can run with Tigres, Club America, Monterrey, Toluca, Deportivo Guadalajara, CF Pachuca, Club Leon, Xolos Tijuana. If we go with Pachuca or Tigres, we do get a bye into the second round. United States, we could take New England Revolution, Dallas, Cincinnati or Portland Timbers, or Philadelphia Union. But that then means we have to understand the rules, which might be quite tricky. In fact, any of these, it's always going to be tricky in some element. We look at the past winners, it's been Club America, it's been Inter Miami, it's been Monterrey, it's been Club Leon. Those are the things to consider. So let's pick 4 teams out of that. Of those 4 teams out there, America and Leon as past winners probably makes sense to consider. Same with CF Monterrey. And then I'll put Pachuca in there as another option for that. So because we're not going to learn, I'm already nearly 2 hours behind. So this is looking like it might be a 14-hour stream potentially. And we've got another day tomorrow. I'm not learning the MLS rules, I'm afraid. It's a shame because the save itself has actually been really, really successful, just not at the continental level. It is, it's a shame, but there we go. What team shall we manage? What team shall we manage? I can't type. So let's go for Tigres, Club America. Was it CF? Actually, okay. Let's put the 2 teams that are into the second round. Tigres and CF Pachuca haven't won it before. Club America, Club Leon, and CF Monterrey have as well. So let's take Leon and America in that list. Let me sort this poll out over on YouTube as well. Let's pop this up here. Which team shall we manage? And we're going with Tigres, Club America, CF Pachuca, and Club Leon. Right, we've got the poll running over on YouTube. We'll have it run for the maximum allowed over on Twitch as well, which is 10 minutes. So let us know which team you want us to go for. Any of those will do. Send us over to Mexico and their crazy Apertura Clausura as well. So neutral normie, if you want to see the season previews. Tigres, America, Pachuca and Leon are down, considered a little bit lower down. So TQS makes sense that they are one of the teams that are through to the next round. They did quite well. And we'll see how it goes. In the meantime, however, I'm going to head off and have some food because we've been going for 7.5 hours and we're a little bit behind. So when we come back, we're going to take over whichever team wins in the vote across both here and YouTube. We're going to probably aim to be back in about 45 minutes or so. So I will see you then. Catch you for the evening session.
Adversity.
The go-karts help make gaming possible inside hospitals. They're portable video game stations that are designed specifically to address the challenges in hospital environment. Each cart is equipped with a lift mechanism, a tray for medical equipment, a screen that tilts depending on a patient's situation, and the entire cart is manufactured with medical-grade plastics.
They forget about
Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. Thankfully, gamers are here to make a difference.
I'm Serco, and my kids are, I have 3 kids who are all Seattle Children's patients. My son Luca is medically complex. You know, just to see him kind of brighten up a little bit when that cart rolled in.
Spanning from our first push into hospitals with our go-kart, our quest now encompasses our newest program, SavePoint, which will help impact even more lives. SavePoint offers toys and prizes to kids via high-tech vending machines in hospitals, rewarding patients as they reach treatment milestones and fostering a sense of accomplishment.
Most of us gaming specialists are lifelong gamers. My first impression of seeing these go-karts is just the huge potential this has to bring gaming to families in the hospital that didn't think that gaming was gonna be possible.
With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually for kids receiving care. Not only in the US and Canada, but go-karts have been deployed worldwide.
Bigger than Seattle Children's, almost every therapeutic gaming program in the country's backbone is the Gamers Outreach Cart. Many patients say it helps them feel like they're at home. Like I said, it's a cool piece of tech that you can customize in a situation where a lot of what is happening to them is not up to them.
We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners, and we're just getting started. One day, we want to look back and ask ourselves, remember when hospitals didn't have video games? We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up.
We're back. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much, guys, for hanging around whilst I went and had some dinner. And I'm standing up, well, crouching down, I suppose, because Steve Me One is an incredible human being. Not just as he spent 2.5 hours donating platelets earlier on today, he's also come back and donated $50 to the charity, which means we need to get him up on that wall of awesome. But we need to get him up on that wall of awesome again, because the legend that he is already up here once. And we had him nice in the middle before. We will have to, can we rearrange some of these? Dear basis, you're getting moved over a little bit so we can create a Michael section. Beautiful stuff. Let's get you in here. Thank you very much once again. You are an absolute star. What that also means is that we have also hit $800 raised, which is incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible stuff. And that means we've got to do the next step on the chili challenge, which is the Peruvian chili sauce. So we've got that picked up whilst we're on the break. Before that, let's just catch up a little bit. Welcome in, by the way, Claude. Lovely to see you. How is the Classica? I haven't caught any of the results during the break either, so I don't know what the Arsenal score is either. There's an intergame going on as well, I think. Calorie, perhaps? Zeep is here as well. Lovely to see you, my dude. He's making everyone else look bad. The wonderful bastard. Now, everyone who has contributed, whether that is through donating, whether that is just from being here, because you're listening, you're taking part, you're becoming aware of the issues, which is great. You're keeping me company as well, because I'm doing something very, very stupid and over long hours. It certainly helps having people here who allow me to carry on doing this as well. So everyone who contributes, it's absolutely fabulous. So Steve, for some context, you have a relative that's a pediatric cancer patient. I'm so sorry to hear that. They're getting 1 platelet, which I donate a day, and 2 whole blood each day as part of treatment. That must be exceptionally tough every single day. I hope that it makes the world a difference. So you may be a bit motivated. You are most definitely motivated. I can understand that completely. I can imagine that not just for your relative, but also for the rest of the family surrounding, that could be exceptionally wearing. And it's what makes charities like this so good, is the provision of video game access to hospitalized children means that they can have that fun, that opportunity for adventure and for excitement, and to live a relatively normal life, because being in hospital for long periods of time sucks. And I know that is underplaying it a significant amount. So if you can donate in any way at all to Gamers Outreach, there is a link up there. $1. I don't actually know what the minimum is on Tiltify. I assume that it's going to be $1. Every single bit helps. But even if it's not that, raising awareness, spreading information about them, helping other people know who they are is super helpful. So I am very, very grateful for everyone's support so far. And I hope that we can continue, not just for the cause of a charity, for a charity event, but all year round. Just because this is when they plan their big drive doesn't mean that all these issues suddenly go away. That said, awkward segue, but talking about things that don't go away, is I can't be putting off doing this source any longer. So let's go on to this next. Now, we did this yesterday. From what I recall, this one was quite spicy on the tongue and on the throat, but not all over. So hopefully my memories are right. It's not too thin. It's got a almost sweet chili kind of colouring to it. It does spill. It is a bit thinner than I recalled, so it has spilled a little, so we're going to add a little bit more on. And let's get this down our hatchet. That was more than a little on. Ah, yes. Now I remember. Now I remember. So I need to be careful because that did spill, which means hands again need to be a little bit of a concern. This one is really fruity. Really, really fruity. Well, this is... So these were all bought. This isn't like some promotion or anything. But South Devon Chili Farm Peruvian chili sauce at roughly 40,000 Scoville heat units. It's definitely very much on the tongue. Really, really spicy. But you've got this lovely, like, sweet, fruity kick to it. But I may have to stop talking for a few moments. Which is not necessarily the best time to stop talking, to be honest, because we've had some votes going through as well. And so we've got a new team that we're heading over to, and you may have noticed on the... I can't work out how to point. There we go. You may have noticed on the ticker. We're going to be heading to Tigres. We got 8 votes in total, 4 over on Twitch, 4 over on YouTube. So Tigres is our next club. So let's head on over there, shall we? So here we are. We've set this up. Okay, I'm going to struggle to have this sentence. I'm going to... 1 second. Let me get a little bit of milk. I didn't even make the effort to pour it out into a glass. That was just straight from the bottle, like the Philistine that I am, because we don't want to rely too much on milk now, because as it gets hotter, hopefully like from the profile picture, so it all kind of made sense from there. I think, at least. I think. I'm not 100% certain, but I think we did. So next, says Claude, the Musterman Hot Sauce Digest show. It is very much like that. Welcome in, Nico. Thank you very much.
We are in Champions
really
League,
appreciate
man.
it.
That was my next question.
Dilly-din-dilly-dong, come on.
Did you say that Dortmund have taken the lead at Bayern? Sensational. Sensational. How about that? Eddie, it is coward juice, and I have no problem with being a coward whatsoever. I will embrace being a coward, in fact. So yeah, Bob Cowardges is going to be our manager. We've taken over at Tigres, and we might as well start. We'll need to go through, assess the squad. We've got the Clausura starts basically in only a few weeks. We move forward to the 1st of January. Not a few weeks, a few days. 5 days we've got. So all the preseason stuff is all the fitness stuff kind of beyond us in that respect. In the Apertura, they finished 2nd, just 1 point behind Mazatlan. They didn't make it to the final, though. They didn't make it to the final, so there is something to build on. None of that really matters in the grand scheme of things, because it's all going to be about the Champions Cup. Oh my. Okay, we have another donation, and it's anonymous. And so it says that, like, you've been a YouTube viewer for about a year now. Often catch your streams on VOD later. Sending lots of love and respect from New Orleans. I appreciate it so much. And that means that even though you want to remain anonymous, which I'm absolutely delighted. On the wall of all things. We have created that spot there now. So let's get you up there. And we have Anon. You are an absolute star. Possibly ever say you are also a bastard. I love you greatly, but that does mean we move on to the next hot sauce straight away. So let's go get it. I am a semi-sensible human being. Let's just grab this now, shall we? That is probably the the most wise decision there. Oh, I forgot to grab the tortilla chip. So Claude, you asked, was it? No, it was Claude. Was that a tear in your eye when you mentioned Bob Carolgee's moustache? It was. It was. It'll grow back. It will grow back, right? Incidentally, this is not the point of the stream whatsoever, but I don't think I've ever eaten through a pack of tortilla chips so slowly. It is so weird. They're there, and I constantly want to grab the sour cream and all the other little bits and absolutely nosh on them. But we need to make sure they're saved. Got to make sure they're saved. So Captain Zeke did ask, not all over, where else does the heat spread? Where do I put it? And yes, you don't want to know. In very, very bad places. Right, so here we go. This is a piri piri chili sauce. So African bird's eye chili. Apparently more spicy than the RG chili from Peru. Meant to be around 100,000 Scoville units allegedly. And we've got a reasonable dollop. Let's make sure that we can show it. It's thicker, so it does stay on the chip a little bit better, which is good. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Okay, so this was the one that hits at the back of the throat. The other one was on the tongue. This one is right at the back. When I go to Nando's, peri peri does not have this much kick to it. Does not have this much kick to it at all. But we can definitely do. Is that sweat you can see on my forehead? That is most definitely sweat you can see on my forehead. Possibly a little bit around my eyes as well. Ooh, ooh. That said, because it's not so much on the tongue, it's not lingering. I say that as it sounds like I'm crying. It's just there, like expands. There's a real warmth flowing through my throat right now. Oh, let's do it. Nothing wrong with crying. Sometimes if you need to let it out, you need to let it out. Absolutely. Oh, that is... I definitely prefer the Peruvian. The Peruvian has that sweetness to it, even if it sticks around on the tongue. And the throat, the warmth in the throat is lovely. The warmth in the throat is lovely, but it is a kick. A kick. Johnny, do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? It's a good question. Oh, pardon me. Oh, burping is not pleasant. So much for not relying on milk, eh? So much for not relying on milk. Now that is... Give me a couple of seconds. I am going to run away because I don't want to have a glass of dairy just sitting out, even if it's just residues. I'll be back in a moment. Sorry, no matter the situation, I can't violate food health and safety laws. It's all important and matters, you know. Deep down, everyone wants to be remembered. Anonymous, indeed, Eddie. Exactly that. The fire burp, you become a dragon. The least cool dragon there has ever been. But yes, that is the approach. So I'm just going to do a little bit of admin over here. Let's update the infographic. Next one, once we hit $900, we'll be going on to the hot orange habanero. Now the hot orange habanero, we weren't able to have milk yesterday with that one, and that was truly truly painful. Absolutely worth putting me through the ringer with such. But until we get to that point, let's work out what we're doing here over with Tigris. So we're going to accept all the visions and stuff. All the staff stuff's done there. Apparently we're going to have a good youth intake, so that's cool. There's Shakira retiring. Let's have a look at the squad. Now, Kyler, there is a bid in for Kyler. There's a few in. He appears to be the backup, and he's a pretty decent backup. There's nothing here that feels like a major weakness. He's not the greatest at passing or first touch, but they're not critical for goalkeepers. Good agility, good positioning. Seems like a solid player. But he is behind Ivo Gerbic. Ivo Gerbic is not quite as good in agility, but does seem to be pretty much better at everything else. Great positioning, great anticipation, good command of area. He can also pass. Neither are particularly eccentric. Neither are elite at rushing out, but they're both good goalkeepers. I feel very comfortable with Gerbic as our starter there, which is cool. So Sepulveda. Sepulveda is a ball-playing defender. Can play on the right, but or in defensive midfield, but not particularly to a high level. Not the greatest in the air, but good in terms of the defensive stuff, marking, tackling, positioning, good anticipation, bravery. He looks like a decent enough player. Not so sure about the whole runs with ball through centre. Isn't the greatest at dribbling. Not necessarily what you want to see. Sebastian Caceres, better in the air, slightly slower, good at the defending things, 15, 14, 15. Not as necessarily good on the ball. Yeah, I like the look of Caceres. He seems cool. Fernando Sanchez, a left-footed youngster. He's not good enough. That we can move on. So goodbye, Shakira. Indeed, there's the salute. The salute, indeed. Reese, I can't believe I don't remember that. Totally lines up, though. You were at the after party. Maybe it was after a few too many drinks. Awesome to know, though. Indeed. So I say I don't expect. So I came along with a number of the creators, so Tony and all that lot. And then obviously we came down for after we had dinner, we came down for the after party bit. Why did we have dinner separately? We did anyway. Either way, we did there. Yeah, it's a really, really nice evening. I did bail a little bit earlier because I wasn't drinking. So once everyone started to get a little bit drunk, we move on. Alan Mozo is a player that I recommended amongst my right backs. I really like Alan Mozo, and we can see here he's really good at crossing, decent enough pace at 30 years old. A player I definitely think we could make use of. So Gerbic seems really good. How is he not in Europe? There were a couple of players that I noticed in here that I'm surprised to find. Mexico, though, it's a high rep league. I think it's considered to be top 10 in the world. But because it doesn't get that much coverage, I can see how players might want to come here in game. Esquivel can't jump, so he has to be considered as a midfielder. As a defensive midfielder, he looks good. Can tackle, anticipation, work rate, good stamina. I like the look of Esquivel as a defensive midfielder. Israel Reyes, another player that can't really jump. Another defensive midfielder. So if we're looking at a 3-4-3, we could have a pretty solid basis there with the double pivot. Thomas Aviles, he can jump. He's quick. I like Thomas Aviles. 14s, 13s, 15s. Bravery's a little bit on the low side, but otherwise seems to be pretty good. I like Aviles as a centre-back. Jesus Angulu, a full-back. He's kind of okay physically, great determination, tackles, marks, can't really go forwards. I don't see him fitting in particularly in a 3-4-3 system. That's jumping reach, heading, a little bit on the low side. He is only 5'11". Idakel Dominguez, a left wing back. He's quick, can't cross, can kind of dribble, just about good enough defensively, a little bit weak mentally, serviceable perhaps, but maybe left back. At this point, left back is looking like an area of need. Santiago Nevada. Santiago Nevada is good tackling, marking, passing as a defensive midfielder, good stamina, good teamwork, not so great on the work rate. Solid, but again, another player in the more defensive mould. His gets forward whenever possible does concern me. He's not really a finisher, not really a dribbler. So you're guessing Gignac has retired by now. Surely he has. Surely he has. Luis Chavez, another deep-lying playmaker. This one can't mark. Doesn't have great flair. Doesn't have great bravery. Fine, but he's underbid. I imagine he's a player we'd probably let walk out the door, yeah. Carlos Rodriguez, an attacking midfielder. Described as a deep-lying playmaker. Good first touch, good passing, not as good at the defensive things. Flair, vision, joining Leeds. That's good because I don't want to sell you. The offer is in for Gomes. So hopefully Campers and Gomes will give us some options in the attacking midfield option in position. We've got some options in defensive midfield now. We've got a backup goalkeeper. We strengthened the defence. We will be in a much stronger position up front once we get Luis Suarez back in a month and a bit so. But until then, we've got 2 senior strikers at least. So that should be okay. As I say, we could probably do with a left wing back. We've got cover at right wing back, but we might be a little bit weak on the left hand side. Philogene pulled his hamstring. Bruno Zappelli was a player we were looking at. Passing, dribbling. 8.4 million. Let's ask agent here. See if we can get the bids in there. That's 8.5. That means currently we've got total cost of 27.5, 50k. So we might start to get a point where we're pushing what we've got in terms of money a little bit. Squad player 22.5. Saved $1,000 a week. Offer come in for Solis. That's not for us to worry about. The first game in the Champions League is a long way away, but we want to get our transfers sorted out before the transfer closes. Then we are going to move through with the holiday to get ourselves towards the main competition as soon as we can. We are definitely going beyond 11 p.m. Well, I'm definitely going beyond 11 p.m. I expect many of you are probably going to sleep well before we get to the conclusion, which might be a little bit of an issue. But I suppose if it is looking like it's going to run on far too long, we can always carry this bit in. It might be better to start early in the morning and finish up then than carry on really late into the night. The transfer deadline is today. We've got bids waiting for 3 attacking midfielders. So I do hope that we get them completed sooner rather than later. I say, wouldn't mind getting a left back for depth as well. But I kind of want to make sure that these players are prioritised. We're now at 3 o'clock. Come on, guys. Force these transfers through. Delgado isn't registered. Oh, he's already played in another game. Oh, yeah, because that's not our new backup. Our new backup is Godino. That's fine. Alan Mozo on. Gustavo comes into the squad. He's going to be short on fitness for a while. That's absolutely understandable. So we scraped a 1-0 win in our first game away from home. Home now against CF Monterrey. Good team. Good side of Monterrey. We scrape another 1-0 win. Leonardo Fernandez is the man to get the goal and then comes off injured. We dominated the ball. That's a good sign. Only out for a few days. It's now 4:45. Estrada has been sold. Come on, I'm getting very nervous about these transfers. Let's get an offer in at left wing back as well. Wing back left. Accomplished. Maybe there are some Mexican wing backs that we could look at. Not for crazy money. I just want somebody who can be a backup there. Christian Calderon is currently on a bid, a loan bid. Let's see if we could take that over. Let's put a bid in there. Let's see what happens if we do that. Let's say that I put the bid in. We say fringe player, 12 grand. Absolutely fine with me. Bid comes in for Ambris. We say no. They need to offer good money. 8 million. Sure, we'll move you on if we get 8 million. Hopefully it's late enough in the window we don't have to worry about that. Yep, that's a rubbish bid. That's fine. Keeps us safe. Why are they not finalising any of our transfers? That is worrying me. Here we go. We have got Eagle Gomez. That's good. We'd need to move someone out. Someone like this 18-year-old, sure. So when it says do not use match plan, does it create something else? So it just leaves it up to the assistant manager. Just leaves it up to the assistant manager, which is the main process there. We've got too many non-Mexican players in the squad right now. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. We might need to... Bosniak is lower in the... He wasn't actually in the squad when we arrived, so that's cool. Zapelli's going to be there. Campas is going to be there. So we will need to do a lot in terms of working out this squad. Bosniak, Gomez, Campes, Zapelli's in. Leonardo Fernandez, he's a good player. We're definitely going to keep him in there. Aviles is that player that we said is kind of okay as an option. So I just saw that Anderlecht lineup for the game. You're playing a 3-4-3 style. It's probably going to end up as bad. Oh dear. Oh dear. Right, who do we drop out for this? We drop out... I think we... No, Leonardo Fernandez is good. Machis Arezzo is the player we dropped potentially. He was transfer listed for a reason. And then we need to find a way to get Zapelli in. And Zapelli, it's going to be between Caceres and Avia. Caceres, good in the air. Good in the air. Good in the air. Caceres is not our player. So it'd be something like that. And then we panic. Transfer deadline passes. The deal for Calderon fell through, or he went to Pachuca, so that's absolutely fine. Oh, okay. I'm going to pop on a break. So I think the spice is about to catch up. I will see you guys in a few minutes. I don't know exactly how many. You can fill in the blanks.
Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually. We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners. We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up. Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually. We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners. We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up. Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually. We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners. We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up. Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually. We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners. We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up.
Hello. I'll just pretend that everything's normal, right? There's nothing to see here, guys, all right? Everything is absolutely fine. Thank you very much for sticking by. I do apologize that took a little bit longer than anticipated, I think is the word we're going for. But we are back and we should be ready to crack on. There are bids coming in for players. We will move on. We've got past the transfer window now. We should expect a little bit of a fallout from the players that we've unregistered. Yes, we saw nothing. Thanks for that. Exactly. Butt stuck in toilet. Indeed, I'm alive. Everything's all fine. There is definitely no side effects of taking hot sauce for a couple of days in a row. I don't know what you're talking about. It's all good. It's all good. So how are Anderlecht getting on? I see that there has been a little bit of conversation about Belgian allegiances whilst I've been gone. Leonez is out. Gerbich, we're rejecting that offer. The only bids coming in now are for Gerbich from the looks of things. So maybe the problem is the same as Samson. If he'd never shaved the beard. That's very true. That's very, very true. I'm going to blame everything. I mean, we somehow survived shaving the hair, to be fair, and that would have been more Samson adjacent. So maybe I can't get away with blaming that. So you say New England are playing a 3-4-1-2. Interesting. A game against Atlanta. How is the season going so far? Because it started up what feels like a month or so ago. It's going to be longer than a month, isn't it? In fact, is it about 6 weeks ago it started? So here come our players. We've had to unregister a load, and we've got players injured as well. So this is going to mean Gomes in, Campagnaz in, Zappelli in. Zappelli's going to come in for Nevada, perhaps. Still trying to learn the players. No, for Dominguez. Dominguez is a player on the outskirts of the team. So Rodriguez isn't someone we were necessarily building around. The idea would be that out of these, Gomez and Zappelli would probably be the starters. Campagnaz is not a striker, but we're going to use him there now that we've unregistered everyone else. Let's get Gustavo in. And now that Caceres is unregistered. And so Matusalan, a team that won or finished top in the Apertura. So this is probably going to be a good measure of where we are as a team. And we are good enough to get through with a late winner. 25 shots though compared to 5 is quite crazy considering how little possession we had. So it's still 4-0 after 4 minutes. Not liking what I'm seeing though. I suppose that is pretty, as far as early days go, that is definitely very early days. Yeah, we're going to do the holidaying and playing the games through January because I'm expecting bids carrying on from European clubs whilst their windows are open. So we should be able to react to those. And then we will probably holiday through the entirety of February so that we can actually get to the tournament proper. Yeah, so you're asking, Mr. Echo, how is it going? It is almost certainly going to be going on for more than 3 hours today. Depending on progress, what might suggest doing is starting early tomorrow, so that, say, around 10 a.m.-ish, we end up hitting where, like, the potential last few games of the session. Then we can holiday forwards until the European season. So that's a possibility. That is a possibility if we need to find time. And so Eddie says, like the great Ian Malcolm once said, ooh-ah, that's how it always starts. But then there's running and screaming. I believe he referred to hot sauce with this one. Exactly. But there is no need for an amnesty. We don't need a hot sauce moratorium. because the damage is already done in that respect, so you might as well keep on damaging. So who picked hot sauces as the challenge? Maybe not the best decision, that's for sure. We've had to unregister a load. That's a way to put it. Hey, beautiful work. Beautiful work. So won't the World Cup section of the challenge be around 8 games max? Should be quicker. Exactly. So we that kind of gives us a leeway to run into tomorrow and do a few bits. We do have some other stuff that we will do in the evening. We're going to catch up on those Wonder Kids that were redeemed and the Wonder Coaches that were in the database. Probably have a look back to see how the teams we've taken over have got on. But yeah, not to the extent that it's going to take up a massive amount of time. So we do have some leeway. And Claude says, probably someone who don't have to do such a challenge 2 days in a row. All my thoughts and prayers for tomorrow. It's all good. It's all good. There's a bid in for Avils. Can we change registration after it's closed? We can indeed. Does that mean we can constantly change? Deadline is going to be on the end of January. Oh, that's quite cool. That's quite cool. So a bid for Aviles. It's non-negotiable, so I'm not going to take it. I like Aviles, but potentially that could be a route for us to deal with the registrations. If we get those bids coming in for the occasional player that we're considering moving on, then that would make sense. Where is Aviles? Why isn't Aviles even in my starting lineup? He should be, probably. 6'1". He should be the guy in the centre. Sepulveda, Growler, Gustavo on the outside. That's kind of the lineup that I was expecting to be playing. So we can do team selection. A couple of the guys are on the route back. Why do we need to keep on numbering each time? Number 7's been retired. The number clear numbers, auto numbers. Let me submit. That might be a thing that we have to do each time. That could be a little frustrating. A good solid 3-0 win. That's 4 wins out of 4. Got some clauses that are going to be triggered. That's no big issue. Next game is against Necaxa. We've got so after that the window closes, which is when we can start to move things on. So it's a very one-sided game so far. We didn't pass the midfield except on goalkeeper long balls after 10 minutes. Oh dear. Oh dear, that doesn't bode well at all. That doesn't bode well. Or maybe this is going to be one of those legendary games where you're completely and utterly backs against the wall and you FM the opponents. That, you know, maybe this is the clear strategy for it. I'm going to get BBC open because I saw that Piastri took Bahrain. Pole, Russell second, okay. See what we've got on the scores currently going live. Let's get that. I have to scroll all the way down on the BBC website for all these other leagues going on. The Barca game is just about to kick off, right? Barca, Juve are playing Lecce, Inter beat Cagliari. And yeah, you're 12 minutes in. I can see it now. You'll sign for it, but it's kind of sad to see it. That's fair. Yeah, Wolfsburg almost FM Derby Leipzig yesterday. Was it? Did they get a draw at least, or did Leipzig get a late goal that they deserved all game? And so Steve, maybe a new Hexagon challenge: 6 bottles of the peri peri sauce and a bag of chips, and 165 million bottle of bio yogurt drink. Choose wisely. I like the idea. Do a kind of a spicy roulette where maybe if you're unlucky you end up getting the sauces. Otherwise, you get the yogurt. I don't need to read all these. Aviles is now out injured. So if Aviles is injured, does that mean we can unregister him and bring in Caceres for the next? So that feels overpowered if that's the case. I mean, it is only in that first month until it closes, but that's quite That's quite cool and a little bit dumb. So Lanes is out. That means we've got Angulo. We can see Philogene is okay to come back. Still 3 weeks for Suarez. Could see. Let's see if we can get Arezzo sold. We can't. Hire an intermediary. Cool. That'll do. 6 million. Because he's not registered, we might as well do that. We've got our squad there. Otherwise, no need for changes up front, right? It does look like they're going to ask for numbers every single time. There we go. That's 5. 5-3. Lots of penalties. Lots of penalties. Lots of fun. Campaz wasn't signed to be a striker, but he's doing the job up there. He's got enough work rate. Got a decent enough movement and speed. Starting pretty damn well. Get these guys rested. See if we get any bids on that last day. So as we say, we would quite happily sell Arezzo, sell Bosniak as well, perhaps. Maybe Fernandez. Fernandez is a good player, but we have just signed a whole load of attacking midfielders, so it isn't necessarily a priority. Barry, welcome in, my dude. We are still streaming. We are still streaming. We might have had a little bit of an elongated break, but otherwise we're doing good. How's your Saturday going, my man? So RJ, oh boy, ball recovery from Union is past the midfield line. Well, hey. So you went to help your grandma on the farm. That sounds like a wonderful Saturday. That sounds almost blissful. Apart from, you know, I appreciate it's also quite hard work. But yeah, as long as the weather's nice and you got to spend some time with family, good. And then was at the movies with your girlfriend. Definitely a good day. A very, very good day from the sounds of things. A fellow part-time farmer. It seems like the greatest setup. I'm immensely jealous of this idea. I really feel like we should be able to make a decision here. We're going to terminate the loan of Caceres. That is the only really sensible decision there. Arezzo to be sold for 6 million to Atalanta, which shows you that he's a good player. And then Bosniak is going to remain unregistered. Now, hopefully that we'll be able to have some element with the Lopetadores registration that kind of works to our favour. Maybe that means that we can keep him fresh. So Johnny Trotter, also a fellow part-time farmer, a former farmer, spent a lot of your youth driving tractors. That is awesome. Awesome. Farmers assemble. Farmers assemble. So the window closes in a few moments. That's when we move forwards. We'll chuck ourselves up until sort of around the, I think it was the 2nd week of March. Joe Gomez to Paris Saint-Germain. God, I love the weird and wonderful transfers that come out. So you love helping your grandma. That's good. See, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Deadline passes. Squad registration confirm. Bosniak, understandable. You're forgetting the cups. That's what we're going with. That's what it was. I just want to save you to be our cup striker. A thing that people definitely do. So our game, we're looking at Wednesday the 1st of March. We can push this forwards. Maybe to the Tijuana game. That way. Oh, no. Return from holiday. Oops. Oh, there we go. Go on holiday. 1st of March. Use current match tactics. That's the important bit. Oh, no. Return from holiday again. I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. We will return the week before that game because we don't want to... if the game gets moved forwards, we don't want to miss it. Those are the only games we're playing. So many summers spent too drawing in silage. Silage doesn't necessarily sound quite as fun as the days wrapping bales. I find the idea of wrapping bales sounds therapeutic. More than silage, for sure. Probo's in. Welcome, Ben. Welcome back, my dude. How was the drumming this evening? Which continent are we in now? We are now... we're in continent. Yes, we are very, very much in continent. We are now in North America. We failed in South America. We got to the second round of the AFC Champions League Elite. We got to the semi-finals of the African Champions League. We got to the finals of the South American Copa Libertadores. And we lost 1-0. We missed 2 massive chances, but they also missed a penalty. The team we lost to, Atletico Paranense, one of the teams I summarily dismissed considering taking over right at the beginning of the session as well. So it is... I was going to say it was Liebfraumilch. That's not the word I'm looking for. What's that German word for comeuppance? It's not comeuppance, but it's for... What's the word when you enjoy... What is it called? Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude indeed. Thank you very much. I've completely lost that word. Yes, there was a certain element of Schadenfreude. So yes, also some context. The hot sauces have kicked in. We may have had an impromptu break or two. So Crudmo thinks he did very well to join the chat and not launch into the 2 Irish people, both former farmers, with any stereotyping at all. Yay me. Well done. Well done. Yes, if only the Germans had a word for Schadenfreude. That would be amazing. You learnt that word from Liam's shorts. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I feel like I'm missing something somewhere along the lines there. Yes, shut up or FMG&G will throw a potato at you. Not the potatoes. You need to keep hold of them. You never know what will happen if you get rid of them. Can't imagine any downsides. Right, so we are currently in first. That's a good sign that we're getting the results with the formation that we've set up. So that's going quite too soon. Don't want to go hungry for potatoes. I'm sorry. Bill Houdini's been as well. Welcome in, my dude. Time to pretend you're sober in front of strangers. We won't be able to tell, Bill. Just claim you're sober. None of us will guess a single thing. Ah, so Mrs. Crodmo is just back. Fabulous. Her dad didn't go out shopping with her, so as he thought he might pop into a funeral while he was out. That is very Irish. Johnny, how many fingers am I holding up? 2 3/4. Exactly. That's a Liam Carps. He's a Brit living in Germany. He creates funny content such as In Germany We Don't Say. Right, okay. So you learnt the word Schadenfreude. That is quite cool. A finger Fingerspitzengefühl. I would definitely not be able to work out that bit. Definitely not the finger word in there is very, very confusing. Every other word I definitely have followed. Fingertip feeling. There we go. Fingertip feeling. I don't want to know what.
So I'm not one of the bottle. I think I'm a special one.
Yeah, I don't want to ask questions about the fingertip feeling. Oh,
fucking... Do I not like that?
RJ, no worries at all. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for dropping by. I hope the game isn't too painful. I do see that it's still 0-0, so that's a good sign, right? That is definitely a good sign. And hopefully you have, if you're not about tomorrow, have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you in due course. Right, Lanes is back. Suarez is kind of back. So Suarez is back. That's going to be Sanchez out. Let's get Philogene in that lineup. Let's get Lones in that lineup. Let's get... It'd be something like that, wouldn't it? That seems to be all right. Home game against Tijuana. We can get all those fringe players some game time. They're only going to give the wing backs 45 minutes, and then we head into our first game of the session. We came back at, what was it, 6:30? 6:30. It's going to have taken us 2 hours to get to the first game. Granted, there was an impromptu break. So was it a wake or a funeral? A big difference. Fair point. It was probably the wake, but attendance at some obscure funeral is very much a sport in Mrs. Crudmo's parents' house. Like, is there a competition as to what the most obscure one is you can do? When Schumacher met Hill, Fingerspitzengefühl. There we go. So, welcome to Ireland as an honorary Irish. Well, he's married into it, hasn't he? He is absolutely married into it. Welcome in, Yigit. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Lovely to see you. Jacko, do I support a team? I do support a team. I support Aston Villa, Jacko, for all my sins. They make me laughing with, hopefully. I mean, I suppose as long as you can take it as that, can't you? I mean, do you not just laugh out of, like, you're forced to laugh? Anyway, hope everyone is well. We've just been out for Daddy Crodmo's birthday, and so are full of Italian food. That is the best way to spend a Saturday night, to be fair. Berry has no hate against Aston Villa. You should do. You should do. We are an awful... Well, we're actually an okay team at the moment. But we're a prawn sandwich brigade kind of team, so you should always treat us with an air of suspicion. Right, Zappelli, Gomes... Lanes, Gutierrez, Lira. Do we have a defensive midfielder that we can get some game time to? Get some game time to Rodriguez. Nevada or Ambriz? Nevada's going to get the game time. He comes in. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 players in the starting lineup. Enough on the bench. We weren't asked about shirt numbers. Well, hey, it's all fixed. And our first game is going to be against the Vancouver Whitecaps. Luis Suarez came off the bench. He's back to health, and he's scoring, which is marvellous. So 2 legs. Starts with Vancouver Whitecaps away. Then we've got the home game a little bit down the line. Let's see how we do. Let's see how we do. So you happy for the win for today? I'm delighted to see the scoreline. Obviously that's good in the very unlikely chase for the Champions League spots. Because there are so many teams who are already above us and have games in hand and things. But yeah, sounds like a great result. Obviously I haven't seen anything of the game. So I hope to catch that at some point after the stream. Maybe after tomorrow. It might have to wait until Monday. So that is some wonderful, wonderful timing. We are about to head into the game, but there is a set of ads coming up, because obviously when I had to step away for a little bit, that wasn't a planned excursion. And obviously, as we're only playing certain games, I don't want to play them whilst the ads are on for those that aren't subscribed. I don't think that's particularly fair. So we will pop away for that. And we will see you then in about 3-4 minutes in time for our first game against Vancouver Whitecaps, where we might struggle to... No, we can just about name a full bench with Robert Bosnick in there. I will see you shortly. Right, there's a couple of moments still on the ad, but we can head on in, do a little bit of the moving it forwards. I don't think anyone minds missing the pre-match briefing and loading up screen. That is one hell of a name for Tigres. Club de Football Tigres de la Universidad Autónoma de Nuevo León. What a name. What a name. So we will follow what they suggest. And this is our first time seeing this tactic in action. We don't have any individual player instructions, I don't think. Drew Year, what would I certainly recognise there. Was that Ryan Gould up front as well? That is interesting. That is interesting. We can indeed, Crudmo. And Claude, you're saying that Kevin De Bruyne has been linked with Inter Miami. They are really just assembling all the old people. We are indeed. Bob is there. You can spot him in a particular suit that we found on there. Let's move to TV. Turn that speed up. So yeah, here we are, a kind of Amorim 3-4-3. I mean, the meta isn't too far away from what Amorim likes to do, which is counter-attacking, quick movement, high pressing. So, you know, it's not too far off. We're using wingers at wing back, so we've got Diego Lainez retraining there. We've got Jaden Philogene in the squad, so he's there. Now, Gold with the corner. Sends it into the far post. Raul Gustavo gets it clear. And here's Ayrton. Ayrton driving across, sends the cross in. Mozo gets it clear. Raposo now. Raposo back to Laborda. Navarro has space. He's going to run forwards. He feeds Raposo. Raposo with the low cross. Ryan Gould with the goal. 10 minutes in. Oh dear. Oh dear. Does look like what all our setup is essentially fallen down during away games. Let's see what happens from here. It is too late. Could you imagine Could you imagine we get knocked out in the qualifying rounds? That could be hilarious. That could be hilarious. Right, Diego Lainez. He feeds Fernandez. Fernandez takes aim from distance. Casas is beaten, but it comes off the upright. FM2010 Wonder Kid Ryan Gould. Ryan Gould was quite good for me, even like I think FM21 as well. So we have had the momentum, but we've had a couple of half chances. Nothing great so far. Here is Sepulveda. Mozo into Gomez. Gomez could have returned the pass. He didn't though. Mozo. Inside. No, back to Sepulveda. Here's Lira. Getting pressured immediately. We move it across nicely. Here's Gutierrez. Are we going to look at that? There's not that angle to pass it now, but there was for quite a while. Here it does come to Lainez now. Gutierrez. Oh, pardon me. His shot deflects, and that's easy for Casas to claim. Yeah, so our shots are currently outside the box. We've had a lot of the ball, but that chance for Gould was a good quality one. That seems reasonably fair at the moment. The Scottish Messi, indeed. Where's DM Basis when you need him? Jacko, only difference from United is that you have half-decent players. I mean, the question is, do we? We don't know right now. Well mopped up. Now a chance for Vancouver to come forwards. It's not a foul by Gomez. Suarez finds Fernandez. Fernandez from the angle. It's a good save from Casas. Good save. Fernandez on his stronger left foot had a chance. Really should have been 1-1. Raul Gustavo is the target. He's beaten in the air. Only goes as far as Gutierrez though. Gutierrez is going to try and send it into Gomes. Gomes' shot is dropped. Blocked. That's another corner. So Steve me had heard Miami. No, you'd heard LA, not Miami. That would be unfortunate. It'd be nice to spread the love a bit. You do kind of feel that, especially with American sports and the things like the draft and the whole idea about parity, it does seem a little bit unbecoming, might be a bit too polite about it, but just not in the spirit of things to assemble this super team of old players. Like, they've got better towards the end of the half. We probably should be at least level. Not necessarily the worst thing I've seen, but not the best. So let's take a look at elements that we know about. Cut inside with ball is generally a good thing to do. So we're going to do that. It stops them from running into trouble quite so much. Going to look at Fernandez being that more creative player by holding up the ball, waiting for the runners to come beyond him. And let's make sure that our defensive midfielders are being aggressive. Raul Gustavo needs to ease off his tackles. Sepulveda can dribble more as the ball-playing defender. Let's be a little bit more direct with it. Let's see how we go. Evening, Llama. How are you, sir? Welcome on in. Lovely to see you. Oh, Ulmarin scored. Ulmaron even. Miggy. Sorry, Miggy. I mean, but may come back for offside. Okay, fair enough. Has it come back? Right, so Claude is just glad to see legends such as Messi and De Bruyne are just playing. All the better if they can have a nicer lifestyle than somewhere else that may pay them much more. Luis Suarez, I think he was offside. He's not. It's a goal. That's an equaliser. That's something we need. Oh, he was... Yeah, absolutely fine. No doubts about it whatsoever. The goalkeeper launched himself at his feet. And Suarez, easy as you like. Yeah, how is everything going in the world of Llama? As Ben Bender responds immediately. Well, that didn't last long now, did it? That didn't last very long whatsoever. DM Basis is back. Welcome back. Ryan Gould, the Scottish Messi, is ripping us a new one. Is he even on the pitch still? He is. And I'm not going to make any jokes about Ben Bender. Ben Bender is a perfectly reasonable name, nothing to question. Right, Navarro to Laborda. Navarro inside to Parisot. We managed to step in. Suarez to Gomes. Igor Gomes returns passer with Sepulveda. Mozo into Sepulveda again. Okay, we're now just tilling the tempo a little bit, waiting for that opportunity to pounce. Gustavo carries it forwards, carries it wide, inside to Gutierrez, and we go backwards again. This is our more direct part. I think it's still on slightly shorter, to be fair. And with that's offside. That has got to be offside. It might have taken a deflection on its way through, but he was offside all the way through the move. So from an analysis perspective, we haven't necessarily been that much better. Let's ring the changes. Fernandez had a big chance. Gomez has been kind of okay. Lanes and Mozo are both struggling, so let's bring them on. Let's bring on Philogene. Let's bring on Sanchez. So let's put Philogene on his wrong foot side because we're asking him to cut inside, so that kind of okay. Gomes is looking tired, so we're going to bring on Campaz. Campaz has done a good job as a striker. Let's make him a shadow striker. We didn't expect him to be good as a striker, to be fair, but he seems to have done all right. What a load of bollocks that is. It is what it is. Is he legitimately a cousin? Oh, right, no, you said actually that sounds plausible. I was going to say there's nothing to suggest that he wouldn't be related to the Bender brothers. Bender. Oh, I'm so childish. Fernandez to Suarez. Suarez does well to keep it alive. His pass is well kited by Paddlefoot. Paddlefoot now into Pruso. Pruso across to Navarro. A chance maybe for Vancouver to build up from deep. Utvik out wide. Gutierrez steps in. Here's Fernandez now. Fernandez driving forwards. Fernandez with a shot from distance. That feels wasteful, Fernandez. That feels wasteful. So into the last 15 minutes or so, we are going with Lira coming off. Lira's going to come off and we're going to bring it on. Which one of those two was the one that gets forward? Nevada gets forward but can't dribble. Ambrose gets forward and can dribble. So it's Ambrose we're going to bring on. Fernandez is going to be replaced by Zappelli. We're moving up to an attacking mentality. In fact, we're going to move these guys up. We're going to move these guys up into a much more attacking capacity. Defensive winger on support. Winger on attack. It is a two-legged tie, so maybe it's not that wise to go all out. But I don't want our first proper game to end in defeat with Tigres. Out to Jaden. Here's Fernandez. Man is about to come off. He sends the cross into Suarez. And that is offside anyway. So Suarez does seem to have got himself caught offside a few times as a pressing forwards rather than advance forward. Here's Sanchez. Finds Zappelli. Zappelli's shot is blocked behind for a corner. A return to Bender. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's a mean curling free kick. No, Ben Bender is an American Bender. He has no German Benderness. Disappointing. Disappointing. Heard that they mixed him up with the Dover family at some point. I mean, Bender Dover is almost as bad as Ben Dover alone. Right, getting invited to a Bender Dover wedding would be something. It really would. It really would. Right, here comes Paddlefoot. Sanchez makes the challenge. Back to Sepulveda. Sepulveda all the way back. Gerbic doesn't want to hold on to the ball long. Passes it straight away. There is a nice set of urgency. Jaden into Zappelli. Gutierrez coming forwards, finds Philogene out wide. Philogene, can he beat his man? He can't, but he gets to the second ball. He's created a crossing opportunity. Gutierrez, Zappelli! So it was Gutierrez with the chance at the near post. Casas made himself big, got his frame in the way, but it landed at the feet of Zappelli, who sweeps it in for the equaliser. And can we get something late here? Sepulveda with a header. Casas gets across and tips it round. How did that chance come through at all? Campaz will take the corner now. Campaz with his left foot. It's going to be an in-swinger. It's going to be there to the far post. Raul Gustavo is the target. He can't win it, unfortunately. It only comes as far as Zappelli. Zappelli across to Gutierrez. Gutierrez takes aim. And that is high, high, high over the bar. Zerichel, how are we doing? We are 0. Well, yes, we are 0. 0 out of the trophies that matter. Out of the trophies that matter, Zerachal, we are at 0 for 3. I think you were in earlier as we lost the final of the Copa Libertadores. However, we are also at something like 8 trophies won in 3 seasons. So, you know, it's a shame that we're really, really good at the competitions that don't matter. The Whitecaps are just melting, or could they? I'm not going to say anything until the game is up. Just in case. We have been known to make a couple of bad decisions right at the end of games. There is Philogene giving the ball away. Paddlefoot comes forward, the final whistle. It's 2-2. We take a draw back to our place for the second leg. That's okay. This is a very us game. I mean, we can't argue with that. We're really, really happy. We scored a couple of goals. We created a lot of chances. We conceded the only 2 shots on target. Yeah, it is one of those things that happen. So I'm going to sympathise. I'm not going to say that they were good, but they were kind of good. We're just not willing to let them know it. Frank Zappelli. Love it. Love it. So you were in earlier, yeah, and I kind of meant how we're doing with the new team. Defence still a shambles, we see. We are always going to go very, very attacking, I believe. Whilst we don't have the time to properly analyse stuff, it's just a case of let's go all out. Let's get Gomez moving into channels. Fernandez holding up the ball. Nope, not hold position, hold up ball. And take more risks, I do apologise. These guys can tackle harder. And the one man that's been allowed to dribble more is that gentleman at the back there. So our next game against Vancouver Whitecaps is after Pachuca, so we can use the Pachuca game to get a couple of players up to match fitness. We seem to be doing all right in the league, so when we leave it to the assistant manager, we do all right. Unions have just scored right at the end of the half. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Poor RJ. Thorgan Hazard is questioning his life choices. I mean, it's been a pretty rough time for Thorgan, hasn't it? I mean, he's constantly lived in the shadow of his brother. So there we go. There is the profile of Bob Carrollgees. As we see, we're asked to be born in the Heard and McDonald Islands. Sadly, because it's uninhabited, it's not an option for place of birth. So he is just generically from Australia, who holds sovereignty over the islands. And we also can't quite get his date of birth, because the oldest you're allowed to be when you start is 75, because the game is ageist. The game is clearly ageist against old people. Oh, Crudmo missed it. No worries. There we go. So thoughts and prayers to RJ right now. Exactly. The far west of Australia, indeed. It's somewhere around here, isn't it? I believe it is described as the most remote location in the world because of its distance from any other inhabited land. And obviously an important place to put 10% tariffs on. Yeah, 4,000 kilometres from Australia. But hey, if the British claim that they've got sovereignty over the Falklands and Gibraltar, I suppose Australia has every right to claim sovereignty over the Heard and McDonald Islands. Right, so this is all about fitness for players. Esquivel's out. That means we're getting Philogene back into the starting lineup. Campaz in, Suarez, Rodriguez. Who was the defensive midfielder we wanted? We wanted Ambrose to be getting more game time, so he's coming in. And then there's the other centre-back, Israel Reyes, can come in for Sepulveda. We're probably going to lose the game. That's absolutely fine. The league is only important so far as we keep our job. That is the priority there. So it's a big loss, 4-2 against Pachuca. We're still a long way ahead. Well, we're 6 points ahead, but we've played a game more. But we now don't have our striker. And we've had to pay $725,000 for the honour of not having our striker. So we've taken a little bit of a risk in our attacking line. So we unregistered Bozinic to register all the attacking midfielders we've got. And that means that we are down to just attacking midfielders to play up front. Campanez is going to get the run out back up there. He's done okay so far. But we might come to regret this. We might come to regret this quite clearly. Their closest neighbours are the French at the Kerguelen Islands. Incredible bit of knowledge. Incredible. Lewis is losing his bite for a few weeks. He is indeed. He is indeed, even if it's the different one. So Magnus Miller, the version of the skin you used when you were the AC Milan, can I download it anywhere? Magnus Miller, it is available to... No, it's not. It's not available to patrons at the moment, is it? It's not complete, the one with Milan. So no, it isn't even available to patrons. It will be in due course, but it's not going to be part of a public release, I'm afraid. I have essentially officially retired from public skinning, but when I do bits here and there, I will provide access to those on the Patreon. Essentially, is the way it works. It's kind of an additive bonus rather than a primary bonus. We get some money on a fee for Jefferson Soteldo. Oh, Soteldo, that could have been. I'm so sorry for saying this, and I mean this. I say this 100% as an ally. But Jefferson Soteldo has such aggressive lesbian energy. It is incredible. Incredible. There are Melissa Auf der Meer fans out there who want to bottle that look. Soteldo is wearing ear hangings. Exactly. They're not earrings, they're ear hangings. He's more aggressive lesbian than Roberto Firmino. Exactly. Exactly. Right, the return leg. We can do this. To do this, we want to put... So Gomes up. Campaz up front. We could play with Bozinic in more of a supporting role. We could do that, actually. Fernandez back in, or is it going to be Zappelli in? Zappelli's in. Eric Lira is in. Gutierrez stays as different. Lira's the left-footed one, so it should be that way round. Lira partnering. We've got Gutierrez in that role. Are they both left-footed? No, I'm stupid. So let's give... How long did they keep Ambrose off? They have played him for 75 minutes. Kind of okay, not great. Let's try Ambrose alongside Lira then. We've got our wing backs going on in that role. We need to get Sepulveda back in. Suarez obviously out, and Esquivel is on the bench. So there's a handful of changes, a handful of players that are still trying to get themselves fit for games as well. I'm so grateful, DM Basis, that you got the reference. It is a pretty niche reference for an audience of across Twitch and YouTube, like an audience of 50 people. I didn't know if there's going to be anyone who knew who Melissa Auf der Meer was, to be fair. KD Lang would have probably been a better reference, and even that's still kind of niche. But Johnny Trotter's there. Johnny Trotter, Lightning is my girl. I have her solo album. It was her solo album, which is where I picked up on it. I'm trying to think. Like, to me, and I love Melissa Auf der Meer, and she obviously doesn't look like Jefferson Soteldo, but her gigs do look like that. The crowd definitely does. So you went through quite a bit of a Smashing Pumpkins phase back in the day, So I know her mostly from that. She's no Darcy Retzky, but still. What are your thoughts on Darcy? Boom, Aviles runs from deep. It's a lovely header. Hope had no hope. That's what we want to do. That's how we like to start the game. We're 1-0 up. When I say Hope had no... I swear it said their goalkeeper was called Hope then. He is. Who's... Bosnick. Okay, I just saw a comment about Casas making a save, but their goalkeeper was Hope this time, not Casas. Have they got... Did Casas make a block? Are they playing a goalkeeper in defence? Sapelli on the edge of the bounce. It comes through all the way to Lanes. Beautiful. It is FM21. It feels like a throwback. We've got Ryan Gould on the opposition. I do need to pause this, right? So, I swear I saw Casas' name. They've got Cubas. Maybe he blocked an effort and I saw that as Casas. Or maybe I'm going mad. Maybe I'm going bad. As a bassist, I like her. As a person, my granny once told me that if you have nothing nice to say, that's fair. That is fair. Billy Corgan, Smashing Pumpkins. Homer Simpson, smiling politely. Classic. Diego Lanes off the post this time. Gomez gathers and decides to pass outside the box. Here's Philogene. Back to Aviles. It won't let me click on the analysis tab. It's going to be highlight after highlight. Here's Zapelli. We haven't put this onto key, have we? We need to drop this down to key so that we can get through things just a little bit quicker. Philogene skips inside. Philogene tries to create the angle. It takes a horrible deflection. Off his own man. How on earth is that Gomez's goal? Now, Philogene does well. Takes a shot. Takes a deflection. It wasn't going in. That is fair. That is fair. The hot sauce has reached the eyes. It really has, hasn't it? It really has. I'm just going completely and utterly mad. Cross to the far post. Rauga starts. The others get forward. That counts for something, right? It's a massive deflection. Massive deflection. Solid. We are very much in control. So I might actually say that. I might say you're doing brilliantly. They're not making any changes, so we're not going to make any changes. We will wait to see if momentum starts shifting in their favour before we react. And that might mean that they score a goal first. But other than that, we're kind of okay. They've now gone a little bit more direct. Lanes with the free kick to Gomes. Gomes the edge of the area. Hope parries. We can feel okay. Can we make it 5? We have someone standing over the free kick. Zapelli takes an eye, looks at it, hits the bar and over. Time for some changes, and those changes are going to look something a little bit like... where is Campaz? Campaz up front. We're going to get Israel Reyes some game time. He's going to come in for Ambrose. Gomes can come off as well. He can be replaced by Fernandez. Fernandez is left-footed, so we'll pop him on that side there. Let's see if after those we start to see a drop down in terms of momentum. I'm full up with hot sauce from his toes up to his eyes, very much so. I mean, there's part of me that is no longer filled up with hot sauce, to be fair. That was the issue. Right, here's Raposo to Gould. There's the drop-off once we make the substitutions. They are now willing to run at our defence. Laborda, plenty of time, picks out a gorgeous pass over the top. Raposo crosses it low. None of the defenders are in the right position. And there we go. It's now 6-3. What on earth are you looking at? He was absolutely onside. No doubt about that. No, don't be daft. They're not going to actually start scoring loads here. Cubas. Cubas to Gould. Gould finds Raposo. Raposo's in behind. What on earth? So let's drop that tempo. Let's waste that time. Stop passing into space. I get it that Philogene is not a defender. But let's make that change there. Starting to get nervy now. Is that so far across the two legs? 4 shots on target, 4 goals. Maybe we should have sold Gerbich whilst we were getting the offers. Gerbich's garbage. Cubas to Gold. What is this defending? What is this defending? Raul Gustavo dropping, everyone else stepping up. We're going to bottle it. We are. I remember the days you saw my brother streaming. Lovely beard on that guy. Very entertaining streamer. Yeah, he's great. Unfortunately, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit dull. But yeah, when my brother's back, I'll give you a shout. They've had 3 shots, to be fair. And one of those was on target. For an obscenely high XG, we gave away really, really good chances. It looks like Mozo coming on helped us a little bit right at the end there. Oh, where's this guy's rubbish? He is, exactly. Imposter Man it is. Welcome in, by the way, Ryan Marie. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. I hope you are doing well. Right, nice work. That was good. We're through to the next round. That's the thing that matters. A quite crazy 6-4 scoreline, but we don't seem to do normal scorelines, to be fair. Let's get these guys rested up. And then the quarterfinal is coming up next. That's cool. We've got Toronto. Toronto, I was going to say not doing too well, but the league hasn't really started that much yet. So we can head on through. What is the setup? Matches, schedule. So we've got quarterfinal, big break between the legs, semi-finals, finals. So not too many games to go potentially, which is kind of a relief. You can't even win the Asian Champions League. Exactly. Rubbish. Awful. I see you're a big fan of the YouTube channel and skin. Thought it was finally time you'd catch a stream. Well, welcome on in. This is a very, very different type of stream than you might be expected to see. We are currently doing a 3-day streamathon. So 12 hours every day from Friday, today, tomorrow, raising money for the awesome Gamers Outreach. Now, Gamers Outreach are this charity. They are US based, but with outreach across the world into Europe and Australia and a couple of other places as well. And they provide access to video games for hospitalized kids. It sounds a bit twee, but when you're in that situation where you've been hospitalized, it's a very, very scary, isolating experience. And having an outlet, some way that you can have fun and adventure and be normal, be yourself, is so important. It's a huge part of treatment, being able to make sure that you feel well mentally. And what they do is they provide equipment. So this portable equipment that can go from patient to patient. They provide volunteers as well. Really, really fantastic cause. And if anyone hasn't, check out the donate link that's currently pinned, both here on Twitch and on YouTube as well. There's more details there, plus ways that you can donate. And every donation we make here, we are able to, we move towards this hot sauce challenge. I've currently gone through up until, we've done a jalapeno sauce, a cherry bomb sauce, a Peruvian AAG chili sauce, and the last one was peri peri, bird's eye chili. We've got remaining hot orange habanero, which is about 225,000 Scovilles, ghost pepper, which is 950,000 Scovilles, and the Carolina Reaper sauce to do. So for every $50 we raise, I will do a hotter sauce. So every penny goes towards that, which is in its own, you don't pay me for that. Every penny that goes to the charity, I will then goes towards me then doing a thing that doesn't cost anything. None of that. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. If you say this is what you expected, you're a liar. Indeed. So the beard has been shaved off as part of the charity event. That was also some fundraising goals alongside the chilies here. So where is Campaz? Campaz is there. Esquivel gets pushed forwards into that section there. Let's see what happens when we have Guti. We'll play Ambros again. I want these players to get regular game time. That's important. Esquivel is back from an injury, so let's get him into the starting lineup for game 2. Let's get him in the starting lineup on the left. Let's pop Gustavo in the middle. Zapelli and Gomes. Let's drop Gomes for this. Let's bring in Fernandez for this game. See how they get on. This is day 63 of the Hot Sauce Challenge, indeed. Day 69 could go either way. Ooh, does that day fall on DILF Day? Of course it does. I mean, it actually would, wouldn't it? If this was 63, that means in 6 days' time, that would be a Friday. Oh, it'd be a Thursday. It'd be a Thursday. Damn. Gustavo does his job and also the job of a goal scorer. Get these guys rested, and then it's Toronto up next. So every day is a DILF day in your mind. Fair. What about the M's and the G's? There are days specifically for... Every day is also a MILF day and a Grand MILF day. Who would have thought it? Never pegged you as a Mormon. I mean, I don't know exactly how you were planning on pegging him, but if that's the fantasy... I prefer you not to peg me at all, if that's okay. Stop being so boring. Nothing went wrong with a little bit of pegging. GM Bassist volunteers as tribute. Wait, what? No comment. No comment. I'm glad to see that it's now 9 o'clock on a Saturday night and we are truly getting derailed. Or from the sounds of things, people are trying to get truly railed. Both ways work. Weekend for the win, indeed. So live on stream, pegged live on stream as a charity goal. I mean, as much as I am happy to advocate for pegging, after the hot sauces, nobody wants to be pegging me. That's got to be, that's a very, very bad idea. Saturday nights are all right for peg. It's my favourite Elton John song. Absolute all-timer. It's the $5,000 goal. Right, Bozanek, Dominguez. So what I think is our strongest team, Gutierrez and Lira. I think Philogene's doing all right. I've not seen much of Lanes. Zapelli, Igor, Gomes. They're my preferred options. Campaz as a pressing forward on attack. Head on in and do that. Philogene has been a starter for like the last 4 or 5 games and is still struggling. Follow that bit of advice. Tell them that we have both. Let's tell them that there's no pressure. Let's try that there. They're going to be playing a 5-3-2. Jean Makengo. It is Jean-Victor Makengo. He's a decent player. Let's see how we get on. Away has been our even-ish. Yeah, nothing spectacular going on at the moment. We have more of the ball, but we're not getting the penetration. Oh, good. We're talking about pegging again. Right, here's Osorio. Floats forwards. Passes it to Marshall Rotti, who cuts inside, finds Makengo. Makengo is pushed up high. Cartagena sends it forwards. Esquivel gets there. I probably should have dropped Esquivel back out of the lineup and pushed Gustavo over. We'll see if that costs us. Gutierrez tries to stab it forwards. It's a little bit weak, and Makengo comes away with it. Osorio now, all the way back to Corker. I'm guessing that's Korcha. Sacrodmo, all your pegging and peggy duties will be performed by your understudy, the impossibly trousered DM bassist. So any content as a Scottish team in the future by any chances? There's not anything on the horizon per se, but there's nothing to exclude it. It's certainly something I'd be willing to consider. It's just about finding the right narrative at the right time. DM Basis doesn't even object to it. Perfect. Now, how do I get someone to hot seat the second half? Because there may be a small intermission for hot seating of my own. Jaden into Sepulveda. Come on, Philogene looks, finds Gutierrez into Zappelli. Zappelli out to Esquivel. Lanes. No one's looking for... Well, we're passing it forwards, but they're staying with their back to goal. That's what we need to see. He turned, and then we can move forwards. Philogene out on the right, into Gomes. Gomes to Zappelli. Zappelli from the edge of the area. Boom. Lovely strike from Zappelli. Sees that there's space to take a shot. Places it down right in the bottom corner. Genius. Genius play. So Claude was away from keyboard doing some chores with the sound on loud, and it seems the chat took a wild turn of events here. It did. This is definitely Saturday evening chat time, that's for sure. Bernadeschi swings it in. Sepulveda didn't need to do anything there, and that kept it live. And Osei Owusu just wide. Just wide. So Wines from Glasgow. Wines from Birmingham, now in Glasgow. That's quite cool. And we're going to be taking a little impromptu break. It's going to be, I'll run the ads now so that it doesn't do out there. It might be a little bit longer than 3 minutes. I will see you shortly.
This is
artist in business, indeed. DM Basis, also lads, we've been on $850 for quite a while now. Please consider donating, or you're at risk of getting pegged. I mean, okay, it would be lovely. I would very, very much appreciate it. As we said, any donation that can help, please consider it. I'm not going to get you. I can't promise a pegging. Yeah, or if you're into that sort of thing, please donate and get pegged as well. Yeah, I suppose. Vovo Coxer, he looks like a Smurf. Vovo Coxer, he looks like a Smurf. Oh, right, okay, you're talking about the Coritiba mascot. Right, Fernandez is injured. Suarez is injured. So far, we've been in charge for 4 months, and Suarez has been available to us for like 1 game. That is incredible. He's just a poor man's Lawrence Shankland. It depends which Luis Suarez you're talking about. This is Watford legend Luis Suarez. You're all just characters in Stevie Naismith's dream. Right, Cruiser Sol, hire a new manager. Good for them. So who do we have available? Suarez should be available for this game. What's his fitness state like? He can play. He can play. We're gonna put him into the sideline because I don't have confidence again. We talked about this. If I bring him on, there's a good chance that he gets injured after he's been brought on. So I'd much rather start him and let him get injured than have to waste 2 substitutions on there. So Campaz and Zappelli to start. That means Gomez drops to the bench. Gutierrez, Ambriz. We're going with Lira and Ambriz. Our defenders are as we expect. We should be in a pretty decent spot. We're very fortunate to be 3-0 up, but that does certainly put us in a good spot for this second leg, right? good reactions as well. Right, a fourth goal right off the top would be very, very nice. Really wish it worked out for Naismith as manager. It's a shame. It's a shame. The only good thing that happened to Hearts in years before promotion. He used his own salary to pay for Everton match tickets to be gifted to long-term unemployed people on Merseyside. That is awesome. That is awesome. Sir Ryan says, it doesn't matter who he is, the only man who's a better striker than Shankland is John Robertson. Fast strikers clearly superior. A bold take. So Sega, you've been watching some of your videos, my good man. I noticed you signed quite a lot of players on a free pre-contracts. How do you do it? I'm currently playing with Rems in League doing some Moneyball. Don't have the best finances and have some trouble finding players to snatch up on a free. So always when I'm doing that, it's exactly the same process as covered in the videos. I'm looking at what, as discussed in Discord as well, Sega. So starts with knowing what you want to do with your tactic and what you expect them to do in possession and out of possession. So if you expect a player to make progressive passes, one of your key metrics is going to be progressive passes. If you expect them to be dribbling and trying to beat their man, then you're going to look at dribbles. If you're expecting them to get into space because they're going to be running, you're going to look at high intensity sprints. Then use your own players as the rate baseline. Take what they're performing, look for players who do better. You do exactly that, but you do it at the earlier part of the season so that you're not waiting until they've already been snapped up by someone else. Right, Zappelli with a free kick. Zappelli from distance is a great free kick. Varela pouncing to his right, tips that over. Zappelli will take the corner now. Here's Suarez as the target. Nothing much here is really coming forward from us. We've done better. Here's Zappelli. No doubt about it. I wasn't even going to stop the music for the potential check there. Lanes back to Zappelli. Zappelli just places it into the corner. John Robertson, it's a good reference. It's a good reference. The greatest of all time. The fattest strikers always score. So Hearts do a lot of charity work. Naismith was always involved as a player. Did a few events as a manager as well. What a guy. Vaguely remember him doing something similar in Glasgow is what you said. It's really cool. Zappelli again. There we go. Zappelli. Once again, he scored some cracking goals so far. As Fernandez came on in that role, scored a couple in the last game. But that is surely quarterfinals over. Aviles gets it back in. Diego Lanes. Diego Lanes with a low cross. Campas. Incredible stuff. 3 goals in quick succession. We looked like we weren't creating anything at all, and suddenly it's 6-0 in aggregate. 6-0 in aggregate. Crazy stuff. Crazy. So there's a genre of strikers in Brazilian lower tier called tanks because they're fat. You've got to love a tank. A tank is a quality outlet player. That's a proper target forward. Yeah, that's about as good as you will see, even if it only happened after like the 30-minute mark. No changes, just crack on. Puskas checks out, exactly. Exactly. So pro tip from a pale dude dating a woman who needs hardcore chili peppers to function. Aaron drink, no misspelling, and cucumber are your best shot when things get as real as they are right now. If only I'd known before. There's a shame. There's a shame. Right, let's make some changes. Let's get... Suarez is making his return. He's done well. Let's bring on Fernandez. Let's bring on Gomes. Let's bring on Nevada. Let's bring on Mozo. Yeah, I'm happy with that. 4 changes. 70-minute mark. We can't throw this away, right? I was not ready to see Jaden as a complete wingback at Tigres. I know, it's a little bit crazy. The character. So one of the ways that we've been raising money is that there has been the opportunity for us to create a character for a set donation. Named Bob Carroll G's. There's an old reference going back as well. but he wants him to play a 3-4-3 in the Amorim style. And to do the Amorim style, we've got to talk about wingers at wing back. So that is where we're going with this. We've got Diego Lanes at left wing back. We've got Philogene at right wing back. Craziness. Campas in the mud. Wow. Nah. Crudmo is just thinking of goal scorers, fat goal scorers like Mickey Quinn, fat Ronaldo. Indeed, I mean you can't get fatter than fat Ronaldo. As Knight of Knee says it as well. R9 become a tank later on. Club America win 8-0. So we feel good about our 6-1. And then Club America just proved that it's easy stuff. So in the next round, it is Club America who we get. When we've played them before... Oh no, that was the previous manager. The previous manager lost to Club America. We have beaten them at home in the Clausura. So we should be kind of okay, perhaps. Got a couple of games and then... So yeah, only 3 weeks. Not even 3 weeks. There's just 2 weeks between the games. Yeah, 5th to the 19th. So coming thick and fast. No gap until the semi-finals and then till the finals. So potentially, we're all right. A pre-retirement Adriano was definitely a tank. That's true. We do have another conversation going on about commentators as well. There's some hate for Chris Sutton. I'm happy to get to be on board with some hate for Chris Sutton. Bless him. Leonardo Fernandez is going to be out for 3 to 4 weeks. That's a bit of a shame, but we should be able to survive such. Ambres, we bring on Gutierrez. We're just going to keep on swapping the defensive midfielders around. They can rotate a little bit. Alan Mozo. Let's bring give Sanchez a bit of game time. Gustavo returns. Campas, Zapelli. Let's give Rodriguez a game as well. Just trying to make sure that we keep people reasonably fit. So Mufasa, in preparations for your Premier League promotion, you're going to do a clear out and craft a new tactic, then bring new players using statistics. What player roles are easier to get the most accurate stats for? I don't think there is an easier at all. I think it's all about asking. You're going to be asking certain players to do certain things. Where that comes from is going to be up to you. So you're going to be asking some players to help you move the ball forwards. Whether you're going to be looking for ball-playing defenders or whether you're going to be looking at defensive midfielders of various sorts, whether you're going to be expecting that progression to come out wide. I don't think it really matters which role it is that's doing it. You need to more focus on identifying where you want that progression to come from and look for that in your targets for that position. I hope that kind of makes sense. All right, let's see how these guys get on. I'm take it, Claude. I take it, Claude, your comment about sorry, RJ, have a drink on me means you either the game's over and Union have won, or Union have scored another goal. I mean, he was expecting Anderlecht to lose, to be fair, and the way the season's been going, probably a reasonable expectation. Right, there we go. Queretao up next. Adriano mentioned again. Ailton as well. There's a good mention. DM Basis, you voted for Club America. Don't come crying to me. I will claim that it's your fault. You've jinxed it accordingly. So Basis, DM Basis, do we consider Akinfenwa? Or is he just a fucking unit in a world of his own? He is definitely a category of his own. How have neither of us mentioned Morales? That's true. Dean Windass even had the name for it. Wayne Rooney. I mean, Wayne Rooney might have had times where he was chunkier, but I wouldn't have called him a tank. I don't think he ever had kind of like the strength that comes with it. Hey, G-Fits, welcome in, my dude. Doing well. How's it going? I hope you're having a fun time. How's your weekend been? So who are you going to talk about? Steve McNulty. You're not going to give credit for the mention of Morales. That's fair. Goiás striker Walter. I'm not familiar with Walter at all. So Mufasa, it does make sense. I'm your football manager mentor. Oh, things are definitely going to go wrong if that's the case. It's 2-0 Union, 86th minute now. It's a done deal. It does sound pretty done, to be fair. Salomon Rondon, not that fat, but slower than time itself. They're definitely separate things, right? Who was that absolute fat who played for Forfa? I mean, I do feel I need to step in at some point as a fatty. None of these players could be described as fat. It has to be said. They're like rotund would be pushing it. They are fine specimens of human that are maybe a little bit broader, but like even Thomas Brolin, when he got the mick taken out of him, was leaner than most. Just people expect them to be leaner yet still. Right, this is going to be pretty much all reserve players for this next game, if we can. Gomes, Fernandez, apart from Suarez, we need to get him up to fitness. Esquivel will come in for Gustavo and Aviers. Yeah, okay, something like that. Let's see if we can get Reyes some game time as well. We'll pop him out at right centre back. We should get absolutely thumped here. I don't know much about Querétaro. They are one of the worst teams, but they should beat us, right? Or not. That is pretty horrendous. That is a 7-1 win. We need to rotate more from the looks of things. We absolutely need to rotate more. Right, our first game against America away from home. So you're thinking about an English goalie but can't remember his name. A large gentleman with a moustache. I'm guessing probably Neville Southall. Yep, indeed, that's what Zerachul's gone for. So Walter was like a prime Barclays type player, but for the Brasileiro. Fair enough. Mate, I'm on a diet. They're fat. I'm saying it. I mean, you can say. I just think that it's. I can't stop you guys, but I'm going to defend them. They are not. Most of these players being mentioned are not fat by most comparisons. Maybe they might be medically fat. Maybe they might technically be above weight, but there is no way. If they were out and about, you wouldn't call them fat. It's only because you expect them to be leaner. Right, Esquivel is not going to be available for this game. That's a bit of a shame. It's not that much of a shame. He wasn't going to be a starter anyway. But that is depth that we lose. Where is Sepulveda? Lira and Ambres. Lanes on the left. Villagine on the right. Stuck in the middle with you. Stuck in the middle with you. Suarez. It's got to be Zapelli and Campaz. That is our team for the America game. I think maybe we start the game on balance though. We try and hold it in. Jan Molby, he was fat. That he was definitely a broader fella. That is for sure. Mate, if I can find this guy, he's definitely classed as a. I mean, just you know, I'm just conscious of the way that mocking players who maybe were slightly broader but aren't there. might have on people who aren't willing to speak up. There might be people in the... There is 20 seconds left of the game. Is that going to be the difference between us getting knocked out now and reaching the final? It's a pretty even match. They did shade it, to be fair. But they are the home side. I'm pretty content with that. Pretty content. It's definition of a self-wound. It was indeed. Could be worse. You could get an LFC tattoo. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. You Never Walk Alone's got to be the most overrated tune in football. It's a dull song. Absolutely. But I would also quite happily say the same about things like We'll Meet Again. I get the significance. I get the emotion that forms with it. But actually, it's just a little bit meh. Right, Cruisers All is up next. Well, you are legendary, Musterman. Welcome back in, Mr. Echo. We are feeling fortunate. Your Sweet Caroline is catching up fast. I'm not a fan of Hi Ho Silver Lining as a football song either. It just feels a little bit damp as far as football songs go. How do you feel about taking a look at the Wonder Kids, Musterman? Or better to save that for tomorrow night instead? So Claude, that's going to be for tomorrow night, 100%, because I want to see it once you've had your whole careers. So that's going to be 2 more seasons down the line. Well, 1.5 more seasons down the line after Europe and the World Cup. So that's the idea. We get the full reveal. I can then add the manager to those clubs so that I can look at their attributes properly and so forth. And maybe we go and check back on some old saves to see some highlights as well, potentially. Let's vote for the worst person out of the lot. Let's go with Isidra Pitt. Oh, I don't want to vote for all of them. We just move forwards. So Sporting Lisbon do a song to the tune of My Way. And having heard both live, the Lisbon one is far superior. Yep, I'm going to agree with you on... I don't know about the Sporting Lisbon one, but My Way is a dirge. My Way is a true dirge of a song. Right, which players are we bringing in? We're bringing in Fernandez. We're going to give Suarez a bit of a rest of Gomes. Camps. Let's bring in Mozo. Let's bring in Gutierrez. Let's bring in Reyes again. And Esquivel. At left back, we're going to play... Where's Sanchez? Jorge Santos can play. Yeah, let's give that a simulate and we should be all right. But as much as I don't want to admit it, Sunshine on Leaf, shits on You Never Walk Alone. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That Sunshine on Leaf is a classic. What happened in Boca? So, Mr. Echo. We made it. We made it, Mr. Echo. We got all the way through to the final. It was tense. It was close. It was absolutely amazing. And there in the final, we faced off against Atletico Paranense, a team that we turned down the opportunity. I didn't even consider them, even though they were eligible. And they beat us 1-0. So we so far have failed in every competition. We've got a chance. Maybe we've got a chance to win our first Champions League quality competition. So DMB says, at least your clubs have songs. We just sing about killing Fenians and loving the King Queen. Delete as applicable. Yeah. Less said the better. Socorro Tiba, in Brazil, we mostly sing beautiful original songs written by the ultras. Sweet lyrics, definitely not about beating up the opposition. I believe that. I can believe that indeed. So where are we now before I decide about Wonder Kids? There is not a Wonder Kid redeemed. No, so you can't name Wonder Kids that exist in here because we're not sticking around with the teams and like developing any kind of connection to any players at all. So that's saved for the career stuff. But there was a pre-donor award to be added to the database as a Wonder Kid. So tomorrow evening we're going to go and have a look round to see how their careers are. So that's what I was referring to with Claude there. Campaz. Sapelli gets the moment again. Reyes comes out again. Sepulveda. Aviles. Philogene. Gutierrez and Lira. Gutierrez is the left footer, isn't he? What a gent you are. We need to head on over to the wall. We need to head on over to the wall because GNG has come through big time with a sensational $50 donation. I cannot express gratitude enough. You are an absolute star. Now, for those of you who are watching, every single donor ends up on the wall of awesome because anyone who gets involved is damn right awesome. And that doesn't mean you have to donate $50, $1, $5, anything at all towards the cause would be absolutely incredible. And that gets you up on the wall. We have a little corner here. This is the FMGNG corner because he is an absolute star. And let's get him up there. Boom. Now, GNG has said, and fair play to him, he said, please hold the hot spice until tomorrow at my request. Because we have hit the 900 mark, which means that we are due to do a dab of hot orange habanero. And I appreciate your concern and kindness there for me. What I would suggest is let's see if we can hold on all the way through until the final and get that done, and we're at the end of the stream. I would suggest why not do it tonight? That's kind of the whole point, right? And so that if people want to keep on donating and want to send me through onto the next one at $950, we will be doing a ghost pepper sauce. Then there's that possibility right at the end too. I am essentially a glutton for punishment. I think that's what I'm saying. And DM Basis, thank you very much for shouting it out as well. Shouting aloud. You are absolutely incredible. Let's so for those of you that missed the pinned comment, there is the link as well. If you are considering donating, it would be absolutely incredible. But we need to head into the second leg. Can we turn it over against Club America? Yeah, so far we've lost in Africa, Asia and South America. Ryan, take the Hearts job and win the Champions League in your first season and I'll donate 10 grand. I mean, we've got to do Europe, but Scotland isn't loaded, I'm afraid. It's sadly not available. Is this a Hexagon challenge or a Hexagon challenge valiant effort? Effort counts. Effort counts. Yeah, I think that's the squad. We're back on positive because we're the home team. Let's do this. Let's absolutely do this. Knees are crying already. Have a nice ice lolly instead of hot sauce. I mean, that's boring, right? That is boring. You wouldn't even say valiant. Well, screw you, Crudmo. It has been a valiant effort all the way through, for sure. For sure. Yeah, the World Cup is the last step, indeed. Not water closet, although what Musterman's been there a few times tonight. Just a few. Just a few. We follow what the assistant says. I have faith. Bob Carrollgees leads out Tigres with Jaden Philogene Badace as a wingback. We're playing against Gerard Espinosa's Club America with Sean Longstaff, Joe Roden, Japheth Tanganga as a left back. What a weird teams we've got going on there. Cecile suggests to shave your eyebrows. I mean, I can certainly consider it. There is one consideration being that I am currently unemployed. And so I am hoping to get interviews in the coming weeks. So I can't, it's bad enough that they have to see my chins. I suppose, though, it gives me something to talk about, and that's going to be a penalty. That looked soft. That looked very soft, but we will take it. We will take it. What about an ice lolly made out of hot sauce? That sounds fun. That sounds fun. You did so well with Bob Cowell-G's Marvinsky. Marv, what a legend you are. Is Sean Longstaff the boy that was at Killy in like 2016? I have no idea if it's a Kilmarnock. He's a Newcastle lad. So him and his brother have come through the youth academy there, but I don't know where they've been out and about in loans and stuff. But this has been a really bad game so far. We take a look at that. It's 2 shots for us, 1 shot for them. One of our shots is a penalty. Here is Tanganga, finds Guevara, finds Longstaff. Saldania's in behind. Yet again, we fail to track the run of Saldania. There's 3 of you guys. There's 3 of you defending. Bad defenders. He was at Killy. Not quite as mad as James Madison at Aberdeen, though. Aberdeen. I know how to say things. Right, just mark the bastard. It's not that hard. So you're going to get into a job search doing this. Brave. Good icebreaker, though. So yeah, that's the thing, is maybe actually having the eyebrows shaved off is an icebreaker. It's a great way to say, hey, I do charity stuff, and there's evidence. So I suppose that's not necessarily the worst thing out there. Jaden with the throw-in. Sends it in. Easy claim for Maligan. Maligan looks to be sending it long here. He is. And that's going to be won by Sepulveda. Now Jaden has a chance to break forwards. Down the right-hand side, he loses out to Fidalgo. That was pretty embarrassing attacking work. And now Quinones shows him how it's done, plays it through the lines, and Saldania's in behind. And we are not happy with that. Why have I on dribble? I swear I put that on run at defense, not dribble less. When's that? Why is that dribble less? That's not the reason we're losing. But I've only just noticed that. Hey Noah, how are you doing? Can I do you a favour? What would you like? I mean, I will try as much as I can. I can't make any promises though. So if it's the boy you're thinking of, he was at Blackpool after maybe. Don't really pay attention to English football, so wouldn't know. That's fair. Just quit and reload. Nobody will notice. We've got a full half left. We're all right. We're all right. Right, I think we need to show everyone... No, I'm not agreeing with that. We need a much better display. Have that tempo up. Philogene. Let's swap these guys round. Philogene can cut inside onto his right foot. Mozo to come on. Zapelli hasn't done anything. The last couple of games we've had him on the team. Let's go Fernandez and Gomes. All we want you to do is learn how to mark players. I know it's hard. I know it's hard. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Here's the comeback. Here's the comeback. Or not. Caceres into the side netting. We weren't even... I mean, there was no one near him that for a moment I thought Caceres was the defender. Roden with a block shot. Malagon making a save. We've started the half reasonably okay. We're creating chances, even if they're not making it as a highlight. That's another good chance, apparently. Pure footballing brilliance, they say, but not brilliant enough to result in a highlight. Demand more. We need an actual something to show for it. And we're not getting highlights. Look at these shots coming in. They're peppering in. But Jaden to Fernandez. Here's Gustavo. Lira, we do get a highlight. Lira almost loses out. Now he finds Gomes. Gomes. Hey, okay. Igor Gomes, that's what we brought him on for. That's the impact we expected him to have. Last 10 minutes or so, I would love us to get the goal before the game is up. That means we're going to bring on Jorge Sanchez at left wing back. Gutierrez and Lira are tired, so Gutierrez is coming off. Ambrose has been okay in that role. We're going to make those changes. Let's see, in the last few moments, we've been the better team by a significant amount, I feel. Look at that shot map. Fernandez sends it into the far post. Gustavo's the target. He doesn't even bother jumping for it. Why bother jumping for it? Who wants to win the header? Here's Gomes. Gustavo pints it back to him. Gomes to Sanchez. Somebody get it in the box to Fernandez. Okay, we watched the highlight and then we shut up shop. There is no shop to see. Fernandez, it takes a huge deflection on the way through as it finds its way into the corner. Don't deny me from pressing the tactic button. Right, there we go. We've generally found that we've been better when we don't change the mentality. We just drop those down. We time waste frequently. We take off pass into space. So let's see how we go. 4 minutes. 1 minute. We're miles over. We're miles over. We're through to the final. We are through to the final. We took that right to the end of the game. Right to the end of the game. Oh. Congratulations on reaching the final. We are only one step away now. And we are going to be playing Monterrey. Eric Sanchez is a good player. That's their key player, a central midfielder, quite a creative fella. Great vision, good passing. They're currently in 6th in the Clausura. They have George Hurst. Look at all these English players in Mexico. Ben Davis as well, now 35 years old. Can't even make the starting lineup. Right, let's get these guys rested. It's 2 weeks until the next game. So that game shouldn't find itself rearranged weirdly, but just in case, we'll go forward to the next game. We'll go forward to the next one. So Wanyama should be a great sign. Wanyama should be a great signing. Should is a classic word in that there. So Leon, you asked, can you please choose a team for me with a team overperforming in the top 5 leagues with an interesting tactical style? Nothing necessarily comes to my mind right now, I'll be honest, because I've been streaming for a long time over the last couple of days and my mind is a little bit blank, but maybe chat can help out. So would you be able to, over on YouTube, Noah has asked to select a team for him with a team that overperforms in the top 5 leagues with an interesting tactical style. So what would be your suggestions, chat? Where's Spit the dog whilst Bob is bringing all this success to Tigers? He couldn't get a work permit, unfortunately. It's a real shame, but the immigration system in Mexico really doesn't like puppets. It's disgraceful. You had Eric Sanchez at Anderlecht, a lovely advanced playmaker. He always crops up as being a good little player. So I'll have you know that George Hurst is now claimed by Scotland after his cap. We're all the same. So Queenie, what skin do you use? Well, for this right now, I use the skin that's been linked there in the chat. Normally, though, I use my own skin.